friend. There is someone who wants to meet you and...
Okay, so I guess we're back in. Why is my character dancing? Okay, so we're back in Grand Theft Auto Online. Grand Theft Auto 5 Online. Save total is 149. Nightclub. It's been a while. Let's see.
Alright.
Okay, I just got 25K. Over there we have a bike that I guess requires customization. I think the reason why my character is dancing, you cannot switch the current action by tapping because I'm pressing control. Not control, but the caps lock key. I'm using the caps lock key as my push to talk.
What's your poison?
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to resupply the bar. It has been a while. Look at that. The Gran Turismo. Okay, where do we go? So we're going to go here to this place with this place on the map with the blue barcode icon. It's called supplies. Okay, so see the van? That van over there? Yeah. So that van has the supplies for the bar. And those two people, they are the ones who, they are the suppliers. And my character is just going to go there and take the supplies. Okay, I guess that's it. Yeah. No one is coming. Okay, there you go. Just resupplied the bar. Now, I guess I'll have more money. So that guy over there is like maybe the mechanic, but he's not really doing anything. So here we have, I guess, my character's bikes. Is there anything special? Maybe the bagger one, because I like the livery. Okay, let's see here. War stock. Wow, this thing is like 3 million. Yeah. The reason why I like the police bike is because of the siren. It's 4 million. Oh my goodness. So here we have this bike. Okay, we can modify it and make some money.
This is new, right?
Racing green. Okay, racing.
Hey, take your time. I've got all day.
Shut up, mechanic.
Whoa. Now she looks pretty, but not in like a girly way.
Okay, next we have transmissions, sports,
Smooth as fuck.
and then we have turbo,
Hold on to your helmet with that turbo.
and then we have engines. EMS level 1. Bodywork, we have engine block, secondary color engine.
Now that's an attractive bike for a serious-hearted criminal.
Oil tanks. We have simple box.
That is hot, if I do say so myself.
For seats, we have vintage cruiser seat.
Cool and comfortable.
Requested wheel, shuriken.
She looks good in them boots, yo.
Okay, so I'm going to deliver the vehicle because I don't have any staff to deliver the vehicle. Okay, there you go. It's the same guy. It's always the same people. And 62,000 satisfaction, 2,500. Damage is 0. Nice. Requesting my car. Oh, it's over there. Where is it? Ah, it's on the other side of not even the road. It's on the other road. Okay, so I'm heading to the Diamond Casino to spin the wheel. Who knows? I might win the car. Okay, so we're here at the casino, and what's wrong with the people? Why are they mad? I don't know why they are mad. Wow, that is a nice looking car.
Casino and Resort presents a brand new car available to win today, simply with a spin of a wheel.
Okay, let's go spin the wheel. Who knows? We might win the car.
Purchase a luxury penthouse apartment.
Okay, car. Okay, did not win the car. I want 10,000 chips.
Is there something I can help you with? With you in a moment. Just a moment. Here you go. What'll it be today? Start small and big.
Well, nope. I just want to get my money.
Get your money. Stop calling me. The check is in the mail, dog. You're my last nerve, asshole.
Okay, so I'm heading to the auto shop because according to the staff there, we have a car to customize. Okay, so that was my first crash. I did not see the other car. Okay, so here we are at the auto shop. I don't know why it's 74. Okay, so this is the car that we're going to customize. It looks like crap. Respray light blue. Light blue it is. Transmission sports. Suspension competition. Turbo tuning. Work. Mirrors chrome square. Rear bumpers, roadster rear. Front bumpers, T-bar. Wheels, off-road. Wheels. Whatever that is. Kangorm. Okay, just like the bike or the motorcycle, going to deliver this car myself. There you go, sir or ma'am, whatever, whatever you are. There's the car. And wow, okay, so the money.
World famous pork chops again tomorrow?
I guess the bike pays more than cars.
What do you mean? You'll be at Cargill's striptease club. What the hell is that? Look, I don't need my wife gyrating for the whole world to see. Fine. I guess I'll go bowling or something. Bye.
Okay, I need to call my car. Where is it? Ooh, it's over there.
Hey, I'm just curious. Is that bitch still two-timing you with that Filipino hombre?
Hey there, Brad.
Hello! Look, I don't need my wife gyrating for the whole world to see. Fine. I guess I'll go bowling or something. Bye.
Okay, I need to call my car. Where is it? Ooh, it's over there.
Hey, it's Paige Heron.
Okay, Paige, I don't freaking care. Anyway, where do we go next? Okay, let's go check the nightclub. Okay, I haven't checked the nightclub for a very long time.
You owe me 20 bucks.
Okay, so we're here in the nightclub. Let's go get the money. Yep, opening my safe because I'm going to take the money. Show me the money. Ooh, there it is. Lots of money. Okay, so how how is the club doing? Okay, daily income. Look at that. The popularity of the club is quite high. So, do I need to promote the club? Nope, I don't think so. Okay, I'm getting out of here and maybe deposit some money. Uh, Let us find an ATM. Okay, just making a deposit. Okay, after that, where do we go?
Nice car. That's a nice ride.
Okay, I'm going to check the weed farm.
Right.
Okay, so we are here at the weed farm. What am I going to do here? I'm just going to check if there are any deliveries or if the weed farm needs supplies. Why would I buy supplies? I'm going to steal it.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know where to get those supplies, but I do know who will tell us where to get them if we push the right buttons. Find my pal's brother and sweat it. 2 seconds after that, I'll have the location we need.
Okay, let's go get those supplies. Where are we going to get those supplies? I guess I'll just follow the yellow line and see where it takes me. Okay, says there I need to dance for the target. Tell me. Tell me where the supplies are. Oh, you like getting stepped on? Okay, so I guess we got the information. Okay, so yeah, my driving skills is non-existent. Okay, the supplies are over there. Okay, so I got the supplies and I'm driving back to the weed farm. Will there be any resistance? I don't know. I hope not. Okay, so that was the mission. Yeah. Okay, we got some supplies. Okay, the workers will have something to work on. Okay, I saw one worker, but where are the other workers?
Resupply successful, a long john out.
Okay, let's go to the office document. Okay, now I'm going to where we make office documents. Well, technically, they're office documents. Okay, so some signposts in the game. There are signposts, or signs in the game or in the world that are indestructible. Okay, so I almost missed the office. I'm going to guess. Look at that. I saw everyone. Everyone was just standing around doing nothing. Oh, we have a product. But the value of the product is not that high. Okay, I'm going to get more supplies so they could make more product. That's it for the hour. I'm just going to finish this one.
Okay, so we've bought a bunch of legitimate identities, but the handover's gotta happen in person. Meet the source, get the list, and bring them back to get printed.
Now look what you've gone and done! God damn! Sweet Jesus!
I did not see the turn.
Going on barbecue tomorrow!
Okay, so let's see. Okay, so now there's music.
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay and make the time stand still? What if we stay, pretend there's nothing else?
Okay, there you go. Now we have music.
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay and make the time stand still? What if we stay, pretend there's nothing
Okay, so I think the driver died. Yeah, I was wondering why there was no music, but in the stream when I was like playing music, and then I checked and the my audio source was wrong.
read it from your eyes. Can we lay and make the time stand still? What if we stay, pretend there's nothing else?
Okay, now I need to meet the contact. Okay, just to make sure. Okay, I took out my gun just to make sure and still died.
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay and make the time stand still? What if we stay, pretend there's nothing else?
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets cause real big, gets off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more, freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force of heart in. If you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
The night is young, we go, it's strong till dawn. Up all night till the morning comes, we love it so. We go, it's strong for more. Let's get it on.
Okay, we resupplied the office document business.
Bring the fire when we go for a ride. Party pioneer.
Anyway, guys, that's it for this one. Hope you guys enjoy the stream. And again, the game is Grand Theft Auto Online. Also, check out the links in the description if you're watching in YouTube or Rumble. And give the give it a like, share it, and be right back.
Helldivers 2 may have just did the impossible from first releasing as a cultural phenomenon to only falling off a cliff into obscurity, due to all kinds of problems, to now turning it all back around again. So, how did Helldivers 2 do it? And what does this mean for the future of live service, especially from Sony, who helped finance this game that has understandably shaken the heavens of games as a service? Will they learn the right or wrong lessons? Well, let's dive into it. Firstly, this explosion of Helldivers players isn't just happening in a microcosm. It's actually been steadily increasing and getting stronger for a bit now, as seen here from GameSpot. Helldivers 2 update sees players returning in droves, so this all began
Okay, so
when Arrowhead
what we're
released the
watching
Art of
is a
Democracy
video
update to
from
Helldivers 2, which saw
Endymion
Earth
TV.
getting
What
invaded by
the
the Illuminate and brought things
F
online
did
and
Helldivers
transformed
do
the game.
just...
Effectively, this update, which is
What did
by far
Helldivers
free
2
if you
just
already
do?
own Helldivers 2, has practically saved the game and ushered in a second renaissance for Arrowhead's then struggling shooter. And I gotta be honest, guys, I dropped Helldivers 2 last year after the community manager's controversy and all the other things.
Okay, so I'm just going to check. I'm just going to check, what do you call this? Helldivers in Steam charts. Okay, so let's see here. Whoa, okay, so they have a concurrency of 39,000, so that's 4,000 people playing Helldivers 2 right now. The 24-hour peak is 64,000. Okay, so I guess there was an increase, so Helldivers went down to 24, and there was a bump, but is it going down again? Maybe. Anyway, let's continue with Endymion TV's video.
I kind of just fell out of love with the game. I hadn't played this game in months. Then last night, before I went to bed, I decided, let's try this Heart of Democracy update. It can't be that great, right? So I turned the game on, I played a mission, and was bombarded with tons
I
of
think the
quality
developers
updates,
are
and one
doing
mission
what's
became
right
two,
for the
and then
game,
two became three.
and
Next thing I know, my
the
eyeballs
maybe
hurt,
the
I got motion
problem
sickness, but firstly, the
is
Game
not the
Pass also
developers,
have
but the
customization now as well, which
those
definitely was
in
not there
the
when I
front
last
lines
played it.
of
I
the
also
game,
checked
and
the upgrades to the ship, and it was just
those are
littered
the
with upgrades all
community
over. I'm like,
service
oh my god, this game has
representatives,
everything now. It just effectively became a much
or
better
in
version
other
of
words,
what I
the
played
community
originally last
managers.
year. I was now shooting weird aliens and running around in a city with people and asking my team members how to do things like mark points on the map, because I forgot how to play the game pretty much. Again, it's been like 10 months, if not longer, since I've played this game. But what struck me the most outside of the new updated content was how polished the game felt now. Everything was running at a silky smooth 60 frames per second. Explosions were littering my screen, yet I saw zero screen tearing or chugging of any kind on my PS5 Pro. And the chief creative officer at Arrowhead even posted how the game had reached almost 200,000 concurrent players on Steam, following that Heart of Democracy update, and these days the game is now sitting around the 60,000 mark player-wise on Steam, which is still
Well,
healthy,
right now
but
it's
shows
in
that we could see a
40,000.
resurgence
So
of
the
like
game
what
is
people really expected to happen.
back
As the
to,
CCO said following the update that around
I guess you can say
2.5
it's in a
million players were
downward
playing
trend
Helldivers
once
2
again.
concurrently across PS5
There
and
was a
PC right now,
boost,
which is actually
and then
unusual for a game that
it's
began pretty much
going down
the
again.
top echelon of multiplayer games to kind of like just falling off a cliff for a long time until right now, as Games Radar posted here. The Illuminate threat has been thwarted for the most part, and Super Earth
My
has
guess
been
is
saved
it
despite
will go
almost
back
dying
to
due to
how it
nuclear
was
ruins.
before
And this
the
level of live
update,
service
and
mass storytelling
will,
is also something that rarely
what do you call
seems to be
this,
replicated in today's age like this.
go back
So how did
to
Helldivers
getting
do this?
20
What
to
makes this game different? Well,
24,000.
a few things.
That is still
And
not a
actually, we also
bad
want to compare
number.
it to
That is
Sony's
still a
other
lot
built-in
of players
multiplayer game
playing.
Marathon, because there's something going on there.
Because there
And I
are
think the
live
reason why
service
Helldivers
games
2
out there
has been
that
singing in praises
don't
of
even
players
get
is because generally
1,000
speaking, I
players.
could be wrong,
So
but I
getting
don't really
20 to
think there's a game like
25,000
Helldivers 2 right
players
now
is
that's
not
available
bad.
anywhere else that does it like it does. Most online games are either heavily PvP based, which doesn't necessarily sing to someone like me because I'm a 32-year-old man and my knees crack when
Exactly.
I walk, so knowing I have to
Exactly.
fight like 12-year-olds and say Fortnite usually means I'm going to get sniped from across the world by some kid who is running on the sauce to Helldivers is twofold. One is, they cater to the average player, which is usually a good thing to do if you want your game to survive, and the other, however, is that they uniquely don't offer an experience that is replicated elsewhere to such a degree.
That's the reason why when I play
It's an
GTA
extraction shooter. I
Online,
mean, let's be real, it is. Sure, you're not
even though it's online,
players like
I'm
insane
playing
characters or
solo.
something, but you're sent down from space to a planet. You do recon, you collect stuff, you shoot stuff, you survive, hopefully reach the end with your limbs attached to you still to get extracted to reap the rewards. Yep, it's an extraction shooter, all right, but it's not punishing in the way that other extraction-like games are. Of course, when you look at something like Marathon, it's going for a similar design to Helldivers, but instead replaces the PvE focus elements with a much more bigger emphasis on the PvP side of the equation. And that game hasn't worked in its betas for anyone, it seems. Never mind the art controversies. Marathon is just cooked beyond belief because it's trying to exist in this middle ground.
Okay, so
between
is
what
this game
Helldivers
still
does
going
and Call of
out?
Duty or Tarkov want to do while not really
I
committing to
thought
either
this
side.
game
And now
was
Bungie has even
cancelled.
admitted defeat. This is from Video Games Chronicle. Bungie has officially delayed Marathon. Your voice has been strong and clear. As
Oh,
Bungie
it was
stated, "We need more
delayed.
time to craft Marathon into the game that truly reflects your passion, and that it will use the additional
I
development
think they're
time
going to
to
use the
empower the team
time
to create
to
the
remove
intense high-stakes
all
experience that a title like Marathon is built on."
the
Which is all
stolen
fine and
art
good, but I think the reception to Marathon when compared to
in the
Helldivers
game.
kinda tells me anyway that Bungie
But
is
I wonder
focusing
how
on the
they're
wrong
going to
things
do
here.
that when
I don't
they
think people really
base
want a high-stakes
the
PvP shooter
the
these
art
days. I mean,
style
sure,
of the
streamers can
game
play
from the
15 hours a
stolen
day
art
on something
style.
like that, but the average
They are
player,
going to
you know,
need
the lifeblood
a
of these sorts of games will
a
just get
remake.
stomped into the pavement by
They
these
will
guys
need to
all of the time.
rework
And I
everything
genuinely don't think that
because
people will
right
want
now
to
the
stick
art
around for a
style
game like
of
that. Helldivers 2
the
proves
game
that people just
Marathon
want fun co-op games with plenty of customization and
still
things to
looks
chase at
like
your own
from
pace.
the
It's why
stolen
games
art.
like Dark Tide and more are still popular. Players are far more likely to enjoy your game if the enemy is not 100% always some streamer or, again, those damn kids who were doing somersaults from the sugar.
I wish
reserve
this
in
game Helldivers 2
killing
would
Fortnite
run on my
again.
PC. I
Anyway,
don't
the
think this will
point
run
is
on
that
my
while I
PC.
can see what Bungie is trying to
Look
do
at the
here, the
graphics.
reception to their game is everything
There
you
is
don't really
no
want.
modern
Sure,
game that will
and what
run on my
Helldivers has
PC.
done is everything you do want. And
That's
for
why
the
you'll see me
reasonable
playing old
gamer like
games
me, you're probably wondering, why is Sony
or
pursuing more
games that are not
Helldivers 2? The reason is simple: it's money. As this from Games Radar
does
details,
not rely on
50%
heavy
of
graphics.
PlayStation's entire revenue is made up by a small elite amount of games. The exact number is 8 games specifically, which combined make more money per year than the other 12,000 plus games available on PlayStation right now. And you know what's even more wild? Helldivers 2, it isn't even in those top 8 games bring in all that money right now. Here's the actual list of games doing those insane numbers as seen here, which includes Grand Theft Auto 5, Genshin Impact, Fortnite, Call of Duty, Roblox, NBA 2K.
Oh, look at that.
EA Sports
Genshin
FC,
Impact
EA
is
Sports, Call of
still
Duty,
making a lot of money.
those games are a part of this elite group that make up the majority of PlayStation's revenue, and none of those games, by the way, are even
And
on
that
Sony.
list
They're
is
all
only for
third-party
PlayStation.
instead. Those games plus subscription services like Ubisoft Plus and more made up 53% of Sony's revenue from April 2024 to March 2025. That's insane. It's no wonder Sony wants to pursue more live service titles, and despite Helldivers 2 having this crazy comeback, where they genuinely did the impossible to turn it all around, they're still peanuts compared to the giants of the genre. But this does tell you why these companies want so badly to have their own live service titles and why places like Sony are trying to replicate what Helldivers 2 has achieved. And despite high-profile failures like Concord, like Sony admits here, they still want to create not one, but multiple...
Well, it's good that they admitted that Concords is a failure.
Sure, they achieved it with Helldivers, but can they somehow actually replicate what happened there multiple times over in...
Because it was basically just a copy, and a bad-looking copy of Overwatch.
Sustain all of these games? The answer to that is yes, but also no. You see, Helldivers 2, like I said, it carved out a unique niche for itself that no doubt, if I had to guess, other games will be ripping off and replicating in the future for sure. Because the Helldivers 2 blueprint is far too compelling.
Helldivers is like Warhammer.
A game like Space Marine
So if
2
Warhammer is going to
doing a Helldivers
is
2
planning on making a
with its unique brand of
live service game, they already have a blueprint for that, and that is Helldivers.
could also benefit greatly.
Even Starship Troopers, if
But the key there is that
they do decide to make a live service game, they can just follow the formula
a Space Marine
used by Helldivers
drop
2.
down onto a planet and shoot aliens and do objectives will be
Because Helldivers 2 is,
ODST yesterday.
you know,
I don't
basically
think
a
it's
clone
like
of
just
Starship
nothing
Troopers.
burgers. It's more a when, honestly, instead of it really ever happening. Because the gameplay loop of Helldivers 2 is far, far too compelling to ignore now. You start in base. All this stuff has to be unlocked. You drop down on some planet, you do some stuff, blow some stuff up, extract, rinse, and repeat. Honestly, it's kind of genius in how simple it is. And it's a concept that will be replicated the same way that Demon's Souls ended up giving birth to the Souls-like genre before it too. We're going to absolutely end up with games like Helldivers in the future, but what are we going to call them then? Hell-likes, Diver-likes, Democracy-borns? Doesn't matter. The point is that it's just going to happen no matter what, and Sony, like I said, is hell-bent on replicating Helldivers' success really no matter what the cost.
Sony should patent.
So successful for
They should
Arrowhead,
patent
they've also
everything
confirmed as seen here from
that is
Arrowhead,
like
100%
exclusive
of their next game.
or new in
In
Helldivers.
a very weird
So,
spot because Arrowhead
so
doesn't
they could
necessarily
sue
need them to
anyone
publish
who
or help them with their
buys and
game.
copy the game, just like
Sony will make
Nintendo.
money off whatever Arrowhead makes next. My guess is Helldivers 3. I mean, what else could it be if we're being honest? But Sony still wants their own games to do that as well.
They should
Then
patent,
also
you know,
obviously
the idea of
it's Marathon currently is
shooting
not really
alien creatures on a
and I think when
on
it
an
comes to
alien
online
planet,
live service space, players just want cool games
or maybe
really
patent
anywhere else. And yes,
the
Helldivers
concept
fits
of
that
running
it alone fills
with
for now.
a
Fortnite is
weapon
bona fide platform of a game.
on an alien
You got stuff like
planet.
Call of Duty, which is, you know, Call of Duty. And it's not like this is a new thing for Sony either. 53% of their revenue in 2022 came from live service games, 51% in 23, and 53 again in 2024, if you can believe it. And if you want raw numbers, PlayStation as a platform made $27.5 billion in 2024. So about half of that and then some was from that small group of games alone. Alinea Analytics, which obviously analyzes the sales data of games, has a big report in early June. And as you can see here, all the best-selling games on Steam, regardless of genre, in May 2025 are on display. And all of these games did very well at varying price points. However, beyond these games, the next best-selling game on Steam after those showed was, of course, Helldivers 2. And according to Alinea Analytics, Helldivers 2 had its best month since its debut just this May 2025, which obviously that's when Heart of Democracy launched, selling another 537,000 copies on Steam alone. Jesus, no word on
Wizbit
PlayStation though.
says,
This also
"Are you
means, according to
thinking of buying
Alinea,
a
that
game?
Helldivers 2 on
Please
Steam
use my
alone,
G2A
mind you, has now
affiliate link
sold
in the description
11.8
below.
million
Link,
copies so
disclosure,
far,
I will
and
get a
generated
commission.
some
I wonder how much
$170
the
million
game
in
costs in
revenue as
Steam.
well,
Let me check.
making it Sony's fastest release ever for them as a company, beating everything else if you can believe that. And as seen here from this handy graph on screen, Helldivers 2 saw its biggest spike in DAU, or daily active users, with the release of Heart of Democracy. Arrowhead also dropped the game's price from 40 to 32 following the release of the update to get more people in, and yeah, it worked alright. So this brought Helldivers 2's daily active users to a record-breaking
Okay, so
3.7
Helldivers
million
cost
players in
$40
May
in
2025
Steam. Ooh.
following that big new update. Crazy doesn't even begin to describe it, fellas, as seen here in this other graph. We can see where Helldivers 2
Oh
fell
wait,
off
looking
the
at
best-selling
the
list in
system
May
requirement, it
2025
seems
on
that
Steam, while,
Helldivers
however,
2
that Battlefield
will
5
run on
sold
my PC.
300,000 copies in May 2025.
It has
That
a
is
somewhat
9 years old.
low
Yeah, people really
minimum
wanna
system
beat Battlefield.
requirements.
But the point here is that what Arrowhead has done here with
Okay, so I'm
Helldivers 2
going to
is
wait
that
for a
they're
sale.
completely
Maybe
switching back from Oblivion
in the
and just
future,
became a major player
what do
again
you call
that wants to
this?
stay for the
You know,
long run.
they
Again, this is why companies
there
buy
might be
more
a
and more live
Helldivers
service titles because they keep
Helldivers 2
selling like
Steam sale
hotcakes when they're done
with a
live, and that's the
discount
point.
of
It's just a
90%.
shame that the likelihood of your
Who
live service
knows?
title doing this well is pretty much next to
That's how I
impossible
got
for most.
GTA
But it
5
then brings an
because
issue I want to discuss before I close
it
out
went
this
on
video, which is
sale
this, and let me know what you think about this too, of course.
with
Is this push for live
90%
service
off.
a good or bad thing for games? Because as seen here from game developer
I'm still
Collective,
waiting for No Man's
70% of all
Sky
game
to
developers
have a
worry about the
90%
impacts and
off
business
sale.
models of live
They
service
did a
titles, and that's a
60%
fair
off,
concern to
but
have. Because before a game would be made,
ah,
ship, and then development would cease. But now games get made,
60%
ship,
off
and then have
is
content made perpetually for the rest of time.
still
Pretty
quite
much until
high.
the game
It's
dies or
still
something
quite
else.
expensive
And
for
I'm
me.
worried that people will learn the wrong
That's why
lesson
whenever
from
there
Helldivers
is
2's
a
success,
game that I want to
that they're like,
play,
oh, if we
I would
launch
wait
at
for
$40
a
USD like
90%
they did,
off
we'll
sale
be a success. Or if we do an
in
expansion shooter
Steam
like they're doing, we'll do great too. Not realizing that the core reason
or
why
in GOG.
Helldivers 2 has been
If it's
so
available in
successful
GOG
is because it
and
offers
there
a
is a
unique gameplay
90%
experience that
90% off
hasn't been
sale,
replicated elsewhere
I would buy it in
yet, to the
GOG.
level of quality that it is achieving right now. And while, yes, this is a positive for gaming with Helldivers 2 swinging back like this, I do hope that games as a whole do not suddenly think that they all need to be the next Helldivers. It's kind of like if every new YouTuber is like, I'm going to be the next Mr. Beast. You're not going to become the next Mr. Beast. And if you go into that thinking that you will,
You're not going to
100%
become the next
you're
Mr.
not.
Beast.
You're gonna
No
be
one,
angry and sad and disappointed.
no one is gonna be the next Mr.
Expectations.
Beast.
And that's Helldivers. Not every game will land like it did. Not even studios with pedigrees and live
And
services
I
can
don't even
replicate
watch
past
Mr.
successes,
Beast.
like Bungie, for example, with Marathon even right now. So while sure, okay, Helldivers 2 may have done the impossible this time,
Because the
I just really
content
hope that
Mr.
studios
Beast
are
make
looking at its
or
success and
makes
don't think that
is not the
is
type of
path forward,
content I
come
want to
hell or high
watch.
water. If the gameplay loop and the identity is not there to begin with, we are about to end up with a lot more failed live service games than really anything else. And if you haven't tried Helldivers 2's newest update, by the way, maybe go give it a try. The update is free if you own the
I
game.
want to give it a
It's on
try,
sale
but
right now, too. And no, I'm
it's not on sale right now. I just
I'm
checked.
telling you that if you've been, holding off on jumping into the game, that now is definitely the time to do it. But what do you think of Helldivers 2's resurgence? And
Or
what do you
maybe
think
it's on
learned
sale
the
in
right
PlayStation
lessons? Let me
Store,
know
but
in the
not in
comments. Thanks for
Steam.
watching. Subscribe. See you next time.
Okay, so that was an Endymions update on Helldivers 2. So basically, there was a massive boost in player numbers because of the new update. But I checked the Steam charts, and right now the Helldivers have 40,000 players. But if you look at the trend, it's going down again. So eventually, it will settle back to its what I would call its base numbers, which is 20 to 25,000 players concurrent, and that is not a bad number. 20 to 25,000 players is a good number, because as I've said, there are live service games out there that don't even crack the 1,000 player concurrency mark. Okay, so there you go. I hope you guys if you want to watch the video without me talking over it, again, when I do reaction videos like this, I will talk over it. So if you want to watch with the video, Endymions video, without me talking over it, just go to Endymions channel. There you go. It's Endymion TV. And the title is what the F did Helldivers 2 just do? Be right back. Okay, so we're back. This time we have this video titled Ironheart is Disney's Marvel's Greatest Disaster. And this one is by this Sparrow. Let's check out what this Sparrow has to say about Marvel's Greatest Disaster, Ironheart. Whoa.
Ironheart is back, this time going to an uncomfortable place for viewers as we find out more about the crew.
Here's the squad. Clown, our pyrotechnics specialist.
There's Clown, our pyrotechnics. That means she's
Okay, so
she's
it's
from Portland. Never saw a car she didn't.
it's not just
Money,
Ironheart,
jealous
it's
of, or an IQ chart that
a
makes you
group.
feel inferior. Also, I can only apologize.
a mini Avengers,
They have bad taste.
my guess.
Stuart, it's Rampage.
Oh my god, I'm rolling my eyes. I've got to put up with this macho nonsense all over again. It's all ego. You would never find me with an ego like that. Not with my fallopian tubes.
What I'm building is
Important?
iconic.
I can understand why she's frustrated. That's how I feel watching her interviews.
How do you feel about the impact that she's having on young black girls? And I'm going to be completely honest, on black women.
You know, this is yet another area that's getting vibrant. It's getting full in the way that it should be.
Okay, so they're making a movie for the 13% of the population
Zoe
in the US,
by having the name
and they expect
to
to see a lot of
they're in a woman's
viewers
despite also in that same prison
or high ratings, because I believe this is a
they were still in a
Disney
woman's
Plus
prison. And so in this,
series.
I'm not sure what they're meant to
I
be,
could be
because
wrong
this
though.
character isn't
But then again,
confused with
you're
someone
making a movie for the 13%
who is also the exact
of
opposite in the
the
same show.
population,
I just think it's weird to have
and
a
you are
also doesn't know what it
expecting
is. Before we dive into the
a lot of viewers to watch it.
slog, though, we have one final crew member to introduce.
John, HR.
The first character I could get behind is a bloke that loves knives and throws them at people. That's the foundation of a good TV series right there.
Yep,
That's why the
confirmed.
show hated
It's a television series, or not a television series, but a
Hi, I've got
Disney
70 IQ,
series in
tracking
Disney
down the center of
Plus.
the universe. I can't comprehend anything that isn't me, so I just think men are broken. Men are interested in things, they evolve for war, and therefore they like tools, such as knives. Women are more social, they evolve to raise babies. If you want me to put it in terms you might understand, love, it would be the same equivalent of you using forceps. Or a coat hanger.
That was actually funny.
Not good enough to just humiliate him, we have to make sure that he agrees with it. You can tell this show is only going to come from one perspective because it's the only perspective they understand. It's always good to provide evidence, and so I present Exhibit A. Whoopi Goldberg.
This young lady is giving representation.
Ironheart is great because it's about representation, and representation is great. But who does she represent?
Representation of women, young women, women of color.
I tell you what, with such diverse categories as this, you're bound to get in all of the audience of men that watch superheroes.
This is for everybody. Everyone is represented.
I mean, everybody is represented. You just told us who she represents.
Women, young women, women of color.
Whoopi Goldberg can...
In her mind, maybe that's everybody.
And so once you've ticked off those categories, you now represent everybody. The only thing even considered or comprehended. Welcome to Ironheart. Now, Slug is the same actor that posted this on Instagram. It's so surreal. I'm so grateful for one of my series directors stepping boobs first into the MCU and directing with both her heart and her clunge. You can only imagine that this is where they mean when they said Ironheart will go to uncomfortable places like Walter White, because you have to consume a lot of illicit substances to think you should post that on Instagram. Riri is brilliant yet flawed. She kind of breaks bad in the show and goes to some uncomfortable places for audiences. They mean she's a thieving piece of scum.
Our culture that promotes killers and killing, a culture that I help promote.
I have a feeling that's an ongoing theme though. We'll get back to that later. First up, we have to introduce this fierce character. We're going to put you in the mind of Shia Coulee, of what they must have been thinking to audition for this role in the first place. You see a casting call for Slug, but you're not into the MCU, so you Google the character name, find that picture, and think, this is the role for me.
Okay.
Not match up on a Dulux color chart, but other than that, we are...
Is that the Blob?
1-to-1 identical, aren't we? It's like... Spot the difference.
Are you telling me that
In some
this lady is playing the Blob?
No.
Or is that a different character? Because it looks like the Blob.
Not even a present, just the past now includes it. Now, this isn't new to UK entertainment. In the past, we've had Lily Savage, Ezzy Izzard, and every day women go on stage wearing trousers. They do tend to have better taste, though. Lily Savage was beating you out in the 90s. It tells EW they play a character called Slug, which is a code name for a secret identity.
Okay, so it's Slug.
I'm going to turn into a fat man. But this is a...
I'm not familiar with the character Slug.
Straight off the cast.
When I saw the picture or the comic book version,
Weekly, a really fierce hack.
It reminded me of the Blob.
Heart itself. I help a group of urban Robin Hoods. We've been here before.
Masked robbers who rap about their crimes. It's just sexy.
By Robin Hood, she means runs into an Apple store and steal from the rich to give to themselves. Except they don't even get it themselves because they're too thick to realize the alarm goes off and it locks the phone. To take away from the privileged, the non-lazy people that have worked for it and earned what they have.
We teefed it to help my mom, not to mess around.
Robin, we earned that.
It's the principle of the thing.
As opposed to the lazy scrounging twat. And help give back to the lazy community. The ones that live in the gutter. Because that's where they belong.
Bail Fund always needs help.
Make it make sense.
I'm here to help out on all
exactly.
Go to mission.
That lady.
Trying to
said
from the competent and the hard.
What everyone is saying. Make it make sense.
As you remember Robin Hood and all the different.
So why is this Robin Hood
the villain
being mentioned with Ironheart?
Except for.
Is the Sparrow saying that
Slug doesn't get into too much of
the Robin Hood series that I have never seen,
more of their
and I
getaway car, better than letting one of the
didn't even know exists,
cute little laptop with my
is
you ain't typing in them though, are you?
Is the
Cynthia Erivo question.
When you're wiping your butt.
Inspiration?
No one's afraid.
Or Ironheart?
Asking that? Everybody asks that question.
But also notes that the glamorous elements of Slug's aesthetic aren't just for show. You're gonna have to point some of them out, love. Glamorous and that. You look like an apple that's gone off. This is done to the same high standard as your music score. My glamorous fashion isn't just for show. No, the nipples pop off and fire laser beams at people. They've kind of left drag. It's in their past life. Yeah, it looks like it. I mean,
okay, so
but it's kind of done in the
Slug in Ironheart is a drag.
To be on the low. I'll tell you what, if that is on the low.
Well, based on what I've seen in the comic book version, that is a.
After all,
that is way off.
From the kind of characters audiences typically see in the MCU. Since when? Need I remind you that the last MCU show was Agatha?
Well, you seem pleased with your look.
Well, if the cheekbones fit.
You can't keep pushing against an open door.
I don't think anyone liked Agatha.
I can't fit through. My BBL's too big. Got wedged. In this regard, it keeps the MCU on a broader path in terms of character representation. Yes, those 5 extra viewers will really help you. How many people will you alienate, though? That's what you should really ask. Finding ways to exist in a way that felt truly, authentically me. You shouldn't, though, should you? This is a fantasy TV show. You're not supposed to be.
I also don't understand why they're making Ironheart when in the MCU
This is for everybody. Everyone.
it was clear that
women, young women, women
that
of color.
And also,
Tony
the
Stark
character was really cool.
had,
A role that was just
I
me.
guess,
Oh, you're
what
so-
you
you're
would
so
call
talented. Now, there is a greater
a
role
successor,
in terms of Ironheart.
and that was the kid in Iron Man
This show
3.
has an energy to it.
Well,
People will take
you could argue that Peter is Tony Stark's
persevere.
successor, but Peter Parker is already a character
We're gonna say something, and we're gonna say something real.
on its own. He is Spider-Man.
Very upset.
I heard you come in late last
But
night with the condom jar.
if you're going to, create a successor to Iron Man and Tony Stark, I would argue that the kid in Iron Man 3
Couch he's surfing on?
Because that seems to be where the show's going.
is,
Not only do they,
MCU-wise,
oh,
And if you
is
do the next 3 jobs,
the,
you'll have way more than this.
I guess, one of
Not exactly.
possible successors.
Riri knows she's
Also,
the villain.
Why are you guys
Also,
Mr. Riri?
if we're going to, if you want to
And yet, whenever
have a woman or a female as the new Iron Man,
Her own grant money.
I did that, right?
Look,
Avengers Endgame,
they see one.
So what do you do?
Tony Stark had
Breaking and
a
entering.
kid, and it's a girl.
A signing bonus.
And just because you lie about it doesn't make it any better. In fact, even her family seems
Maybe push the timeline,
Got from your friends and family.
maybe
First told them you were going to be joining the MCU.
20 years, or maybe 10, 15 years,
not just being
and then introduce Tony Stark's daughter
stolen valor
as
if you've
the new Iron Man.
yourself. We saw it in Robin Hood,
Robin, we earned that.
and we see it again in Ironheart.
She is someone who can build whatever she needs from whatever she has.
Yeah, as long as she's able to take that thing from somebody else that built it, earned it, worked for it, and then just pass it off as her own. Kugler doesn't describe her any better, really.
Riri is a character with a ginormous chip on her shoulder.
That's always a good thing. The best of heroes have a chip on their shoulder. Maybe that's why she's more than happy to take off other people, because she thinks that they haven't earned it and it would be better off in her hands. I'd make better use of that iPhone, actually.
I want to continue Stark's legacy.
Except his legacy was built by himself from scratch, from nothing, because he was actually smart and an engineer, whereas you're just a criminal. You're just gonna steal his legacy.
She has this incredible capacity.
They would argue that Tony Stark was a billionaire. Well,
Any lab in the universe and then pretend
the rebuttal to that is
And she doesn't have it.
she could get a job then, couldn't she? Really?
there's a reason why
As long as she's got enough money.
he's a billionaire.
Tell you what, why didn't she set up an engineering company and invent something that's useful? As at the moment, the only thing she seems to be building.
And then the woke leftist communists would argue that
All the things that she
his
has to
father
do to make this thing undeniable.
all those people
left him his wealth.
thinks it's more important.
But
that she gets
then again,
around the city for
his
a bit.
father is also
A resourcefulness.
why
Really incredible.
It's not resourceful.
why was his father
You piece of scum. Resourceful would
a
be
billionaire?
business, working for a living. You would be pulling yourself up by your boots.
Obviously, his father was also a
You
genius.
were born to be wild. She was born to be put behind bars.
Her ability to think, work, build on the fly, to make do with what she has.
Oh, she can work with what she has. You're taking from other. It's not what you have if other people have it and you take it from them. I hope the first villain slams you face first into a wall.
I think the suits are a pretty good representation of her.
So do I, actually. No, so do I. I think this is exactly what Riri is. The exact kind of person that would make a deal with the devil to put demonic hellspawn magic into her suit. That actually seems exactly like Riri. So while I believe this Ironheart will make viewers uncomfortable, this isn't going to be Walter White or Tony Soprano. This isn't going to be Walter White dying and wants to leave some money for his kids, gets drawn into a situation he can't control, and then you just like him because he's doing horrific things to horrible people. You know, Riri's stealing from buses, random cars. She thinks all money belongs to her. Her kind of Breaking Bad is the one where you want a judge to break her. And there is no amount of Robert Downey Jr. making a video where he reads a script.
I couldn't be happier than to be seeing you bring Riri Williams to life.
Looks over to the left of him, and if what do I say now?
She's a fierce leader.
Long story short, Iron Man loves Ironheart.
Okay, so I say that and I make like a little heart icon, do I? Do I make it like this? Or do I do it the way everyone else has done throughout the rest of time? Do I do that weird upside down turny one? You've paid him so much for Doomsday, he'd do anything at this point. And on top of that, Disney Plus reveals the 8 movies and TV series to watch to understand Ironheart. Why don't you just go away and watch Green Mile? It's a better movie and you'll find out where she belongs. She was talking about what she deserves before. It's in the Green Mile. And on top of that, Disney isn't even confident in it themselves. We found out the release schedule for this, and while we knew it was going to launch with 3 episodes, which isn't too unusual, although this is a 6-episode series, so it would be quite front-loaded. The next week, they're dropping the other half. They are trying to get rid of this crap as fast as possible. So no amount of going on interviews and saying that your villain is the coolest villain in the MCU, yeah right, will save you, and everybody knows it. In fact,
Wizbit
I'm surprised that Collider
"Are you thinking
even
of
had the
buying a
gall
game?
to come out
Please
and
use
ask
my
it if there was going to be a
G2A affiliate
season
link
2.
in the description
no,
below.
no,
Link,
not yet.
disclosure,
Would you think this is
I
going to
will
be a
get a
secret
commission
smash
from your
hit, do you?
purchase.
Good Secret Life of
Thank
a Call
you.
Girl? No, this is a Secret Life of
Of course,
trash.
there won't be a season 2 yet.
The villain of your own superhero show.
They'll have to see if the first season will make money,
And that's
or if the first season
That's what I think this show's gonna be. I have
will have anyone watching it.
everything that comes out.
If not, there won't be any season 2.
The story, the themes, the messaging, the morals, what make people watch it in the first place. All they saw was, we're gonna put ourselves into the movie and just get a rob a load.
I saw a clip of the of
clout. I don't want
of
I want to be iconic. And all
the
of it
series,
stems from just a never
and
jealousy, a bitterness that other people.
the problem I saw with the
And so they just start
protagonist or the main character is that
my one hope for this show. That by
her character is very unlikable.
You're gonna end up dead or in jail.
Because that would be justice. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Let me know.
But then again, it's just a clip.
Subscribe. More videos like this in the future, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Okay, so there you go. That is this Pyro's thoughts regarding Ironheart. And again, if you guys want to watch without me talking over it, there you go. Just go to this Pyro's channel and check it out there. Be right back. Okay, so we're back. This time we have here a video from Nerdrotic Daily. James Gunn, WB's confidence in Superman is slipping. So it's about the new Superman movie. And I'm interested in the Superman movie because the first superhero movie that I actually watched in a theater with my father back then was Superman 2. That was, I guess you can say, one of my earlier movie going and watching experiences. Anyway, let's go and check this out.
We're not going to read it because it's long, but I read the entire Rolling Stone article, which a lot of
Okay, so they're going to
pretty well, I mean, Rolling Stone,
react
citadel of journalism, by the
or
way.
comment
They are
on this article.
Wow, look how
Hang
cool
on,
it looks in that photo.
can we go back to that image? Because that's just like James Gunn in a nutshell. That's just like, look at me.
And it looks like this video was
maybe you can
clipped
back it up to like
from a live stream. Look at all of them.
Yeah,
Look at all of them talking,
cringe.
James,
talking over each other. It's
He's like, you know what? He's
chaos.
like, I did just throw.
Although it's chaos, it's also fun.
I get it. His last name is Gunn, and he's holding his hand like a gun.
That actually makes it worse.
that makes it worse.
Okay, they are, I guess,
In so many ways.
commenting about James Gunn's
No,
picture.
humility.
James Gunn
say
with a gun.
James Gunn during this Superman marketing campaign, which we have been told is going to be like Barbie, which means they're going to put a lot of effing money into it. So we're just getting started. I don't know if we're going to get a
Are they going to
Airbnb. They did
spend $2 billion in marketing?
Fortress of
Are
Salt.
they going to pay? Maybe. Maybe they're going to pay a lot of influencers and content creators
isn't 100% on board with
to hype up
this as well.
Superman. But then again,
Brought him in. They brought him in to be
all they had to do is show a good trailer. That's all.
And his personality, his persona.
The first trailer or the trailer that I saw
We see him doing these things, and sometimes we roll our
was
eyes.
kind of
entertainment
meh.
thing,
I guess you can
info
say that.
with them.
I did enjoy seeing crypto.
Exactly what they were getting into.
That's
Whether it's
new.
Deal or not is.
That's new. The other Superman movies
I think he's doing what
didn't
they wanted him to do.
didn't have crypto.
If they didn't want him to do this, I mean, he is the co-head of DC, and he does not handle like the business aspect. He handles the creative aspect, and he, Peter Safran handles all the dollars and cents. So I think they're completely fine. Warner Brothers is dumb. That's been proven time and time again. Zaslav got his pay cut. I blame Black Snake for that 100%. I know that's not the reason, but that's the reason I'd like it to be. he doesn't deserve any fucking money because he runs that. But he knows he's doing this. This doesn't come off cool though. Especially this better be a fucking great movie at this point.
Yeah, it better be. As much as you plastered your name and imagery all over every aspect
all
of
over it. Yeah. So
I feel
don't
like I've seen James Gunn more than Superman.
Well, and they in the interview, he's like, well, you know, they ask him directly, like, you know, the future of Warner Brothers kind of rides on this. He's, I deny that, you know, and I'm paraphrasing here, but you know, we don't need a home run. It's okay to have a double. And I'm like, you know, on your first movie, no. And then he compares it to Iron Man. Right, and he's all Iron Man wasn't the be all end all.
Also, another reason why I'm interested in this Superman movie because
movie franchise.
I enjoyed James Gunn's Guardians of the Galaxy,
and it still is, and it'll never be beat. So yeah, you kind
those were fun movies. I wouldn't call them
in front of Superman. You're just not.
I wouldn't call them.
How do you face
great
kind of
movies?
Really,
but they were fun movies
because that's not the truth for me. My truth is this is the first movie out of DC. My truth. Other people may say it's got to be a home run or nothing else. I'm like, no, I'd be happy with a double. Fucking Iron Man wasn't the be all end all. It wasn't Avatar. No, Iron Man's better than Avatar. Okay, fuck Avatar.
Yeah,
I know it makes a lot of money, but fuck it.
If Iron Man was a success, we wouldn't have the MCU. Yeah. So it was a success. If it was a double or a middling success, we wouldn't have all this other stuff.
Hang on. This is why he fails, because of what he says here. We are not doing something that's a piece of a puzzle. It's not the puzzle itself. There shouldn't be a fucking puzzle at all. There should be Superman.
Sorry. That is the most retarded thing I think I've ever fucking heard. Because if Superman isn't a fucking piece of the puzzle that works, then guess what, Sunshine? None of it's gonna fucking work.
Are you thinking of
he's already had
biggest? Please
so
use
what are
my
you gonna do?
G2A
You're gonna go
affiliate
back
link
to
in the
fucking
description
Batman
below.
again because you can't do that right now.
I will get a commission from your
So
purchase.
that's all you've got.
Thank you.
So you're saying, so if Superman doesn't fucking fit, then you're going to say that Supergirl's going to, oh, well, that'll take up all of that. Fuck off, mate. This is stupid. This is the stupidest fucking thing.
I guess here's where I see when I'm looking at this. I do think there's ways you can look at it. So if this thing,
the thing is,
if 1.3 billion,
if this Superman movie,
that would be our idea of a home run.
fails.
We just got done talking about Iron Man. And
I don't think
about Iron Man was
a Supergirl movie will save
invested in wanting more of
the DC universe.
That same fucking summer. Okay? Superhero movie, Batman, Iron Man, differences there, but still, Iron Man didn't even make 600 million. Dark Knight makes $1 billion. Nevertheless, Iron Man got people very invested in the future. So even though it didn't hit the $1 billion mark, it made the MCU. So I do think there's ways you can look at it where if this movie comes in, say this movie makes $800 million, would that be enough for it to be profitable or not? Not sure about that based on the numbers that we have. But if there was a lot of good word of mouth, if it got people who were maybe doubting before to get back to
$800 and
more people after hearing that would give it a chance again, then
this movie won't be
potential franchise to build.
Won't still be successful.
Now,
how much did they spend on this movie?
13 fucking years ago, then you have a huge problem on your hands.
Unless the critical reception is super.
Did they spend $400 million on this movie?
Critical audience,
that'll be.
If what Ryan is saying, is true, that 800 million won't be enough to make this movie successful.
And that's a film that came back, what, 8 years?
Then how much does the movie needs to make to become successful?
Which is pretty much the same as
$1 billion,
which was 775. And what's happened with the Batman?
If the movie is good and well received by everyone,
is they for fucking obsessed with
there is a big chance that it would make $1 billion. But
was built as a whole. One of the
if it's not
right, and executives immediately wanted to push this and this and this, and we got what we got. Marvel's in really bad shape.
If it's not, then are they going to go back to the drawing board and restart again?
One of them has been profitable, and that is the Batman. That's the biggest one with $750 million, whatever that was. So I do think that if they can put out I don't know if it would make money, at 800 million based on the budget. I doubt it would. But
I doubt
from a public perception standpoint and getting fans to maybe think there's something worthwhile again, I think they might view that in.
So they kind of reiterate the $800 million
The follow-up movie
profit.
is super good.
That it, you know,
and that's not going to help.
that's not profit. If the movie makes $800 million,
good.
Yeah,
they're saying that
movie too is because
the movie will still not make a profit.
Honestly, I think
which means
barrier. I really do think it's the barrier for a lot of
this movie, the Superman, this new Superman movie.
You're going to get
spent
compared to it, and it's not going
maybe
It's gonna,
over $400 million in
But also with Man of Steel,
making it.
with that number, you have to remember that ticket prices are very different back then.
Yeah.
So even if you hit that same number, I mean, in today's dollars, Man of Steel is $929 million.
And that's
right.
part of the problem.
Yes.
But we're talking from the normie general people, the idea that because we know inflation absolutely matters. It matters what your budget is on these movies. It matters how many tickets you're on. All that stuff matters. However, grand scheme of things, for the headlines that are coming out, if you don't beat Man of Steel, right? Man of Steel opening weekend was 116 million. In today's dollars, it would be like 158 million. Okay? If they don't beat that opening weekend, after everything they did to Henry Cavill, after the new James Gunn, this is what we're doing, and you can't beat it, they are going to get fucking dragged.
They're gonna get made fun of a lot. Yeah.
Remember, James Gunn was announced as the head of the DC, 2.5 years ago, and we got 2 fucking scripts.
That's it.
And it's a TV show.
A lot of talk. We got things that they're planning things. My favorite thing hasn't been announced
But look
yet.
how great his hair
He's
looks.
writing a script. He's gonna turn it in next month.
I think they should be fucking cautious. And I think a lot of things are hinging on the success of this movie. I think if this movie fucking flops, a week later we're going to hear that the Batman 2 is full on in production.
Yes,
right?
yes.
I think that might be right.
Super successful.
I think we're going to hear
Maybe
that.
I'd actually be interested
in production, right?
Actually, we're fast tracking it now.
That's what this James Gunn interview was about. It was him backtracking a little bit. I would be okay with a double. And then we have the projections going lower and lower. And then, then now there's Batman. Now there's Batman news. He's getting the script ready. It's going to be next month.
No, the Batman news is all like it came out a few hours ago. James Gunn says, "I am irritated by people who keep asking me about the script." That's just the way it is. He doesn't owe you something just because you like his movie.
He said Matt Reeves is slow. He straight up say he
should get off his nuts.
To Ryan's point, I was saying that the Batman is a fallback. I feel a very interesting point, because one of the things that
I haven't seen the Batman. Maybe I should watch the Batman.
What Iron Man achieved.
They say it was good.
Engrossed in the universe, the world. You want to see other characters in that world. The Batman, especially with the Penguin, that has done that for me. I want to see more characters in that world.
Absolutely.
And I'm interested to see that fleshed out and more characters brought in. And so they do have an interesting contingency there. That's kind of primed, ready to.
Yeah, that's why they don't dump it. I mean, that's why they haven't dumped it yet, because it is a plan B, like 100%.
I
But
still think they.
So the plan is, if this
in that vein where
Superman movie
and it's all treated as
flops,
separate properties, and then occasionally they come together to do.
then they'll
and
make
they separate off. That way,
the sequel to the Batman.
to do the other thing.
My question is, will that be the launching point?
work.
Again, if this movie flops and they make the Batman, the sequel to the Batman,
Smaller movie. They used Iron Man.
will that be the launching point of the new DC universe, or will it be a standalone,
Nobody.
a movie in its own universe kind of thing?
That's what led to Marvel having, like, there's the Marvel there's the Marvel method in comics, and they had a Marvel method in MCU, which was we'll just make up the script as it goes. And if you read that book that mentioned the MCU from a couple of years ago, they said that's kind of how we did things, because it worked that for so long. But they weren't planning a universe. They threw in Nick Fury and let's see if it works. That's pretty much what they did. And they pulled for Hulk, they pulled the Tony Stark footage in later, right? And Hulk wasn't a big success. Nope. It wasn't it didn't make a ton of money, and the CGI looked a little shocky, although now that we look back on it, they had a better Bruce Banner by 1,000%, 1,000 times. And I don't hate the movie, but it wasn't a success like Iron Man. They just kept it simple. They kept it, and that's what Superman should have been. And if we really want to get away from this multiverse shit and crossing over and everything, you start with a simple. Superman doesn't need other superheroes. He just doesn't. I don't mind seeing Guy Gardner. I'm fine with that, but like it doesn't need it. He shouldn't be in there like at all. Like none. Like Mr. Terrific. I'm fine with seeing Mr. Terrific someday or a JSA someday, but not like that's not how you. How many planned cinematic universes have worked since Marvel? There's been a ton of them.
Yeah, the dark cinematic universe that they tried, the Mummy and Dracula and so
Spider-Man, Sinister Six failed.
The DCU.
I do think. Look, I think that if in this world where Superman is a crazy good movie and it does super well at the box office, a lot of people are excited. We already had a couple of things that we're told were going in production in some of these James Gunn interviews. I think we get a wave of true green lights for this stuff and hiring directors and all of these things. Let's face it, Warner Brothers is in a bad place as a fucking company. They just split their company into two separate companies so they could put a lot of their debt into one part of the company and try to salvage the other part. There might be bought out, maybe another merger in the works. Who knows? I think that they are waiting to see.
It would be bad if
they make really any
Warner Brothers
in this future
is bought or merged
I think
or bought by Disney.
Batman 2, and we're not
because then
James Gunn's Batman Brave and
it'll be like a monopoly, even though they're still Universal.
Nerderotic.com. Please subscribe.
Okay, so that was I guess the entire Nerderotic panel. Again, guys, if you want to watch the video without me talking over it, there is an easy solution, and that is just go to Nerderotic Daily's website or channel and watch it there. Be right back. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. And this time we have a another video from Nerdrotic Daily. Black Girl Magic 2.0. Ironheart Cold. Marvel's Worst Yet. Whoa, okay. In another video, it was said that it was a Marvel disaster. Now it's Marvel's Worst Yet. Let's go check this out. Again, guys, if you want to watch the video without me talking over it, just go to Nerdrotic Daily's channel. Okay, that opening intro, the music sounds familiar.
Episode series. They're gonna play on the series in one day.
Marvel Television. Ooh.
Where they just dumped it all at once.
Oh, that was rough.
They'd be better off if they did.
I still have PTSD trying to binge
And the
that
funniest thing about this is like my Marvel.
So Marvel,
he works at Marvel
or
stuff,
Disney,
Marvel stuff. He's like
is using the money
be awesome. Yeah,
from those good movies that they made
he's always, you know,
to create propaganda television series.
So yeah, he said this is the worst thing they've
So they will make a movie
ever done.
that is for literally everyone.
And it's fierce.
And that movie will make $1 billion.
So
it will make money. And then they would take the money that they made from that movie and use that money to fund
I highly doubt that'll happen.
Come on, get on the bandwagon.
other movies or maybe even series that are
It smells good.
more propaganda than cinema.
Iconic.
Which was removed from this
It's
trailer,
the
though.
same show. It's that meme. It's the same image.
Coming back.
Well, in this trailer, they drop all the iconic stuff and try to pretend she's a hero, while at the same time having her powered by demonic magic. So I'm not sure.
Just to be clear, that sounds
because Mephisto's going to be in this. They're wasting fucking Mephisto, and he's being played by Sacha Baron Cohen.
My stepdad.
Black Girl Magic.
Okay, so this is the
Stepdad because my real
Ironheart trailer.
Are they gonna play black music so I know there's a black person starring in it?
I don't know if this is a show about black people until I hear hip hop. Yeah, what's going on?
I don't know if I'm supposed to like it or not.
Yeah.
You could tell when she said stepdad that it was going to be about black people.
Black Girl Magic.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god, it will actually be Black Girl Magic.
And you can see what it's really made of.
You should take your dad's advice. Make yourself.
buy it back.
That's terrible advice.
You should
Don't mentally destroy yourself and rip yourself apart. That's a really bad idea.
Alden Ehrenreich. No.
Look
See
what
what you're
Solo
made of.
did to him.
He does nothing.
Look what they've done to my boy.
Why do they look sad?
Protect people. I gotta start thinking outside the box.
Okay, I haven't seen or all the characters
not one.
that I've seen from this trailer look sad. Why are they sad?
Isn't he in Twisters?
Yeah.
Are they sad because they
He's the hood, yeah?
Yeah.
knew that
He's the race swapped hood.
this series won't make any money?
Hood, maybe.
Yeah.
Is that why they're sad?
Could have built with that big brain of yours.
Defense.
What's this?
Because I have to.
It's crazy that they feel the need to give her magic.
Okay.
Like,
So the armor has magic?
yeah.
The armor has magic?
Was it not enough that you made her basically like a terrible Iron Man
So
copy. I'm sure
it's not
that she's a
Iron Heart. It's
Iron Man copy.
Magic Heart.
Like I'm getting Sabine energy from fucking.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
She got to be a Mandalorian and a Jedi, and she's an amazing and people love her. It's like, okay, all right.
Are they making her the super girl boss?
Because she's supposed to be a hero, yet she's a criminal using demonic magic to make an almighty powerful suit. It's like not really screaming hero in this.
Casting. Might be a hero in there after all.
Haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Like for you to show me.
So what this needs is an Asian Jedi to be like Osha.
How much of that costume does she take up? Like a third of it?
Extra armor.
I just
man.
think it's
Got steel
crazy that
tongue.
in 4 months, both Han Solos will have come to the MCU.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Riri, time to wake up, love. What are you? Your greatest creation yet. Who the hell else would it be, bitch?
Oh man, I'm in. I'm in. Let's go, bitch.
Sassy AI.
Yeah, but if she created it, how does she not know what it is?
Wait,
I know.
Your greatest creation, girl.
The AI got possessed, and it's
Maybe she forgot.
It's a demonic magic AI.
Maybe she thought she was dreaming when she made the AI and forgot about it.
Black female face.
I hope so.
Either that or Black Jarvis.
No, this is Tony Stark.
Yeah, I thought she was gonna be best friends with Tony Stark.
with an
Why is he
eye,
not in the
Tony with
show?
an eye, Stark.
What would her Jarvis be called? Jemima?
Jarvisqua. I already said Jarvisqua.
Ah, come on, guys. Why is it always Shaniqua?
I'm going with Shanae.
I'm gonna go with shit.
Wow.
Okay, now that's
I think you mean Shathead.
that is a description.
You want an Iron Man?
Joanna Iron Man.
You want a father?
Oh. Happy Father.
That was just mean. Come on.
Get rid of him.
Ass.
Black girl magic.
That was just mean.
You see what it's really made of.
You should take your dad's advice. Make yourself.
Buy it back.
That's terrible advice. you should don't mentally destroy yourself and rip yourself apart. That's a really bad idea.
Alden Ehrenreich. No.
Look
See
what
what you're made
Solo
of.
did to him.
Here goes nothing.
Look what they've done to my boy.
If I'm gonna protect people, I gotta start thinking outside the box.
There isn't any scene of
By
actually
making an Iron
protecting
Man
people in
suit.
this trailer.
Yeah, not one.
Oh, it's that
At least
guy.
James Gunn knew.
It's the poodle guy.
Wasn't he in Twisters?
Yeah. He was the cuck in that one. He's the hood, yeah?
Yeah, he's the hood.
Yeah.
He's the race swapped hood. So they
Oh,
can go
mixed
in
race
the
swapped
hood.
hood.
Is she going to steal from the rich and give to the poor? And the poor is herself?
Thinking of signing game. Please use my G2A affiliate link in the description below.
you can see what it's-
Link. Disclosure.
you
I
can
will
see
get
what
a
it's really
commission
made
from
of.
your purchase.
And
Thank
you can see you. what it's really made. And you can see what it's really made of.
You should take your dad's advice. Make yourself.
Buy it back.
That's terrible advice. you should don't mentally destroy yourself and rip yourself apart. That's a really bad idea.
Alden Ehrenreich. No.
Look
See
what
what you're made
Solo
of.
did to him.
Here goes nothing.
Look what they've done to my boy.
If I'm gonna protect people, I gotta start thinking outside the box.
There isn't any scene of actually
making an Iron
protecting
Man
people in
suit.
this trailer.
Yeah, not one.
Oh, it's that
At least
guy.
James Gunn knew.
It's the poodle guy.
Wasn't he in Twisters?
Yeah. He was the cuck in that one. He's the hood, yeah?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
the hood.
Yeah.
He's the race swapped hood. So they
Oh,
can go
mixed
in
race
the
swapped
hood.
hood.
Sophistry
maybe.
Ambit says. Visit Kabalyero office
Out of all the
KO5
things you
page
could have
as
built
link.
Okay, what happened?
with that big brain of yours.
I was pressing 2 and the video went back.
I have to.
I didn't know YouTube has that kind of feature.
Is made of
Doesn't
demonic
make any
symbols.
fucking sense.
It's just like, could you not? Was it not enough that you made her basically like a terrible Iron Man copy? And I'm sure I'll eat my words that she's amazing, but the terrible Iron Man copy to where you don't have to, like, I'm getting Sabine energy from fucking Ahsoka, where I mean, she got to be a Mandalorian and a Jedi, and she's an amazing and people love her. It's like, okay, all right, okay, she's just magic too. All right.
Okay, I just want to confirm
Because she's supposed
that
to
she has magic.
criminal using demonic magic to make an almighty powerful suit. It's like not really.
Is what the Spyro saying true? That she uses magic.
Haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Like for you to show me.
So if she has a magic
Jedi to be like,
and he has Tony Stark level intelligence.
Extra armor.
I just
man.
think it's crazy.
Oh my goodness, that is so
Han Solo
overpowered.
to the MCU.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Riri, time to wake up, love. What are you? Your greatest creation yet. Who the hell else would it be, bitch?
Oh man, I'm in. I'm in. Let's go, bitch.
Sassy AI.
So everyone
I don't know what it is.
went all in after that one line or word.
Yeah, maybe.
Come on.
Demonic magic AI.
Obviously, they're being sarcastic.
Looks good.
It's Mephisto in black female face.
I hope so.
either that or Black Jarvis.
No, this is Tony Stark.
Yeah, I thought she was gonna be best friends with Tony Stark. Why is he not on the show?
What would her Jarvis be called? Jamaica?
Jarvisqua. I already said Jarvisqua.
Jaquisha.
I think Jamaica works good.
I'm going with Shanae.
I'm gonna go with shit.
Wow.
So when the video went back, when I was pressing number 2,
Did you want an Iron Man?
I believe I was at this point in the video.
Oh. Happy
It's not funny because it's real.
Yeah, I was at this point in the video where Ass was being mean. He was being mean.
You know, they need to be thankful there's Marvel fatigue and nobody's gonna, except for Disbrew and me and a couple people here are gonna watch that fucking show.
I've been looking forward to this for months.
I have too. But I don't like nobody's even gonna bother. Like nobody's gonna.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch it. I'm just going to wait for a review.
No.
They didn't release a trailer till.
I'm going to wait for Jeremy Jan's
There's been virtually no marketing for
review of the
it's
series.
buried immediately after the series is over by the release of Fantastic Four, which it has nothing to do with. So it's not like it leads into that or anything. I think Marvel knows this is really bad and they want to bury it, basically. As embarrassing as that is.
If you want to go in
Done it
the
before.
yeah, if you want to go in the Wayback Machine and watch all the videos made about the Riri Williams comics from what was it 2017. Like it will tell you everything you need to know.
Okay, my question.
Same exact thing. But I think
Was the Ironheart Riri comic book
I was
successful?
It turned out that
Was the comic book successful?
superhero is
Because if the comic book
oppressor
was not successful,
do anything.
Yes.
Because she needed to be oppressed so that it drove her forwards.
how is the
Riri Williams is
series based on the comic book that was not successful
They don't have any flaws.
become
They
successful?
actually have a journey. Their only journey.
It doesn't make sense.
Character growth. Their only
If the
journey
comic
is
book was
everyone
not
else around
successful,
them realizes that they're actually.
why
the
would you
best at
make
this
a
thing and
series
accept them
about
for
it?
And they never have any consequences for any of the actions that they take. That's the new brain.
I wouldn't know, by the way. I wouldn't know. Maybe the comic book was successful, and that was or that gave Marvel Television
with
the green light or the confidence to produce
hoping you'd be racist.
Ironheart live action.
You know, it sounds crazy, but that's exactly how it goes in the comic book.
Yeah.
I remember.
I remember.
This is going back to that 2010s era in the comic books. That's like basically the personality and like type of all of these replacement heroes that got put up there.
Mid 2010s, yes.
Time again.
Well, hey,
2015.
Before All New, All Different and Marvel Now, there was New 52. Man, they broke a lot of ground on that bullshit. Like a lot. Batwoman, the only reason the Batwoman comic existed is they wanted to have a lesbian Batwoman. That was it. Thanks, DC. They did it. Yeah, she was gay.
So, was the lesbian Batwoman comic book a success?
I was like, a video randomly popped
Because, again, if it's not a success...
Sure Ads does, because he loved the show.
By the way, I guess they scrapped the... Batwoman movie, I think, if my memory is correct.
Different era, man. I miss those days.
Well, if you remember, the only reason she became Batwoman is because a plane happened to crash next to her that had the suit in it.
And
Yeah,
she
she's living in the van down by the river.
It literally fell from the fucking sky.
It's one of those first fucking image they tweeted of her with the completely like non-face forming mask that they put out, and that was how they announced it. And dude, it could not have gotten any better. Like it was just a perfect storm of disgusting bullshit.
And then they put her in the comics.
They were really. I mean,
right,
DC,
they did.
Because they haven't burned enough of their company to the ground, decided, you know what? Let's take. I got
a great idea.
Yeah, I got a
Maybe they should just make a comic book and call it Bat Shit.
Ryan something, right?
Right.
Maybe it would sell.
Brian, Robin, David.
Having a stroke.
It was a dude's name, right? It was
I mean,
like Michael Burnham.
It was like, it's like Barry or something.
I can find one without the Catwoman.
Ryan Wilder. Ryan Wilder.
Yeah.
That was when, like,
I actually know a girl named Ryan. So
that's when they were just like they were still girls, but they were giving them like dudes' names. Like I said, Michael Burnham.
Did they watch Van Wilder and just think like
maybe
Ryan Reynolds and call it like terrible Ryan Wilder?
Like, it's gonna be a big uptick in tomboys in 20 years. We better name our girl Ryan.
Nerderotic.com. Please.
Okay, so that was the video. Again, guys, if you want to watch the video without me talking over it, because that is how I do my reaction videos, I would talk over the video based on what what is being discussed in the video. So if you wish to watch the video without me talking over it, just go to Nerdrotic Daily and watch there. Be right back. And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. This time we have a video from Bellular News. And the title is Sony execs delay marathon indefinitely. Staff had no idea. So this is about that new game called Marathon. Okay, so let's go and check this one out. And let's find out why it's getting delayed or maybe even cancelled by before we start, guys, if you want to watch the video without me talking over it, you can go to Bellular News channel and watch the video there.
Well, everyone, the inevitable has just happened. PlayStation and Bungie finally admitted what everybody already knew. Marathon is not ready, and it will not release in 3 months. Even before
this is the game that
the alpha test, people
had stolen art
released
or stolen art style. Well, not just art style. The actual art
this game had
was
been
stolen.
marred in controversy. Bungie had been marred in
And
controversy.
there was a video I watched
companies are facing
that
after endless
said that
they have admitted
the entire game's art style was based on the stolen art style.
Marathon's real 2 months.
Okay, so
unbelievable.
if that is the case,
the reveal
then they are screwed because
a new art direction,
they'll need to change almost everything.
A new entry into the extraction gameplay.
Or maybe they could try to reskin the entire game.
Recognize this new Marathon from the Marathon that they knew from decades ago. This felt like quite the miscalculation, but it's one that was compounded on because Bungie wasn't building this game for existing extraction fans. We'll certainly get on to how they felt soon. Now then came the closed alpha, the purely American alpha with heavily restricted codes, all despite many people wanting in. Pretty odd. Then the players who did get in, well, they found that something was off. PC players were outraged at mandatory aim assist.
Only gonna ruin the PC part of the game. You're just watering down PC. You're making PC and mouse and keyboard players basically feel like shit.
Bungie later removed it. The hero kits were kind of interesting, but they didn't feel balanced and they didn't feel fully
What do you mean?
The E elements did get
I want that aim assist
missing genres
because my aim
got
sucks.
brutalized for that. No
That would have been amazing.
So if you're a diehard extraction fan, this game was really not trying to woo you over. And that was quite strange. It was a game that didn't look like its IP, entering a genre, but not specifically for players who actually like that genre, which, you know, would appear to be quite risky. Now, of course, the Bungie strength is bringing things to new audiences, but the closed nature of the testing meant that casual players, masses of casual players, couldn't discover if they liked the game. And then it got worse. Arc Raiders, another extraction shooter long in development, had a closed beta, and it went viral. If you're wondering why, it's because it had all the features that Marathon didn't, plus a heap of polishing. And then on top of all of that, the plagiarism hit. An artist accused Bungie of ripping off her designs. Bungie reviewed the claim. They admitted that it was true, that specific assets were in fact stolen. They promised to make it right with...
Imagine that.
Left during pre-production, but with...
a multi-billion corporation stealing art.
Especially the studio's leadership and the specific narrative around Marathon going very bad very fast. It was quite brutal. The art director, Joe Cross, really did become public enemy #1 for many people, and that meant that when he went onto this stream, it was a very awkward situation. The plan had been to show gameplay and discuss Marathon, but, well, they had to do a review of all of their assets. And with this drama happening, they basically couldn't show any gameplay. That just led to a very awkward, very painful looking stream. One where Bungie staff couldn't say anything about Marathon's development or how they would fix this newest problem, let alone the various other problems. And all of this in a world where Marathon was supposed to launch in September, just months away, which was never going to happen.
Marathon. Play.
Expected that
Plagiarize.
And now the
Steal.
has thankfully finally happened. Now that we've got the lightning summary of how we got here, let's talk about the delay. So yes, it's delayed. Bungie gave no new release date, and in this Bungie.net update, they said they won't even talk publicly until later this fall. So it essentially seems that the old release
it's delayed because they'll need to fix
date, or perhaps
that
potential release window pending, you know, changes.
Stolen art problem. And the only thing
progress that's going on, they outlined
that
changes for 3 core areas that are all designed to address alpha criticisms. First, upping the survival. So they're
the only way they can fix that problem is by basically changing the game's entire art style. Because if you look at the art style of the game, you can see that it's based on the stolen art.
Essentially being a Destiny raid tier puzzle thing. So while it does seem they always had big cool stuff like that planned, their framing here focuses more
that is a lot of work.
More narrative.
A lot of work because now they'll have to
darker tone that delivers on the
recreate original content or original art for the game.
Third, then, addressing genre complaints. So proximity chat is coming, so are solo and duo options. Of course, though, all this lacks detail, which to some won't inspire confidence, but I actually do think it's fair. I think they haven't defined all of those details yet, because they evidently have a lot of work to do. Now, Bungie said there will be more close...
Or maybe they should just, you know, hire the artist that made the original art.
It's a simple and obvious...
And pay the artist maybe...
feedback, then
what? It's Bungie, so pay the artist $10 million.
Here's the core truth, though. Most of this game will not change, right? It's too big. Too much work is already done. Pre-designed characters aren't going anywhere. Neither is the presumed monetization model. But the hope, well, the hope is that if they can meet the feature demands from the more engaged genre fans, then they'll actually get a bunch of features, like say solos, that a lot of people would like anyway, and that if they improve all of the other things, then perhaps everything else will fall into place. So, Bungie's developers are going to have a lot of work to do. They're thankfully going to get many more months to do that work than planned. But here's an interesting detail. According to Paul Tassi's sources, Bungie's staff found out about the delay at the same time that we did. Why keep it secret? Well, presumably I would say to avoid more leaks, because the one thing that's been a total disaster around this is their public narrative. But here's the thing. Even us on the outside who have been paying attention to this closely have very much seen for weeks now that someone at PlayStation had already decided. The reason why is fairly simple. We saw their investor presentation. One thing is crystal clear. PlayStation is taking Marathon very, very seriously. It filled multiple slides in their recent investor presentation and their fireside chat. They framed Marathon repeatedly as core to next fiscal year plans. That means any point between May 2025 and April 2026.
Sophistry
so that's your very, very big launch window. And they positioned it as developing IP, right alongside the Ghost series and Astrobot. They also call out strong early engagement for Bungie's bold and innovative new title, which is a bloody hilarious statement given all the shit that's happened. But do you notice what they never said? They never said that it launches in September. Bear in mind, this was all weeks before the actual delay would be publicly announced. And I think this all suggests something important here. When they put this together for investors, when, say, studio CEO Herman Hulst made his comments, the decision had already been made further up the chain. The evidence? Well, live services and Marathon came up as a standalone question in their pre-recorded chat. And I think it's fair to say that's a chat that is haunted by the ghost of Concord. That's because Hulst framed Concord as, quote, good work and big effort, but also insufficiently differentiated. Which, doesn't sound amazing, but most importantly...
So who would play this game? Even if they fixed the game and added the features
why the title failed to meet expectations,
that
to ensure we're not going
those who tested it want?
What are those new processes? Well,
who would play it if there is another game called Arc Raiders
told investors that
that
PlayStation was excited for
is a lot better
response in
than this one?
Terms. We're monitoring the closed alpha cycle the team just gone through, and some of that feedback has been varied, but that's super useful. That's why you do testing. You know what, Herman? Varied is true. It's charitable, but yeah, it's a true way to characterize things. But really what he's doing when he says that is he's selling investors on them making business progress. That as an overall system, Sony are no longer going to do Concords because their systems, the way they run their business, will no longer produce that sort of result. So this tracks. The player engagement idea also resonates here. He talks as well about the validation of assumptions from developers, about test, iterate, test again. And if that sounds familiar, well, that's exactly how Bungie are introducing updates, testing features as they're ready. And throughout the presentation, which we'll dive into more later because, it's a very interesting one, one theme keeps on emerging, and that's PlayStation leadership being more involved in game release decisions and more involved in development reviews. Why? Well, It's fucking obvious because they won't let studios
Just
take
make
risks
a good game.
simply too much at stake. We recently
A good fun game. Or if you can't make a good game, just make a fun game.
They kind of got FOMO right.
At least even if the game is not good,
that
those who'll play it will have
not just the business bit.
a lot of laughs.
Really resonated with you guys. Holy shit, it exploded. Here's the flip side then. In this presentation, we learned that 54% of Helldiver's revenue comes from microtransactions, from the 3.6 million monthly players. That success, their first non-MLB live service, basically made PlayStation adamant that they can do it again, that they need to do it again. Investors obviously love the potential here, and that's why, quote, they remain very committed to building a diverse and resilient live service portfolio. Of course, it is diverse. At the minute, it's just, diverse in terms of one is alive, one is dead, some are successful, others are killed in the cradle, which is not exactly the type of diverse they're really aiming for. The point, though, is very clear, that Helldiver shows, and again I quote, the level of success we achieve if we get everything right. That's obviously what they're shooting for. So now, they're doing everything that they can to get it right, because Marathon is their immediate future. There is the other game, Fair Games, that is still listed as upcoming, and that's especially relevant after Jade Raymond left Haven Studio, apparently after poor internal testing. So I suppose they'll be doing more iteration of that one as well. But overall, the live services will continue. Whether that's from partners like Arc System Works or doing a Marvel game, or internal teams like Bungie, because basically, even though Concord was a big failure, there's simply too much potential.
Whoa, what's this? It's a Marvel?
So here's why.
It's a Marvel versus Capcom fighting game?
Let's compare. Concord was revealed. It had
that looks good.
Per beta response, then it was released anyway, and obviously it completely crashed and burned. Marathon then is not Concord. It's literally playing out in a different way. Sony are taking different actions. And we do know that significant audience interest exists. Not all of it is good, but at least that region-locked alpha did appear to have a lot of people wanting keys. The thing though is, for you and me as enthusiasts, Bungie's name isn't really what it used to be. But at least how Sony will see this is that a new Bungie game will probably attract sales regardless, even if it's just from the promise of a new game from the makers of Halo and Destiny. Now, again, as enthusiasts, those things may not mean that much to us, and we, having followed all the drama, will be very skeptical. They know that their PlayStation,
the cycle was good before they changed it.
Could go big, and because they've realized what they actually can do. Ensure no crazy launch failure surprise. It's not that Marathon can't be Concord. If it was going to release in September, it very much could have been. It's far more that, with a delay like this, PlayStation won't let Marathon be a Concord. 2 failures like that in a row, especially with Fair Games looking a little bit rocky, obviously that would kill confidence. They need to show to everyone that they will not let it be a Concord because they have learned. The only question is whether Bungie will deliver, or perhaps in a deeper sense, if Bungie even can deliver, given how much of a hard time the studio has had to endure.
Yeah.
And if it does fail, I have one prediction. I predict that Herman Hulst will not say that powerful people are out to get him and are paying for negative reviews. That may seem like a random prediction, but it is in fact based on what you'll learn in this video next.
Okay, so that was the video from Bellular News about Marathon's indefinite delay. So if it's indefinite, it means there's no real time when or if it's gonna get released or not. Maybe they just outright canceled it. Well, if the game is not that good anyway, based on their limited play testing. I guess they're going to try and make it good. Anyway, guys, again, if you guys want to watch the video without me talking over it, you can go to Bellular News channel and watch it there. Be right back. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. This time we have something from Mutahar, Some Ordinary Games. And the title is Mr. Beast's Dumbest Mistake. I wonder what that is. Anyway, I'm curious to find out what it is. Again, if you guys don't want someone talking over the video, you can watch the video itself from Mutahar's YouTube channel, Some Ordinary Gamers. Let's go and find out what's this Mr. Beast's dumbest mistake is all about.
Tells me Mutahar, and I'm researching a terror attack that's being planned on Roblox right now. So if that idea interests you for a second, if your eyes lit up, you're like, "Whoa,
wait.
What did you say?"
Terror attack.
Video tomorrow. It's a longer
A
video.
terror attack in Roblox.
Pretty big child safety problem on Roblox at the moment. Okay, but I need to.
A terror attack in Roblox.
And, even then, ladies and gentlemen, I'm putting it together, I'm editing it, I'm a one-man team, right? And the reason why I'm a one-man team is...
Are you saying terrorists are now targeting children in Roblox?
Just broadcasting yourself. It allowed every person on the internet...
If this is true,
upload themselves onto the internet.
Another reason why you guys shouldn't
channels on the
or you shouldn't support
really energetic
terrorist supporter or supporters like Hassan Piker.
Now, the reason why I'm making this video today is I saw something from the largest content creator on the platform, Mr. Beast, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Mr. Beast is somebody that's been in his own level of hot water, but this one is kind of about, what he's bringing to YouTube, right? What kind of content, assistive tools he's bringing, so to speak. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, he has this company called ViewStats, and they basically launched AI-generated thumbnails. Give me some of that AI-generated slop, ladies and gentlemen. YouTube has a feature like that on their platform. It's the inspiration tab in the studio. And let me tell you, it generates some of the most ass thumbnails that I personally have ever seen. Now, of course, to go to ViewStats, ladies and gentlemen, it's kind of like a successor to Social Blade. Just throw in any channel over here and boom, you can basically see all their stats and shit. Now, of course, when you go down, they have a...
That is interesting.
You can get the Pro plus AI option, ladies and gentlemen. And what do you get for $80 a fucking month, by the way? Well, you get a full suite of AI...
$80 a month.
Viral thumbnails, styling.
I made $50 in Twitch.
Face swapping.
In maybe a decade.
Super special Discord.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think this is actually all that bad. He's providing some tools for the, up-and-coming creator to get into it. But let's look closer into this AI generation tool, and let's point out the big red flags associated with this. Let's go.
There's a new way to make professional-looking viral thumbnails with zero Photoshop experience. And the best part is, this new method works in every niche. Whether you do gaming, cooking, beauty, this works for all.
Whoa, that's so interesting.
Any channel to literally being able to put your face on a thumbnail.
I'm beginning to wonder if any of these creators that he showed actually gave permission. Seems like Jacksepticeye didn't. I mean, I wouldn't have. But how do all these creators, these big popular guys, come together into this thumbnail generator? Well, let's see.
This is the home of the AI tool where you can type in any channel on all of YouTube and it'll use it as inspiration for the thumbnail it's generating. So for example, let's say you're Mr. Beast. You would just type in Mr. Beast here. Now it's gonna look at all my recent videos and get inspiration from them. And for the prompt, I'm gonna type in stranded on a volcano. And there you go, we now have a thumbnail with me dangling on the side of a volcano.
Now, the Oxford definition for the word inspiration is the process of being mentally stimulated to do or feel something, especially to do something creative. Now, I think the word inspiration that Jimmy is using here is pulling a lot of heavy lifting. So basically what this AI seems to be doing is scraping YouTube channels that you provided for their thumbnail style.
So it's basically not creating original content?
Your video. That's really the inspiration that's being provided, right? So effectively, the big problem, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, is Mr. Beast is just straight up scraping for other thumbnails. Okay, all of the other YouTubers that are putting in effort, you know, even hiring thumbnail artists, you know, they're the ones that are getting screwed over the most, right? But I'll give you a good example of how deep this level of inspiration goes. Now, I don't really make custom art for my thumbnails. I really don't go down that road. But the few times that I've done it, one of them came from a good friend of mine, Novica, or Imaru. You might know him from like the My Immortal readings, you know, a lot of other, you know, troll pasta readings that I did years ago. He's a good friend of mine, and he has a really good thing going where he's an artist, right? He draws a lot of art for the Sonic community, Sonic, you know, content creators, and he's had an art style that he's put together years into developing. Now, all of a sudden, if you go into my channel, for instance, and you dig up videos from him, like he made one thumbnail art for me years ago, where I was talking about GTA 3, something about the Dark Hell character, and it was his art style. Now imagine if a tool like this just scrapes my channel for his art style. They're not really just stealing from me, they're also stealing from the actual human being that I hired to do this artistic work. So again, inspiration is doing pretty heavy lifting over here. And the thing about any of this kind of stuff is, you know, thumbnails are important, right? Like if you're a YouTuber, a thumbnail is very important to the game. It's kind of like walking to the red light district on a Thursday evening. You want to be the prettiest C-section scar because realistically, people only have like a few impressions they want to click on. You want to be the one.
Unfortunately, I can't relate to this particular
That's the importance of a thumbnail. Now, me,
example.
I come from that old mantra of broadcast yourself. Like
We don't have a red light district
diary,
here,
whenever I'm interested, and I kind
at least in our city.
you know, it really doesn't matter to me. Like I'll make
And I've never engaged in that kind of activity, so that's why
stretch it out a little bit, goatee style.
I can't relate to it.
Matter to me, okay?
Obviously, it looks like Mutahar.
And you know, if it
Maybe he has done it.
things like CTRs and like retention rates or any of the math and graphs related to it.
Is he self-reporting himself?
YouTube became, I would probably be burnt out in a matter of like, I'm not joking, weeks, okay? Because that is probably the most annoying part of YouTube. But not really for Mr. Beast, okay? Because it seems like for him, content creation is more like speed running your way to actually getting virality. But let's watch more of this. Now, I have seen jizz moppers with more soul in their eyes than Mr. Beast when talking about, I guess, his brand, if you will, content creation. Obviously, this image to me seems pretty AI generated. And obviously, if it works for Beast and he's trained it off of his own content, I guess that's totally fine. Obviously, it must work for shorts. Clearly, the world's largest YouTuber knows a thing or two about virality. But the problem with this is he's created a piece of content, he's created this like system that is completely okay with inspiring itself from other people's channels, right? Now, obviously, a lot of creators are not like Mr. Beast. They put a lot of actual thought into their thumbnails. The thumbnails are part of the actual, production process. And again, the kind of tool that Mr. Beast is creating, let's be completely real, is not meant for the up-and-coming creator. It's meant for the channel that likes to throw out 10 uploads a day and find out the absolute cheat code methods to virality, right? Because for a lot of content that's on YouTube, when it comes to the AI-generated slop that's out here, a channel that uploads 10 videos a day, they're okay with 9 of their videos completely getting like 5 views throughout its lifetime. But as long as they get that one video that's pulling out like 10 million views, that's all that really matters, right? That's the kind of market that it seems Mr. Beast is really headed out to. Not the actual creator that wants to create a meaningful video that people remember for years down the road. This is something
I guess what it's saying here is,
and maximize these numbers. The kind of creator that Mr. Beast is going for, and again, this is just a little rant on Mr. Beast as a creator. This guy seems like
just keep throwing things on the wall,
okay? It's not about
and see what sticks.
It's about firing up spreadsheets at this point, and that's really the kind of vibe that I get. That feels like the kind of creator that they're going for. Now, even if these tools are made for the actual user, I am not a Windows sommelier like many of Mr. Beast consumers here, or many of Mr. Beast viewers. I really do feel like, again, the primary market for this is obviously the business enterprise model, right? Just to sell this to like big companies like Amazon or Pepsi or any of these big conglomerates, to sell them the secret sauce for viral.
My guess is Amazon already has
that's what this kind of
something like that
is effectively made for, and that's where
hidden somewhere.
Crafting is sort of going.
And maybe they already
to...
They're already using something like that.
What's been floating in my head. Ultimately speaking, these thumbnail generation tools are tools that are first and foremost designed to inspire. And let's be completely real. In my opinion, I don't think this is so much as inspiration as blatant art theft or thumbnail theft from other much larger, much more beloved creators in the space. That's really the thing. And it's not even just those creators that it's hitting. It's the people that those creators, like I said, hire to produce this kind of stuff. And it would be fine for me if all of this was just Mr. Beast's trained information. But
okay, so what if the thumbnail, the AI thumbnail generator
is insane and
created an entirely new original content,
but how
something that
from YouTube's perspective
that hasn't been made by any human?
When it comes to YouTube's terms of services, accessing the service
is that still theft? Maybe, you know, the AI has learned so much, you know, from all the images that they've consumed, that they became like
TXT file, so you know the TXT
almost conscious enough to create their own art style.
Can avoid, and of course,
is that still theft?
So I don't know if YouTube gave.
I'm pretty sure AI is heading that way.
YouTube does train a lot.
Eventually, AI will have, you know, some kind of intelligence, similar to real intelligence.
Or Google
eventually.
VO3 off of all of the data ever provided to YouTube. Now the thing with
VO3, unless governments started, you know,
kind of in a way
destroying the world by going to war with each other.
For the unlimited bandwidth space that
AI eventually will keep on improving and improving. It's like a human being, you know, when you're a baby.
Software.
You start with crawling, eventually you'll be able to stand, and then you'll be running
AI training
after a while.
I don't know if what Mr. Beast is doing is entirely kosher, but I guess we'll let Google and Mr. Beast company basically decide that together. When we use the term inspiration, it's not the same inspiration that humans, sentient human beings feel. Again, I feel like a doctor trying to explain like how fucking medical procedures work as an engineer telling people that
because
like
AI and human beings, although AI is still far from actual human,
really good
both can imitate an art style.
Of information, not good understanders of information, so to speak, right? Any thumbnail
you can hire a human being
is not something that, you know,
and recreate maybe
that is usually a
recreate
imagination, if you will, of something
a popular artist.
You know, if you look at a lot of gameplay
or use a popular artist
when it comes to anything AI related,
in
usually
whatever it is that you are trying to commission.
Training data to some of the stuff is. Now, obviously, a lot of these companies copyrighted shit all the time.
Is that theft?
Google wants like AI scraping to be.
I guess you can argue.
And for a lot of these companies, it's like
you did not copy the actual work.
And it's basically
you just used the same style.
Anything copyright related.
The work was different.
And of course,
although the style
in a way where at least
is the same.
The implication they can give is we can
somewhat
ways to opt out for entities that prefer their data not to be trained in AI systems. I mean, you even got YouTubers like David Millett who are taking actual like companies like NVIDIA to court over training AI data or training like their AIs off of like people's actual copyrighted materials, which is probably the only thing you can do. It's not, you know, the smartest thing financially or legally to do, because going up against a big company like that is usually a losing battle, but sometimes it's the only way to counter this kind of shit happening in the world. So Mr. Beast, you know, this is the same guy that famously, like in 2021, and I know this is years ago, was complaining about how a Russian channel was just taking their thumbnails and photoshopping their faces on theirs.
Really like the thumbnail you're generating, but not the face on it. Don't worry, we have this face swap tool that you can click, upload a face you do like, and it will instantly swap it onto the thumbnail.
Money changes everyone.
My face, okay? I'm now gonna hit face swap.
Before,
the thumbnail from this,
it wasn't getting paid.
Automatically.
Man. He wasn't really against
for that
it,
opinion.
found a way to profit off
But
it.
now,
again,
they got paid to say that, yeah, it's okay to just face swap.
To whatever you want, but it also allows you to upload any thumbnail you want, it seems. So
It's okay to face swap your image or picture
complete idiot.
with another picture.
MIT, there was actually a new study done, Your Brain on ChatGPT, where again, the basic idea was in the abstract, using all these LLMs and tools, right, and using them in the general population, they saw that in this study, they demonstrate the matter of a likely decrease in learning skills based on the results of our studies. The use of LLMs had a measurable impact on participants. Now, obviously, this is pretty understandable. You know, if you're going to teach people not to critically think and just rely on LLM regurgitations, yeah, of course they're not going to be able to critically think down the road because you're not teaching them the skills to do it. You're just putting them into GPT as zombies. Now, when it comes to content creation and it comes to creativity, I think the same logic also applies too, right? Like, obviously, by constantly AI generating pretty much everything when it comes to the virality of your video, you as a creator are not necessarily developing the creative, abilities to actually succeed properly in this algorithm, right? Or succeed in this world. That's where...
Though what I said earlier makes sense because...
Honestly, I think MrBeast content is...
If you're just going to
I think it's very obvious.
rely on AI
content that is personable or content that
and not actually do any thinking,
content that is designed for variety.
of course that will affect. That will have an effect.
CTR retentions, the highest sub growth.
So, for example, if you
probably dump, and you might be arguing that. Isn't that the
need information? Oh, but then again, it's very dangerous. Right now, it's very dangerous to rely on AI because AI is very imperfect.
MrBeast clone number 342 or Mukbang clone number 5782.
It will.
Speedrun clone.
It will. There is a big chance it will give you
how somebody produced
inaccurate information. There are times where
mechanical.
I would ask, ChatGPT for something. I would read it and
these kind of tools.
It looks doubtful, and then I would ask
to produce their content.
ChatGPT, is this information accurate? And then I would get a reply. It would apologize because he gave me the wrong information.
To a site like YouTube or content creation. If anything, it's MrBeast giving tools to people that literally do not care about producing any.
Well, at least it knows how to apologize.
They want to get monetized instantly. They want to basically push as much AI slop as they can per day, just so that eventually if one gets virality in the algorithm, right? Like, it's a lot of these AI channels that are super duper popular that use the technologies that MrBeast is pushing. A lot of these channels that like upload 10 times a day, for instance, and if 9 videos do 2 views over their lifetime, it doesn't matter. Because
imagine if you have an AI where you can just create entire videos with a prompt,
AI subscription service they buy.
Just from a
one
prompt.
Of those things that literally does not matter for the creator. They just want to push as much shit as they can, whether it be a catchy thumbnail, whether it
that would be insane.
Description, AI generated.
But
title,
again,
whether it be AI generated.
Eventually, we are heading to that kind of thing.
Right, and that's one of the things that at least
there will come a time where you can create.
I personally don't engage with that
entire movies with AI.
It all boils down to if developing a tool that inspires itself from the actual hardworking artists that keep a lot of our YouTube thumbnail stuff alive, and you're taking away from the other creatives in your field by
and not just entire movies,
inspire
maybe even
from their actual content that they've spent
full-length games,
blood, sweat, and tears. Whatever.
Maybe you can just enter a prompt,
absolutely is a
describe the game, and then it will produce something similar to maybe
YouTubers who might have to ask themselves, is taking this guy to court possibly a legal option?
Of course, right now that is
not the only
not yet possible. You can use AI to help you create a game, but
and I don't know.
I'm not sure if
he probably thought this is going to play really well for all.
I'm not sure if an AI tool can, create all the assets and tools and code
It wasn't going to fly with the actual
and just
on the
put out
You know, I was
a
talking
fully developed
AI
and functioning game.
like 90% of the content that's being generated, and it's just kind of like blackpilling to see one of the largest content creators on the platform openly pushing for this like AI revolution to take hold, especially considering the fact that it's not even content that's made for the fun of it. It's content that's made for the pure optimization of YouTube stuff out there. So yeah, I'm wondering, Mr. Beast, did you actually, ask the broader YouTube community before you just decided to like fucking scrape everybody for your, view stats project? That's something that I do genuinely want to know. Now, obviously, he's deleted anything like this, these social media posts, I'm sure because of the insane backlash received. But realistically, I do want to know. I think this is just dog shit to do. And ultimately, I think it's really telling of Mr. Beast and actually his entire fucking company.
Who knows, maybe 20 years from now, we'll have a Mutahar AI.
Smaller creators. There's a lot of smaller creators that are doing a
And viewers will be watching
now, hey Peter reached out to me, and this
AI-generated Mutahar.
Back during the haunted gaming days. In fact, he was critical of me for not
criticizing something.
And he hit me up a few days ago. And in a few days, he actually inspired me to take on a new project, a second haunted gaming video I wanted to work on, where I went into the depths of the internet, dug out a crazy story of a man basically dying by cop because they got completely destroyed by a video game that they themselves made. A video game that was released. It's a truly spooky story. But it required me to search, record gameplay for myself, and get into that old creepypasta mood. Now, granted, not every single one of his videos slaps. Sure, he could do a better thumbnail. Sure, he could do a better title. But there's a beauty to an individual that is inspired, a beauty to an individual that takes their initiative to produce content that they enjoy, they put out for a world, and there is a group of individuals that will line up and watch their videos. Whether he gets 200,000 views, whether he gets 40,000 views, he is producing a video that is far better than he's done what 99% of people on this platform fail to do, which is actually cultivate a community and cultivate a stable community and produce the content that they enjoy going forward. And it just shows me that, like, obviously for Beast, Jimmy doesn't really give a shit, And it just shows. And to be fair, he's getting rightfully fucking roasted.
Cultivating a community is something
comment and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it.
I could never do because people scares me. Okay, so that was Mutahar's. Mutahar's, I guess, would I say reaction or opinion on what this new project by Mr. Beast? Anyway, so guys, still, if you guys don't want to, if you guys want to watch the video without me talking over it, again, just go to Some Ordinary Gamers channel in YouTube. Be right back. Okay, while I'm AFK, well, I'm not actually AFK, I'm just taking a break. Going to check if the stream is live or not. Hey, is the stream live or not? Hey, is the stream live or not? Okay, so it looks like the stream is live. This is the last test. Are you live or not? Well, it looks like the stream is live. So the test is a success. Be right back. Okay, so we're back. And this time, this is from Clownfish TV. Clownfish TV. Let's see here. The title is No Animation Job for You. Why? Why is there no animation job for me? Let's find out.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
Okay, so can we call them VTubers? They do have on-screen avatars.
Wants to work in animation. Honest. Not.
I guess
We say it, it's bad. When
they're more of
it's just fact.
what's this called?
Take a look at this. This is coming
PNG
It
tubers.
turns out that nobody's hiring in animation right now, and there are multiple
No, you
reasons.
don't say.
So why are they not hiring in animation right now?
Could have seen that coming like 2 years ago. Yeah, this is the utter state of animation right now. They had ANSI, and they said that
Is it because of
widening
AI?
student hopes and industry reality, which is everybody's going to animation school thinking they're going to get a job in animation, and meanwhile,
Well, if there is no animation job
Tom and
or
Jerry
jobs, and you know how to do animations,
I'm not surprised.
why not just
If it was output to China,
make your own animations, make them good,
but you know what?
and then maybe have a career in content creation?
social media causing problems and embarrassment.
I wish I could
and they're
animate anything.
and that's what the studios care about. And I'm
yeah,
sorry.
and right or wrong. I mean, we're not
Right
saying
or
it's-
wrong,
We're
that's
not
just the way it
saying
is.
it's right. We're just saying that's the way they're doing what's going on.
Yeah, and we're gonna see more of this. I mean, this is Tom and Jerry. This is like one of the most classic animated franchises of all time, historically done mostly in the U.S. as far as I know. And yeah, they did this in secret. And the reason they did it in secret is because they didn't want people bitching about it until it was too late.
Probably, at least it
And
wasn't
they're
AI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, on that.
There you go.
Yeah, the AI animation.
There you go. It's
venture capital. So this
yeah,
is
and they're getting
it's because of AI.
It's probably because they're like, yeah, this is going to save us money.
right. Let's get rid of these people. They cost too much and they complain.
They complain too much. Yeah.
And they're frankly not worth the amount of money they're asking for. Like we can get like 10 overseas animators.
Again, it's not
California animator. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's
AI is
like you.
just a
I'm
tool.
not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying it is.
AI,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
it's not the end of the world.
Like, you know, the sky is green.
Because,
you could argue and be correct.
for example, if you are an artist and you can, do
the sky is green. You know,
oil and canvas painting,
the way it is. Like, it's the fact of the situation.
the value of your oil and canvas
That's
painting,
how it is. Pointing it, out.
what
The
it is.
it
obvious.
has more value than what
Anyway.
an AI can
So let's
print.
talk about this before we get into
Because
any further.
an AI,
Pop culture news.
although it can work
If
fast,
you do.
Woohoo!
Go out to news.clownsfishtv.com.
And-
brief, get exclusive content. Yes, we're still going to post.
and you can have a physical copy of it by printing it.
We're not, but
No.
we are.
It's not the same because if you painted if you painted an apple, for example, oil and canvas,
not just
you
YouTube,
pa-
and then be
painted an
go
apple,
all in on YouTube
No, we're
membership.
not.
So.
and you did it again.
we have
It's the same apple.
But also, did you mention the orcs are a-holes again?
Those two paintings are not the same
Orcs are a-holes.
because
badorcs.com.
human beings are imperfect beings.
Enamel pins. They're doing very naughty things.
There will be flaws.
Orcs are nice. We don't even
We don't
think
think
they're
orcs
human.
are people. They're not a
They're not
stand-in.
Although an AI can recreate the
all
flaws,
assholes.
And
but
assholes come in all colors.
So we're
is
gonna
it
talk
really
about,
the
assholes
same?
in the animation industry. No.
That's why there are no two,
Let's just say
creations that are the same
people out
if
there
it's
who have
handmade. So the value of handmade work,
dismiss us and say that
it will have more value.
everything's fine.
Handmade work
And one of the
will
biggest
have
projects
more
is
value than
not working in the animation
an
industry
AI generated work.
right now. And I'm sorry, but it's not our fault. We didn't cause it. It is what it is. don't necessarily agree
Wisbit
with it,
says,
but here's where we're
"Are you
at. So this
thinking
comes
of
from
buying a
Cartoon
game?
Brew, which also got in
Please
trouble
use
for
my G2A
calling things
affiliate
out
link in
and-
the
Did they
description
really?
below.
Shocker.
Link,
Yeah.
disclosure.
Anybody
I
who
will
points
get
out the
admission
obvious,
from
like
your
the
purchase.
Emperor's not wearing clothes. How
you.
dare you?
For example, an AI could probably regenerate
and
the
what industry's not
a Da,
very
a Da Vinci painting.
Some movies are making a lot of
But
money at the box office.
does it
They're going to look at.
is it the same, or does it have the same value as an original
Work as a shell.
Da Vinci painting? Of course not.
As a shell of its former self. Disney's not.
You wouldn't pay
animated content
an
anymore.
AI
They know they can
generated Da Vinci style painting millions of dollars.
safe bet, right? Because it's expensive, right? Let's come from Cartoon Brew.
Unless, of course, you're a fool.
NC exposes the widening chasm between
And again, maybe
industry reality.
because there are 8 billion people on the planet, maybe there is just
Are you allowed to say
there's just one person out there
You have to tell them what they want
that
to
will
hear.
pay millions
Ways
of
they
dollars
like and they get mad at you.
on an AI generated Da Vinci painting.
Yeah, so this is actually coming from a Medium article. And they said, here are the takeaways. It's really brutal. They said key takeaways. They said only a fraction of animation graduates, as few as 3 to 5 out of every 100, secure employment in their chosen field.
Yes,
Despite-
this is yes. Thank you. Someone's going to tell them the truth besides us. Go ahead.
Despite an industry valued at $400 billion globally. Major studios, including Pixar, have reduced their workforces by 14% while simultaneously increasing their reliance on artificial
If
intelligence.
you're an
and
animator,
content.
most probably you can draw.
You're listening to Clown.
You can make your own art.
Festivals like ANSI, which should serve as crucial bridges between education and
Why not
employment, are failing.
be your own content creator?
Opportunities.
Be a content creator. Make original animations.
Full well that industry absorption rates cannot support graduate numbers.
Well, to be fair,
Again, I wish I know
Oh, yeah.
how to
Well, SCAD's actually
animate.
notorious. I mean, SCAD just like cranks them out like
I see
crazy.
people graduate from SCAD that had like zero talent. They're literally finger painting, and then they're like, "I'm entitled because I went to SCAD," and I'm like, "How did you get in?" Anyway, continue.
They had money.
Kophistry Ambit says,
money.
visit Kabalyero
A new
office
model of
KO
industry
5 page
collaboration,
eight.
educational
Link.
transparency, and creative risk-taking is urgently needed to prevent the collapse of animation's talent pipeline. Well, it's not going to matter as much. So here's some of the disconnect. There was a very long article they wrote, but Cartoon Brew picked some of this out here. They said the disconnect between educational marketing and employment reality has created what industry observers describe as an academic industrial complex. Universities promote animation programs using imagery of Pixar campuses and DreamWorks success stories while carefully avoiding discussions of actual statistics because Pixar's laying off, DreamWorks is outsourcing to India, and they're using more AI. And it said students accumulate debt pursuing dreams that statistical analysis suggests are increasingly unlikely to materialize.
Yes, this is what we've been telling you. We've been saying, this is what we've been saying. We've been saying about animation, we're like, heads up, this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. If you're in animation, you might want to consider doing something else temporarily, or might want to start your own thing or do this and that, plan ahead because it doesn't look good. And then it's like, how dare you tell me that my dream can't come true? That's not what I told you. What I told you was right now, the reality is this. If you want to make your dream come true, you're going to have to probably do it yourself and do these things, but you don't want to hear that. You want to hear, I'm going to keep my ass in a cushy seat and be the dime a dozen, but I get paid. But the majority of you that are going to art school aren't going to ever get to that seat to begin with. And now there's fewer seats. It's magical chairs, and you're not going to get one. And I'm sorry if you don't want to hear it, but they're going to take your money and tell you that you can. There's chairs all over. There aren't chairs. The chairs are in China. The chairs are in Korea.
Yeah. Because it's cheaper. Really,
the chairs are in the Philippines.
Here in the U.S. doing the storyboarding or whatever.
And even then, AI is going to take that too. It's not right. I don't agree with it in any way, shape, or form, but it's going to be what's going to happen. Not the reality. Me telling you what's going to happen is not the same thing as me wishing, hoping that you all fail. You can point out the truth. Honesty and negativity are not the same thing.
Right. And we're looking at in the very near future, kids are going to be able to make their own cartoons on their iPads.
They're doing it now in
AI.
Blender and crap.
Yeah. And they're going to be like, I'm just going to make my own cartoons for me. This is what I want, That's going to happen very, very soon. So it's going to be harder even because then the studio produced stuff is going to be even more of a unicorn, I guess. But they said there were dozens of animation schools this year.
I'm waiting for.
We're looking to recruit talent.
I'm waiting for the time where I can
event organizers, but
just enter a description in a prompt,
young attendees who are looking
and the AI will produce a Skyrim-like game for me.
The solution.
Eventually, that will happen.
Parties, events, schools, and studios. So the author of the original article said the common sense ideas for reform on the event side are applicable not only to ANSI, but to many other events as well. They suggested festival organizers should implement tiered exhibition fees, charging premium rates to companies without active recruitment, while subsidizing booths for studios offering genuine employment opportunities. Well, there aren't very many of them. Sorry. Festivals should establish year-round digital portfolio platforms other than relying on brief, expensive physical.
Here's a scary thing.
Hiring, what's the point?
All this AI things, all this AI stuff.
Everything we've been saying, and it just continues. We continue to be right.
It will not have any value.
Oh, you don't know what you're talking about.
Post World War III era.
Coming out and saying the same damn things.
Some of them said we were right. They watched the video.
Some of them were saying, some of them were saying we were right,
them.
and they got harassed off the threads until they took their post down.
I'm just saying.
TV.
Everyone is like relying on AI.
Why are we not right? Because we told
but
right.
AI will have no value post World War III era.
In favor of honest industry discussions, panel sessions.
There wouldn't be any internet.
God.
Who wrote this?
There wouldn't be any electricity.
Don't worry.
Okay, panel sessions should.
Everyone is underground.
Realities.
Yes.
An alternative.
Living in darkness.
Rather than perpetuating unrealistic expectations about traditional animation careers. Thank you.
God damn.
Thank you. This is who is this? Go out. Matt Jones.
Matt Jones. Mwah. Yes.
110% right. And I'm not going to show his whole article because it is a member-only story, but 100% right. You need to be realistic with people, but you're going to get so much shit. But the thing is that if you really want to do this and you're really dedicated,
and I still believe that
right out of school, you will find a way.
Handmade art.
Way to make it work. It might
handmade art
or altering your workflow
will
your expectations
increase in value.
Else for a while
once
completely
AI takes over
and having to do the hard work and do it yourself.
Yes.
You know why?
Because again, as much as AI can create things,
scrappy people who are you're going to find
it wouldn't have that human touch.
And that you
it wouldn't have that human flaw.
For every time you succeed,
it wouldn't have that human imperfection that is present in handmade human art.
I'm just giving it because I'm me. No one's going to give you shit because you're you, unless you're like you've been around.
That's why if you are creating digital art,
people that were working in the animation industry 10 years ago,
awesome in making digital art
right now.
That doesn't mean you can't.
Maybe it's time to transition to.
I think more people should start independent.
Traditional art.
You can undercut, and you can charge what they're charging.
Oil and canvas, watercolor,
keep people employed.
Catching.
Because you don't have as many of you. You're leaner and meaner. And you can do this. But you're gonna
because eventually digital art,
all kinds of jobs that are
creating digital art
that you could probably get yourself
will be,
and some of them probably pay better, to be honest.
Taken over by AI.
So they think the Tom and Jerry movie that was animated in China was primarily for Chinese audiences because animation's so big over there, but they didn't say anything about anybody here in the U.S., which is wild. Because I think they knew, especially with the strikes going on, that it was going to be a huge issue.
Well, I do know that companies and stuff like Netflix and Disney and that are making content specifically for audiences in other countries. Like they're having stuff made, animation, live action, whatever. Disney was doing a whole bunch of that, especially for audiences in other countries where they have a big presence in.
Yeah, because apparently Tom and Jerry are. I did not know this. They're pretty big in China.
Well, We Bare Bears was doing a bunch for Korea.
Yeah, We Bare Bears was huge. Yeah, it was huge overseas.
Right. I wonder why Tom and Jerry, because I thought that was weird.
Yeah, but apparently they're very popular overseas.
Okay,
so like David Hasselhoff, I guess. But they said a mysterious and previously unannounced CGI animated Tom and Jerry feature is premiering and appears to be made primarily for Chinese audiences. Tom and Jerry: The Forbidden Compass is a co-production between Chinese studios and Warner Brothers in the U.S. with a Chinese director. While it's certainly surprising that Warner made an entire animated feature using the classic IP for a specific market outside the US,
Not
it's not
really.
surprising.
Not
The characters
surprising.
they used are Tom and Jerry. And they said, yeah, Singapore, I guess, loves them too.
It's not surprising to me at all because I've seen this before. Like we've mentioned, there was other IP. They're huge in other places, so you see it a lot more. They get like brand deals over there and all kinds
Yeah.
of stuff, but we don't see it here. I thought it was weird about Tom and Jerry, but it makes sense. But you know, hiring the Chinese company with a Chinese director for an audience you want to target that's outside the U.S. makes sense, and you're going to get that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Warner Brothers at this point, they don't care. As long as they can make money, they don't
Yep.
care.
And they're going to go where their audience is.
Yeah. And I think this is going to be more and more normalized, I think, because animation's so big in China, it's so big overseas, that they're going to be like, yeah, we'll make the stuff for over there first. And if it's popular, we'll bring it back over here. But the fact they didn't announce it at all over here tells me that they were keeping on the down low because they knew that American Western animators were going to scream about it and probably be like, you need to go through the unions if you want to make movies about your own properties. You have to go through us. You're outsourcing to China. What's wrong with you? How dare you? I guarantee you right now, as we're recording this video, there are probably a couple hundred productions going on overseas that would have maybe been done here in the States, but it's not cost effective to do it here in the States, and also using AI.
But
They might just be making them for the different audiences.
Donald Trump will
that will happen again if you can bring the cost down. You can
will
actually afford
tax
to do
it to
that, right?
death.
If the movie doesn't cost $300 million,
If the movie was made in China and you bring it over to the United States, then that is imported goods.
or whatever, America doesn't
Right?
have
It's
that.
an
They
imported
did that with
product.
Powerpuff Girls. They had Powerpuff Girls.
And if that is the case, then Donald Trump's tariff will take effect.
Several Western franchises they've done
Right?
for Japan or for other
It
audiences.
will be subjected to what?
Western anime
1,000%
rights holders. They
Well,
can
I
do
think-
whatever the hell
yeah,
they want.
I know.
Tariff,
and they,
tax.
you know, I mean, right or wrong, they're just feeling like they're.
Will they still make money from it?
Because one, it's cheaper, but two, they're
Yeah.
doing it for that audience, which makes sense. But they're sending it to other countries, even for Western shows, and they've done this for years. Like you're talking like back to 60s, 70s, and so on. They
Mhm.
used to do this. It's not new.
No.
They used to do it a lot more for a while, and then they did stuff over stateside. But it used to be like commonplace to just send it over there anyway. But it is what it is, and I think screaming about it, throwing fits, striking over every little thing, that kind of stuff, not helping your case. They're just going to step over you, which we told you was going to happen. Do I think you have some valid points that you addressed? Yes, definitely yes. Do I think they're going to just step over you and go where it's cheaper? Yes, definitely yes. So
Yeah. And again, it just comes down to the money, and the money's not there, and it's definitely not there to pay people what is a living wage in Los Angeles.
yeah, it sucks,
I mean,
but it is what it is.
sucks, but it is what it is. And so I guess with that in mind, like, you're gonna have to temper your expectations and realize that they're saying 3 to 5 graduates out of 100 are actually going to get a job.
And do you know how much they charge for these schools? Like,
Oh my God.
SCAD, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Do not put yourself into debt like that for something that is a maybe. I mean, that's 3 to 5% is really low as far as placement's concerned for a career field. That's low. And I mean, even if it was 10%, that's still, I don't know if it's still worth spending as much money as they charge. That's why these schools are getting in trouble from the government, because they're for extorting students and stuff, because they are.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So there it is, guys. Cold dose of ice water to the face first thing in the morning. But,
Yeah, that's why they hate us.
That's why they hate us, but we're not saying it. We're just telling you what other people are saying, and most people, frankly,
No, we're saying it
agree.
too, but they're agreeing with us. So
They're agreeing with us. So
suck it,
anyway,
I guess.
we're going to wrap it up.
Yes.
We're gonna wrap it up. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
For more pop.
Okay, so that was Clownfish TV. They were talking about AI taking over animations, and I guess the state of those taking animation degrees, whether they will still have jobs after they graduate or not. but I don't think it's I don't think it's all I don't think it's a lost cause. Because again, if they are learning animations, obviously that is a skill.
Below. Link. Disclosure. I will get a
And if they
Thank you.
couldn't get hired as an animation as an animator in Disney or any other companies because AI has taken over, they can always opt and they can always opt in to making their own animations or content, and there are a lot of media platforms out there right now, and maybe share it in post it in TikTok or YouTube or wherever, because there are like right now there are AI generated clips, short a few second clips of Star Wars, even Jesus Christ. They turned Jesus Christ into a content creator influencer, and it's getting a lot of views. So imagine if you have your own style and idea and story, which is original and not made or not scraped by an AI. I'm pretty sure there is a value to that. And the AI cannot recreate the human imperfection. Anyway, guys, that's the video. Again, if you want to watch the video without me talking over it, then go to Clownfish TV's YouTube channel. Be right back. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. And this time we have here a video from Bara Dark, and it's called the title is Rogue Tomb Raider Cancelled. Modern audience TTRPG Shadows of Truth made by activists gets shelved.
Buying a game? Please use my G2A affiliate link.
I wonder why the Rogue Tomb Raider gets cancelled.
Get a commission from
And
purchase. Thank
why was the modern audience TTRPG got shelved? Let's go and find out why.
Unfortunately, over the past couple of years, we have seen a lot of our franchises be absolutely destroyed by activists who want to push their own personal
Very true, Vara.
agendas into
Very
the
true.
content we consume. And Tomb Raider has definitely seen a modern overhaul, but it looks like we are getting
They kept
because the table
producing content like games and movies for the quote-unquote modern audience, but
I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic,
who is this modern audience and where are they?
join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, when we initially heard about this Tomb Raider tabletop RPG, I think we all visibly cringed because of some of the character designs and the story.
Okay.
Unfortunately, this was not supposed to be a faithful tabletop game for real Tomb Raider fans. It was supposed to be for the modern audience. The guidebook had confirmed that Crystal
Again, there is no problem making anything, making content, making games, making movies for the quote-unquote modern audience. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh boy, it feels good to win.
But don't be surprised if
Productions was developing a Tomb Raider
no one
RPG,
buys the product,
are coming in that the
if no one watches the content or the movie or played the game,
something that is ripe for the picking for a
because no one knows who
it had been good,
or where
designs and a
are
story, and it
the
felt like
so-called modern
way
audience.
to purchase it. I buy so many different products for this channel and for the set so that I can enjoy, so that I can show them off, and just so that I can support the developers and the
I
designers.
guess you could say I don't buy products often because
No freaking way.
to buy anything, you need something important, and that important something is money. If you don't have money, like me,
people were
forget buying anything.
Disappointed with this, just generally not interested in this product, and well, it seems that that interest didn't exist from any audience, and it just goes to show that again, the modern audience doesn't exist, and the small group of people that could even be considered the modern audience, which are really just sensitive snowflakes on social media, don't monetarily support products. So it says the gaming company
Exactly, I've been saying that for a very long time. The modern audience that they are targeting, they don't consume
has definitely tried
media.
to
They
turn
don't consume games.
into a
They don't
new,
play games.
modern, like feminist icon.
Their form of entertainment is
trilogy.
complaining in X or Twitter
And in the movie,
and making
thought that she did a pretty
TikToks
good job
complaining
because this
about
was very clearly
how bad their life is,
of Lara Croft.
while doing it in the very comfort of their home or inside their expensive cars.
From Amazon, and there still isn't a script. There's no official casting, so who knows the state of that, though that would still
That is their entertainment. They don't consume anything.
Bridge is a raging fucking feminist. Regardless, though, Evil Hat Productions signed the infamous Gamers for Harris list last year. Yeah, because that's how you get me to take you seriously. One gamer called them total communists when talking about how the company is known for their extremist political agendas. When rumors of the project first surfaced with the concept art from Evil Hat, fans were tepid on the project. It came out quickly that the lead writer was an individual named Ray, a self-described Filipino-Algerian, and as queer as you would expect. His ex said he/they. And he also talked about
Okay, so come on.
trans, mask, and disabled.
As someone from the Philippines, we are disowning that person.
That these people say that they want to break out of like a predetermined box, or like the box that society would put them in, and then all they really do is just go and label themselves, which really just enforces the like societal problems they feel exist. Whatever. Also, working on the project was
This Ray person is just Algerian.
the game Thirsty Sword
Okay.
who has pronouns in her bio, and
Because here in the Philippines, we don't like communism.
a thing called Thirsty Sword Lesbians is definitely what people want to consume.
The Philippines is a
With
Christian
such designers being
country.
affiliated
It's a majority Christian
that there were
country.
going to be problems. Now,
And obviously we don't like,
have to hear
we don't hate them, but we don't
political
like
stance. I should not have to hear about
people who hates
or your identity. If
who hates us,
you are
who
good at
hates
your
Christianity.
job, I won't even be able to know who you really are. I
Because if you're woke, if you're a woke communist
these
leftist,
people are activists. These people clearly, I don't know, think Orange Man is bad. These people
there is like 100% chance that
a certain movement that's going on.
you also hate Christians.
See any of that seeping into the product I'm consuming. But unfortunately, that is very often the case now. And that's what's so sad, because I would like anybody to be able to create any sort of product. I shouldn't have to agree with every single stance you have about the real world in order to consume your content, though. These people make it impossible to enjoy what they're creating, because ultimately they're just creating slop. It says, though, Crystal Dynamics announced that they would be ending the collaboration over creative differences, which is certainly because the Tomb Raider fan base didn't take well to the woke activism skin suit of the Tomb Raider franchise, but the story has deeper elements. An insider close to the company spoke exclusively with Fandom Pulse, saying that there was a free-to-play Tomb Raider tabletop RPG already developed, done internally at Crystal Dynamics by a now former employee. Despite this, Crystal Dynamics ignored their employee's work and went to Evil Hat Productions to develop it anyway. The author actually offered to use his free version and help Evil Hat create a non-woke version, but was shot down in the process. Evil Hat wanted the woke version, according to our insider. Now, I do, of course, think that a company like Crystal Dynamics probably
Oh my goodness.
has a lot going on, because
Imagine that.
find as many ways as possible to make money. But on the flip
The
side,
company making the woke game
all of the wrong
is called
things, right?
Evil Hat.
To actually make content that their customer base wants.
It's a perfect match.
Modernizing and ultimately apologizing for
It's a perfect,
quote-unquote
perfect
colonialist
match.
origins. This, of course, was a ridiculous piece of the puzzle that we, of course, had found out last year. But in the latest instance,
And in a way, it kind of confirms that woke leftist communists
signaling the guide
are
for Shadows of
evil.
the tabletop RPG has revealed that current franchise developer
Oh my goodness, they are no longer hiding it. They are explicitly saying that they are evil.
and they thought that this was the
Come
set of
on,
characters
people.
that was gonna be able to
Open
do
your
that. These
eyes.
4 characters were so stunning and brave.
They
they'd be able
are
to change
exposing themselves
history,
right
they'd be
in
able to
front of
change this
everyone.
franchise's, roots, and yikes. That's all that I can really say to this. These character designs are fucking tragic. Okay, the fact that they wanted to apologize for the franchise's origins is absurd, because if you're so offended by the franchise's origins, stop using the franchise. Move away from it. If it's so offensive, if it's so terrible, stop using it. It's like with H.P. Lovecraft. We see adaptations of H.P. Lovecraft's work, but then the people that are working on the modern adaptation say, oh, he was such a terrible person. I hate him. I can't believe he existed. So why are you using his work? Oh yeah, that's right, because at the end of the day, you don't have a creative bone in your fucking body and you have to steal someone else's work and readapt it in order to make a few bucks. That is absolutely pathetic, and that's why I do not support people like this, because if it's so offensive, if it's so terrible, if it's so bothersome, you should just abandon it. But Crystal Dynamics won't, because they know that it will make money, and that's why I have absolutely no respect for them at this point in time. And it's why so many other people just view them as a joke at this point, because you just can't take a company seriously when they want to completely modernize and reboot a franchise that in the past has made them a boatload of cash. And as a Tomb Raider fan, of course, I'm sad to hear this, because I want good Lara Croft products, but you're not respecting her. You're not respecting the original creators. I mean, in a lot of their promotional images, they didn't even put Lara Croft. Of course, she's on the front of the book, or she was supposed to be on the front of the book if it actually came out and existed. Besides that, like, they weren't really trying to use her in those promo images. So at the end of the day, you get what you fucking deserve. When you create
Okay, wait. Is Lara Croft in this Tomb Raider game a man or a woman?
Any money off of that, and people on X, of course, are wrecking these people. You don't say. The tabletop role-playing game Shadows of Truth has been canceled by Evil Hat Productions following creative differences with Crystal Dynamics. Now, do not think that this means Crystal Dynamics is completely changing. I don't want anybody to take it that way, like, oh my god, they're kicking the activists to the curb. No. Maybe in 5 years, when Crystal Dynamics has put out a ton of new Lara Croft content,
Again, guys, there is nothing wrong in making content
really think that this
or games or videos or movies for the modern audience.
do not put your trust
Just
in
don't
them,
expect,
because they will just throw it
just
away
don't
and
expect
disrespect you.
to make money from it.
Unfortunate truth about so many of these situations now. You cannot straight up trust the companies that are controlling what is a lot of people's favorite franchise. Now, if you go to the Infinity Tomb Raider fan account dedicated to the franchise, they were actually one of the first to post this over on X. And, well, they, of course, are hiding responses, and it just doesn't look like they want people to be going, wow, you don't say. Go woke, go broke, now arrest them for treason. Everything woke turns to shit. These are the responses that got hit, and they're not even that bad, but they, of course, are getting absolutely wrecked, just like Evil Hat is, like Crystal Dynamics is. And I'm not going to shed a tear for these people.
Come
And
on.
all of the mean words
What can anyone expect
from
a
on social media. So I'm
company,
only keeping my eye on this to see if any
from
of
a
these
company named Evil Hat?
one or two of them will end up complaining about this and how hard they worked and how passionate
It's in the name.
I don't think anybody was going to buy this, and Chris
The word evil is in the name of the company.
before it actually damages our image and more people know about it. But that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this, give it a like, and if you didn't, give it a dislike. I appreciate your support either way, but I'll talk to you all again in the next video really soon.
And there you go. That was Vardork's coverage of this woke Tomb Raider, and I guess now it's cancelled. Yeah, it's cancelled. Why cancel it? Obviously because maybe they they learn that they won't make any money from it. Because if they were really serious, if this evil hat and whatever other company is involved in this, and if they are truly serious about their messages, about their agenda, about their beliefs, it wouldn't matter whether they make money or not. They would finish this and release it to the public. Because by canceling it, their message won't get to anyone. But again, they're not really serious about whatever it is they're trying to stood for. Because at the end of the day, it's all about making money. Anyway, guys, again, if you guys don't want to if you guys want to watch the video without me talking over it, just go to Biodark's YouTube channel. Be right back. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. And this time we have an update to this game called Monster Hunter Wilds, and it's from Luke Stevens Live. Again, guys, if you don't want someone talking over the video, all you have to do is go and watch the video at Luke Stevens Live channel in YouTube. Okay, let's see why this happened to Monster Hunter Wilds. Why the review or the rating of the game dropped to overwhelmingly negative. Maybe the game or the game developers did something bad or not good that pissed off, their community or gamers.
So we all remember Monster Hunter Wilds, right? One of the most successful, if not the, I think it actually is the most successful game so far this year in terms of copies sold. Sold well over, I think, 10 million copies over. Like, it's crazy successful.
Wow, 10 million copies.
Very well. However, even going back to the
how is a game selling 10 million copies?
It didn't look particularly good. I remember watching
an overwhelmingly negative review or reviews in Steam.
Like really, really, really bad. There were also concerns and frustrations over endgame content, long-term replayability, things like that. And now it seems to have fully caught up with them. You know, when we were first having those conversations.
That's why you don't.
So they're not concerned with endgame, and if
you don't believe the hype and wait for reviews.
They don't really care, and they'll
before buying a game.
Downvote your videos and throw fits if you bring it up. But now I think people have started to hit the wall with endgame content
because that way you won't have any regrets and
delivered to them.
Won't have to post.
So what is happening?
Or make a negative rated review.
See, they are overwhelmingly negative in recent reviews. Overall reviews are now stuck at mixed. They, I believe, were floating in mixed for a while, actually. A lot of people were dissatisfied with the performance, and that's been a common thread. But, I mean, as you can see here, informational. Monster Hunter Wilds has peaked at 1.384 million concurrent players on March 1st. And I believe, again, they said they sold like 10 million copies. But if you go through these reviews, they say that it's not booting. They're bringing up worst optimization, game crashes every time I try to use the blacksmith. And the thing is, these are not people who have played a little bit of the game. Like, these are not people who played 10 minutes like the Mind's Eye reviews and were like, eh, it's broken. 287 hours on record. What's also kind of hilarious is this review, 265 hours at the time of review. After they left this negative review, not recommended, they put in another 22 hours of gameplay. Another 22. I hate it. Let me play it for another day. Non-stop. But this is what we see with a lot of these, 157 hours.
So basically,
this is a very fair complaint.
They don't like the game, but
the game will no longer boot up.
They continued playing it. Well, I sometimes do that as well.
Because he put another 22
hours
in. It was
sometimes
and then after another 22 hours. So they fixed
if it doesn't crash,
seemingly. But
I would play Shroud of the Avatar. Just to see how the game is how the game is doing,
to say the least,
or if there are any improvements to the game at all.
Until Capcom fixes
and also
the game itself is amazing, but I don't
also to pay
74 hours.
Access or to get my houses back up and running,
free demo
or back up on the map, because
interested in grinding
in Shroud of the Avatar, if you have a house and
type of
you don't play for a certain amount of time,
if you're not interested
your lot will expire and you will lose your
whole thing
house.
Not recommended. 344 hours. Capcom has released another unfinished mess of a game, this
Wizbit
time above
says,
MSRP, and
"New
obviously
follow,
withheld finished
S,
content to pad the release
Microwave
schedule.
Popcorn at 3M,
I have a few
welcome,
hours.
362 followers.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Thank you for the follow.
Or AFK
Thank you.
hanging out with my wife, and I will likely keep up with events, but won't be grinding this like I did with older titles. I would advise you wait until they fix things to purchase.
Wizbit says,
There
thinking
are
of
other
buying a
games and
game?
companies more deserving of your
Please
time
use
and
my
money.
G2A
35 hours
affiliate link in
on
the description below.
Monster Hunter
Link,
mild,
disclosure,
way too
I will
short,
get a
too easy,
commission from
too
your
streamlined, too
purchase.
expensive, and runs like
Thank you.
trash. Like
Microwave
honestly, I
Popcorn
do
at
feel
3M
it's too
says,
short. I
So-
also felt it was
Model.
too easy. You can go back and check my
Wizbit
review.
says,
I said the same
"Welcome
thing.
Microwave
Too
Popcorn at
streamlined. I'm not
3M
sure
to
if
the
I'd say
stream.
that, but I think because
Microwave
it's, I
Popcorn
think
at
it's too
3M
easy.
says,
It
"Yeah, no."
perhaps feels too streamlined because you don't have to use a lot.
Thank you.
And then too expensive. I mean, the fact that it runs like trash, which it does.
So my guess is this game, when it was released, it was
So this, I think, in
running well.
pretty fair
Because
review.
look at that.
Absolutely great, but the
There was a review with
one of the weirdest things.
that played the game for like
Make that kid likable.
300 hours of gameplay.
How fun it would be at 60.
So before they made the negative review, so the game was running well,
And all sorts of stuff. But they
and now it's not. And I guess it pissed off.
They are sitting.
You know, gamers are very impatient.
Recent reviews in the last month. They are
Yeah.
overwhelmingly.
It's like gamers have very
positive, and
little tolerance to
they are at 50.
not enjoying their favorite game.
Woof. But here's the question: does any of this matter? Because they still sold millions upon millions.
I guess they already made their money. You know,
This was one of the worst
if the game really sold 10 million copies,
certainly I think
maybe it doesn't matter anymore.
It's a little funny that all humans live the ultimately
But they
same
still sold
exact
10
life
million
at some
copies.
point.
Like,
Some people
the
become
game's
depressed after
optimization
small things.
was
I see you are stronger
widely
just by the
panned,
way
you know,
speak.
across both console and PC. Monster Hunter Wilds. And yeah, I mean, you can see some of this stuff that they discuss. Some people have, you know, higher tolerance for this stuff, and that's fine. But there are some things where, like, when you boot the game, they ask you to turn on frame generation, which
Microwave Popcorn
is
at
one of
3M
the
says,
biggest,
"It's funny, really."
girthiest red flags ever. If a game runs so poorly, when you boot it, they're asking you to turn on frame generation to just get fake frames to make it playable. That's a big problem.
Again, I don't play the game. Never play the game. I don't have this game because this game will not run on my PC. But
still looks like it's been
judging from the amount of
this is what he's pointing out.
People who bought the game,
textures in the game
the game must have been good at the beginning.
that were just bafflingly low resolution. I really think this almost looks PS3 level here. And some of the textures, like this character's coat, even though it's directly in front of the camera, look straight up wrong. I presume the coat here is supposed to be white color, but the poorly configured texture compression maybe has made it into a multicolored one with obvious mosaic artifacting. When I finally got
that looks bad.
Intro, I was greeted by big stutters each and every time I turned the camera while using the RTX 4060 at the default.
Imagine that.
At 1440p.
The game is running badly.
Easy to see
in
textures were taken
in RTX 4060
after each camera turn, so it looked bad and ran bad on the default.
This game will not run on my machine.
As a reminder, these are the settings that the game defaulted to after detecting my hardware. Having tested PC games for so long, I know such strange frame time behavior when turning the camera can often have to do with aspects of streaming things into VRAM, sometimes textures. With that,
maybe, how about this? Maybe the game will run without DLSS.
Pause again. The game's
maybe they should try something. Maybe they should try doing that.
The highest require a separate DLC download
and then just lower the graphics settings
on release day. So at least there is a potentially better visual experience.
I also tried those. They don't look great.
But then again, I guess
the game does not
they paid
as it should
for the game because of its
as it does.
Amazing graphics
If it were
and amazing gameplay.
Kind of rough. Okay, at least you can understand.
But if the game is crashing,
particularly great and it runs like ass. Okay, and now to be fair,
it doesn't matter if it has amazing gameplay because you can't play it.
Improvements. I mean, hence the overwhelmingly negative reviews. I mean, look at this. This is on medium textures. This should not qualify as medium texture quality in any AAA game in 2025. Are you kidding me? And this is something we brought up back when the game launched.
Imagine that you bought
because
you bought a 1590. You spent thousands of dollars,
but now
on an expensive video card to have low graphics.
It's not great. It's really, really not great. And so the viewer or the player counts have started to plummet. And now players are actually moving back to Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter World now on Steam is realizing higher concurrent player counts than Wilds. People are actually going back to it. Now,
that is wild.
Over content volume.
Imagine Worlds getting more players. That is wild.
Frustrated by it. It's why it's funny to read some of these reviews, and it's like there's no content. Meanwhile, they have 300.
But then again, I've heard that Worlds is a much better game than Wilds.
But what happens?
So I guess it's not that wild.
Monster Hunter Wilds, which has had years and years and years of DLC and expansions, even they're like, yeah, see, this has so much more. This is a better game. It has more because it's been supported for years and years. I do still think Monster Hunter Wilds was lacking on overall content. I think it was too easy and it ran like ass. And you know, I stand by all of that. I still think it's a good game. I still think it's fun. I just don't think it's a masterpiece or anything. But going back to the question we asked at the top, does any of this actually matter? Like, it's the same exact thing that happened with Jedi Survivor. Do you guys remember that launch? Star Wars Jedi Survivor ran like trash. It relied on FSR upscalers to achieve even semi-decent like performance, but it was artifacted out the ever-living ass, and it just looked pretty bad when you were in motion and when you were especially playing on a larger TV. And it sucks because the game is really, really good. But you know what? They still sold millions of copies. So why would they feel the need to change it? You know, like, why would they need to make adjustments? Why would they need?
I guess what he's saying is
the next game.
They already got your money.
It's the one thing about Ubisoft games. Ubisoft games.
That's why you don't.
They run poorly.
Pre-order games,
and then nobody.
And that is why you need to wait for a review
to delay the game.
But then again, most Western gamers are
supposed to work
loaded, I guess.
Games,
you know,
brand loyalty. Look at that. Brand loyalty overcomes all critical thought to the point
they wouldn't care about
I love Star Wars. I'm gonna
spending
or I love
a little bit on a game.
It runs like ass, and that's what happened with Monster Hunter Wilds. Is people still bought it. PS5.
But still, it's not a good practice
648p at
to buy
648p.
Pre-buy something,
and it looks like
or pre-buy a game as if it's going to run out.
It's madness. It's madness.
It's a piece of software. It's not going to run out. They can just make copies of it. Infinite copies of
now,
the game.
Coming around to it and being like, hey, after 200 hours, I've run out of content. You know what? I'm realizing now it's okay to be critical. And you know what? I'm upset about a lot of this. And it's good. I'm glad we're having the conversation now instead of never. But it is frustrating, I think, that we're only bringing this stuff up and talking about it as like a broader Monster Hunter fan base after they made hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yes, after the fact.
They frankly, I don't.
They already got your money.
It's like, yeah, they rushed it out.
It's bad.
6 months or
okay.
In the oven. Like it needed more time, but they rushed it out and then they got rewarded for it. You know, it's why it's really crucial, I think, for everybody to kind of hold everybody's feet to the fire equally with this stuff so that it's just not tolerated. Because, you know, we've jokingly said there's things that some companies can get away with that others can't. Like, you know, a company can get away with putting out something that runs poorly so long as it's in a you know, big franchise or the core game is a certain way and, you know, the fan base is willing to tolerate it. And Call of Duty is probably the worst offender of this. Like every year, people hate the new Call of Duty release, and they still sell 35 million copies. You know, I hate this. Here's my money. You know, it's so stupid. But it happens all the time with some of these big IP. But who knows? Maybe now, like if they announce an expansion or something and people don't buy it, maybe that'll wake them up and they need to fix it. But Yeah, or Madden. Madden's another one.
I'm not sure if that is going to happen because Monster Hunter, again, as you say, as he said, is like Call of Duty. Call of Duty
Expansion for
can release a dog shit game, and the Call of Duty fans will still buy it.
You know, let's be perfectly honest. I don't think an expansion can fix it, though. I think an expansion can fix the content issues if they can add a ton of content. I think that can fix the content frustrations. It doesn't magically fix performance critiques and things, obviously. But clearly, a lot of people are willing to tolerate that. Like some of these reviews that are complaining about the performance of the game, they're complaining about it, but they have 300 hours. So clearly it wasn't that big of a deal because they were able to play the game for 344 hours with those performance issues. So if they like what they're playing, they're willing to put up with the bad performance demonstrably for a long time. You know,
maybe the negative review is more like a protest.
And,
now, this is the kind of protest that,
which is why they're moving back to World, but
that is acceptable because
they will.
There are no buildings getting burned,
just like they did,
and no one is getting hurt.
They'll tolerate the performance issues. You know, I think that's the way Capcom's going to deal with it, because they'll put that out. They'll get $40 a pop.
I'd accept,
and then
you know, that kind of protest
pretty bad
than the other kind of protest,
people are going to give them,
which they call
be the same
peaceful.
Moving forward, you know,
but
nothing will change till people start voting with their dollar. Well, yeah, and
it wasn't.
Again, the difficulty for them at this point is just that they already got everybody's money. They already
made
millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. So
we already have your money.
now they're like, yeah, you go for it.
Thank you for your money. We'll release another one in a few months. Okay, so anyway, that was the latest on Monster Hunter Wilds, because I say it's the latest because this video was like uploaded 16 hours ago. I would assume it's the latest. Although again, I've never played any Monster Hunter games, especially this one. This game will not run on my PC. Maybe the Worlds one will run on my PC, but this one, nah. This one is not gonna run on my PC. Okay, so guys, if you guys want to watch the video without me talking over it, you can do so by going to Luke Stevens Live YouTube channel, and you can watch the video there. Be right back. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. This time we have here an update for Tomb Raider game for a Tomb Raider game, and this is by everyone's favorite space pirate, the only space pirate that pays taxes. I don't get it. I don't get it. If you are a space pirate, why are you paying taxes? It's Dr. Disaster. Let's see. I've already seen a coverage of this from another channel, but let's see what Dr. Disaster has to say about the cancellation of this particular Tomb Raider game. Let's check it out. Let's. Did I say let? Sure.
What's up, space pirates? This is your admiral, the endlessly edgy Dr. Disaster. And did you ever meet someone who was so committed to being something that they clearly weren't that they would tell blatant and obvious lies right to your face in order to maintain their ridiculous...
Oh, come on, Dr. Disaster. There is a lot of that kind of people in the internet, and many of them are, I guess you can say, political content creators.
As a prime example of what I'm talking about here, that
I guess not only political content creators.
The forces of darkness within its fantasy world, but the weirdo progressives at BioWare transformed it into a creepy dating simulator where every character was pansexual, and it felt like the entire point of the thing was the romance. In other words, it was trying to be something that it was not intended to be, and they went out of their way to shove those elements of it into our faces. It was
Again, the game was made for the modern audience, and
we revolted.
just like a broken record,
With a shit
there is nothing wrong in making a game for the modern audience.
lately has been
What is wrong is expecting
the character
gamers
unapologetic
to play it.
eye candy for the male audience, but in recent years, the activists in the entertainment industry have co-opted the franchise to turn it into something else.
Ah, look at that. Boobs.
Here, where Lara
For some weird reason, the woke
chest, at least
leftist communists,
classic depiction
they don't like
tension was
boobs.
franchise against
Super weird, and
for originally
it's also kinda
tabletop
a contradiction because they support men
into a
that are
social
having breast implants,
they were all
yet they don't like seeing boobs on female characters.
in entertainment
Weird.
yet another scalp.
It doesn't make sense.
This tabletop RPG, which had everyone who possessed any semblance of taste collectively rolling their eyes, well, this thing has been canceled because of creative issues with the licensor of the property. And as for the brain-dead makers of this game, we've got a little message for these idiots whose minds have been broken by the woke propaganda.
Now you don't have to play a victim. You really be one.
Come on, Dr. Disaster. All you have to do is educate yourself. When it comes to, woke shit,
Hit the like button on this video.
all you have to do is educate yourself.
Channel if you haven't already, and I've begun uploading some content over on Rumble as well, so make sure that you follow Dr. Disaster.
Way to go. Rumble. Everyone should make a Rumble account.
Tomb Raider game, because I think
So if you still don't have a Rumble account, please make one and use my referral link.
for the game from the site
It is somewhere
tell us what the game was going to
in the description.
It says here, British adventure
If you're watching in YouTube or in Rumble.
transition from being a raider of tombs to a seeker of truth, as Evil Hat Productions and Crystal Dynamics seek to
Evil Hat Production.
Tomb Raider series in
They are literally and explicitly telling you
to an excerpt from
who they are,
Tomb Raider Shadows
what they are,
RPG rulebook,
and
a Tomb Raider
who they support.
where you don't raid.
They support evil.
About as stupid as
It's right in their name.
Luke Skywalker is no longer a hero. But of course, Disney did that long ago, so this shit with Tomb Raider probably isn't that surprising, I guess. But reading on, they quote the excerpt from this game saying, "Raiding, as depicted in the original Tomb Raider games and stories, involves going to ancient tombs and historical sites of different civilizations and acquiring artifacts. It operates on the assumption of finders keepers that grants raiders with the means and the drive to claim ownership of artifacts,
It's a freaking game.
historical or
In reality, in real life, there are laws
same premise of that video game that
around those things. You can't just go
look at how
and raid
that shit was. People do into this
ancient tombs.
narrative, and we are sick
And there are even countries with laws that
at least the common sense to read
if you find anything,
so it is likely
you'll just get like maybe a portion, a percentage of the value of what you found.
later
or
was released in the
maybe
have started the work
not even get anything.
by having
The government will just seize it.
their past mistakes and try to understand and show respect for the cultures and
Of course, if it's in the context of a game,
to reform
there's absolutely nothing wrong with it.
awareness of her peers. Laura
The problem with this woke communist leftists is that
she
they're trying to be moral
much of this
when they themselves
her humanity
don't have
heroism.
any morality.
We believe that all three aspects are an important component in creating a game that celebrates history and culture while acknowledging the respect and work required to live in a world wounded by colonialism. You get the idea. This was being made by an insufferable company of thin-skinned rejects who, as you can see here, they have their X accounts posts protected. Now, ask yourself, what
Wizbot
kind
says,
of a company
"Are you thinking
creates
of
a
buying a
social
game?
media account
Please use my
only to
G2A
lock
affiliate
their own
link in the
posts
description below.
so that people
Link,
can't see them
disclosure,
and
I will
share
get a
them
commission from
unless
your
they
purchase.
are approved by
Thank
the person running the account? Spoiler alert.
Well, you can always
far less
screenshot it
in making money than they are making and consuming propaganda. These jackasses cannot stand the idea of living in a reality where other people have differing opinions, apparently. But it would seem that narrow-mindedness has cost them at least a bit. Here is the message from this dog water company announcing that their game is no longer happening. It says, "Sad news. We are canceling the Tomb Raider RPG project. Due to creative differences, we couldn't get our vision to gel with the licensors, so we've chosen to part ways." Notice how they said that they were the ones that are canceling the project. It says that we have chosen to part ways, and what this suggests to me is that Crystal Dynamics, who owns the license, they probably told.
But then again, maybe the reality is they were fired.
Because the writing has been on the wall for the past year or so. This sort of thing
It's a,
popular as
it's a normal thing, I guess.
likely
It happens in any kind of
with such
work-related,
it's one thing to
work,
Lara Croft. So
anything related to work,
but to
So an employee gets fired, but
entire premise of the series to call
the employee would say or tell the story in
damned idiot
in their version. They weren't fired, but they quit.
And based on how this cancellation announcement
They were the one who quit.
is precisely what happened.
Of course, in the side of the company, the employee got fired.
Themselves from the biggest project that they have ever.
There is always two sides of a story.
Was a big deal for them.
One side
The fact that this is a company who hides
is the version of one party,
shit idiot
and the other side is the version of the other party.
about their messaging was being challenged by Crystal Dynamics, and they didn't like it. The good news is that for those of us who actually appreciate what the franchise used to be, we don't have to stand for this particular nonsense to be printed. But I'm going to leave it there. Drop your contempt.
Maybe the licensor
to subvert this
doesn't want to lose money
and we will talk there.
by pandering to a non-existing modern audience.
Inviting you to subscribe to the channel and become a part of the crew. Life as a space pirate may not be glamorous, but there's always plenty of booty.
Okay, so that was Dr. Disaster's, I guess, opinions regarding the cancellation of this particular Tomb Raider game. Again, I'm a broken record. I keep saying the same thing because I want, people to understand what I'm trying to say. There is nothing wrong in making a game for the modern audience, or making movies for the modern audience, or any form of entertainment for the modern audience. Just don't expect to make money from it. Makes sense, right? The problem with these people is this: is they would make content for the modern audience and then cry and complain that no one bought their content or no one consumed their content. What were they expecting? They're creating content for an audience that doesn't exist. But for some weird reason, they keep doing it. They keep doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. Make it make sense. Anyway, guys, again, if you guys want to watch Dr. Disaster's video without anyone talking over it, then go to Dr. Disaster's YouTube channel and watch it there. Be right back. Okay, so we're back. Welcome back, everybody. This time we have a video about Chrono Odyssey by Asmongold. And I guess the title is a question. Why people hate Chrono Odyssey? I have no idea what Chrono Odyssey is, but since it's Asmongold, I'm going to assume that it's a video game. Okay, let's go and check out what Asmongold has to say about Chrono Odyssey and why people are hating it. Again, guys, if you don't want someone talking over the video, just go to Asmongold's web channel. It's Asmongold TV, and go watch it there.
A lot of people haven't liked this game. There's been a lot of negativity about it.
Wow, this is easily one of the coolest trailers I've seen for an MMO in years.
True.
Sure, the game is being published by Korean developers who have a pretty shaky
says,
track record regarding
visit
monetization and game
Kabalyero
quality,
KO
but
5
No, guys,
pages.
this time
Link.
it's going to be different. No, it's not going to be pay to win this time or broken. No, this time they mean it for real.
the trailer looks so good that I might be able to put aside my previous biases and actually enjoy this game. I mean, it can't be any worse than Lost Ark or BD.
Okay, so it looks good.
Solar Throne and Liberty.
But the problem with modern games that looks really good, they usually don't run on my PC.
In poor manner while not being able to enter obviously open spaces with your ridiculous looking Unreal Engine 5 slop character creation. This is the game for you.
There you go. This is one reason why I don't want
other players who are also
Bethesda Game Studios to switch to Unreal Engine 5.
throwing explosives at each
Oh
other.
yeah.
Because if they do that,
Just wanted slow, janky, and awful feeling movement.
imagine all their
To come with a seizure warning.
titles like Elder Scrolls and Fallout
You literally Google.
will look like any other
I suffered through this game's beta testing, so you don't.
Unreal Engine 5 games.
To the MMO gods, I would appreciate a like on the.
As much as the creation engine is not
I was
perfect,
myself feel even the
at least
towards this
it has,
dumpster fire.
or the games to retain that signature look and feel
already seen from
that the Elder Scrolls
in fact a ton even
series or franchise and the Fallout games
that they had shown in the game's trailers that have been released up.
Just look at the Oblivion remaster.
To give them some props, the game's aesthetic.
It looks good.
The game was great and still
It looks good.
I had to play it.
But
like before
watching the gameplay watching the gameplay
shines. The actual art direction.
it doesn't feel like I'm watching an Elder Scrolls game. It doesn't feel like an Elder Scrolls game.
Oh wait, 3 different.
It's like
because the other 3 are still locked. That's fine. I'm not making this video
a game with
beta testing, having certain
an Elder Scrolls skin.
Anyway, each class has the opportunity to use
Absolutely.
3 different weapons, and 2 of those at the same time.
Yes.
I chose to be the.
Look at all these characters. They look like
And now we get into actual character custom.
every other characters
Kind of
made in Unreal Engine
I'd seen a ton
5
of creators
or
actually
4.
praising the character creation as if
Because Unreal Engine,
and
I don't know why,
certainly
most games made from it
I actually thought the character creation
tend to look
it also
the same.
every other Unreal Engine 5
Maybe they're using the same
this year.
asset.
They're all pretty good.
I don't know. I'm not a game developer.
Side with a black nondescript background, and you can hyper zoom in and highlight
Look at this. This
character's face.
the character models look like models in Black Desert.
Released in 2025, with a bit of the typical Korean character creator aesthetic thrown in.
Of course.
Within minutes after adjusting sliders, I had created one of those Bored Ape NFTs.
Oh,
You
God.
can find my Bitcoin wallet in the description if you would like to purchase my non-fungible property. But
Wow.
really, after
Looks
messing
really
with my
good.
character's proportions to the point that he had tumors coming out of every part of his abdomen, which made armor look exceptionally ridiculous, I decided to take this game a bit more seriously.
Great.
After
Looks
all,
amazing.
I've been hyped for literally
Bro, he
years
used the hairstyle. He used the same hairstyle I did.
at this point. So I chose one of the default options
Perfect.
and finally entered the game. You're met with a cutscene showing a conversation between
Okay, so he spent time making that
Yeah, they're decent.
ridiculous looking character and didn't even bother to use it. Oh my goodness.
running an attack animation
Now I feel sad for the character.
mode designed to steal your money. Now everyone is
I actually think that it's worse than New World, but better than Throne and Liberty. I think this is basically a worse version of New World made by Koreans.
saying that this game is basically New World but worse.
Yeah.
And I can understand why. I
Yeah,
mean, look
yeah.
at the user interface. They basically copied New World with this sort of minimalistic style. And I mean, even the color theme of your quest objectives, the compass at the top, and the action bar are all pretty similar to New World.
Right.
However, I think New World is so far ahead of Chrono Odyssey in terms of quality that it's
Again,
literally comparing apples to oranges. Just
even the new
They are
beta, the
they are
was better than the beta.
the video here is just, you know,
Well, I mean, there were some fucky things
giving reasons
quite well.
as to why Bethesda
months ago, I played another Korean game.
shouldn't ditch
Bless Unleashed.
their creation engine.
Very similar character creation process, and the overall feel of Bless Unleashed from animations to combat was
Sure, they can make the remaster of the old Bethesda games in Unreal Engine 5, but their
Dog shit.
new titles, especially the upcoming Elder Scrolls 6,
Bless Unleashed these days boasts a
I don't want it be made in Unreal Engine. I want them to stick with their creation engine too.
changes are made. Anyway, in the tutorial, you're basically this high-level version of your
As a
abilities and amount.
fan of Skyrim,
It's not great.
that still plays the game and still has Skyrim installed on his computer,
Take a look at some of my available
I don't want Bethesda to ditch
where you can level up
their creation engine.
that your character could use. You have a page
It is the best
which is one of the only unique
game engine
where you have 5 different
for Elder Scrolls.
and use, all having to do something with bending time.
What a
And
surprise.
furthermore, more interface and menus that are all based
Another example is that I was like,
Yeah,
I got
which I'm fine. If you're meant
I got a chance to play the alpha of Elder Scrolls Online.
for Refantastic,
The moment
like that's fine.
the moment my character appeared in the world,
It's where it works.
Anyway, this tutorial culminates
I immediately lost interest because
over in tons
it didn't feel like an Elder Scrolls game. Even though I, bought Elder Scrolls Online, I haven't really played it a lot.
Luckily,
Maybe I have a few hours.
which takes up most of the
I have like
attention. However, I still
what,
managed to die. But it doesn't matter.
500 hours in Skyrim?
This chick shows up with her pocket watch.
Maybe even 1,000 if we combine the legendary and the special edition.
Yes, that in a game about bending time
And I have like only a few hours in
future-ass narrative directions in order to
Elder Scrolls Online.
with the game
Because again,
a high-level version of the character.
it didn't feel like I was playing an Elder Scrolls game.
Time travel, not in a story. I don't like time travel being in stories. I think it creates too many problems.
Wow, I'm impressed. Anyway, you're loaded into this creepy cave, and once again, one of the only things I seem to be able to applaud this game for is its aesthetic. I'll give them that. Everything looks relatively badass. However, this cave as an introduction to the actual game is hilarious, because it basically immediately highlights how awful and janky the movement really is. By forcing you
I
to
guess
climb
they must have got that from New World.
over a bunch of awkward rocky outcrops as you make your way outside.
I didn't even really
Your character's
care.
feet seemingly
like, I mean,
never-
this kind of stuff I don't really care that much about. But like, it's really the combat that matters. And like the animation delay and the fact that like sometimes you'll be dodging something and you'll still get hit by it, that's just, again, it's just bad design. And New World fixed that by just giving players a lot of iframes. And I think that's actually just kind of like, if you want to have a game that's built around iframing, you have to do that.
Never make contact with anything he's touching, especially when it involves moving upwards or facing any sort of verticality.
You did like the double jump?
Animations don't line up with what your character should be doing and how he's moving.
Yeah.
And honestly, it feels like a mobile game at times regarding the movement. Outside of the cave is a small crate. You press E to interact, and you're given some health potions that you can equip to a quick use slot. I continued forward fighting some of these leftover flares, and I talked to the first guy who told me to keep continuing forward.
Yeah.
And I even found Jimmy Kimmel. I did not know he was a fan of Korean MMOs. Now, I tried tapping, which puts a message into the world chat, but there's no indication or speech above your character's head, so it's hard to tell when people are actually talking to each other.
It's
but
pretty
I continued forward, and you can use left control to sprint, which is kind of awkward on the hand.
Okay.
I continued forward, kind of lagging into every new area, as the game claims to be a seamless open
Also,
world.
by the way, any game that makes you consume stamina to run quickly out of combat is bad. I thought we moved past that with Elden Ring. There's no reason that you need to consume stamina to run when you're not in combat. It just sucks. That's it. It just sucks. Now, the
Asmongold, it's for immersion.
game that like different weight limits have different functions, sure.
You don't understand, Asmon.
Yeah.
It's for immersion.
There's a
Next up, you meet up with
purposes.
tells you to search in the chest for some armor, and this is the first time that I realized
The game developers want the players to feel like they're in the game.
Sometimes.
Oh. Oh. Okay. So I didn't have any armor. Why is that optional? Shouldn't that be kind of like the main thing? You didn't read? Why would I fucking read? It's fucking annoying. That's not my fault. If I don't want to read, it shouldn't have been fucking annoying.
No, most times
No wonder I
had to
kept
press
dying.
E upwards of 4 times for my character to...
No, the thing is that, so this is a problem the game has, is that it has E and it has pressing E. And so sometimes you have to hold E and sometimes you have to just press it once. And there's no real indication of which one is which.
actually interact with whatever the object might be. Anyway, with my new armor equipped, I followed my quest beam of light forward to this Eye of Insight. These
Bro,
obviously
self-sabotaging his games? No. The thing is that I think that I bet a lot of
Wisbit
people
says,
do exactly what I
Are
do
you thinking
playing
of
games.
buying a game?
And I
Please
think
use
that
my
if a
G2A
game
affiliate
developer
link in the
really wants
description
to
below.
know
Link, disclosure. I
where
will get
will
a commission
somebody
from
have
your
trouble
purchase.
playing a game,
Thank you.
watch me. Because I'm not paying attention, I don't give a shit, and I don't really fucking know what I'm doing. And that's the average player. That's the average person. And
Wow, imagine that.
True.
Based on those criteria,
looking at game testing. If you think
based on those criteria,
my God,
I guess I'm not an average player.
You're wrong, huh? You're retarded, bro? No. I'm
Because
telling you guys.
I do read. I do read what's on screen.
Water. I don't think that you understand how totally fucking...
The only time I don't read is when I'm playing an autoplay MMORPG, because what's the point of reading? What's the point of reading when you're playing an autoplay MMORPG? It will just play itself.
screen until the animation was over.
Yeah.
So I jumped down and made my way towards the coastal.
So if it's just going to play itself, then
3 types, but once
That's
again,
nice.
you can only have 2. I decided to check out and use the dual blades as they sounded pretty.
why would I bother reading anything?
Players, which got my dual blades to mastery level 2, where you
Wow.
can apply a skill point and learn new abilities. Before the game sends you on another path up a weirdly the obscure vertical area that showcases just how bad the character's movement is. Seriously, what is their obsession
Would
with
you try again? Average person equals average mindset? No. I mean, you can't blame if you play ignorantly. You absolutely can. So basically, and this is something that people that think that they're smart say, but it actually reveals that they're stupid.
Also, I believe that Asmongold doesn't really read anything.
Like whenever something happens in a game and it's
Even though I haven't really watched them play a game,
commonly make,
I'm not interested in watching Asmongold playing a game. I usually watch Asmon for his
functionality,
to know what his take on
communicate this idea to the player.
I guess games and other things like
misunderstand you.
What is take on this particular game, Chrono Odyssey.
You think it's hand-holding because, again, this is a fish not realizing it's in water. Old video games had hand-holding, but it was done in a way that made sense inside of the game, and it was clear.
I don't remember Super Mario having hand-holding.
If you read the messages, you shouldn't look at that. Because, again, whenever... And so why are people not going to read the messages? Let me explain why they're not going to read the messages. It's because, number one, the dialogue isn't voiced, and number two, 95% of the words on there are filler. So why would you expect a user who's not invested at all into the story to read a bunch of filler text on their own while they're just simply trying to play the game? And so, and this is, again, people don't read. Yes. Excuses? LOL, read, brother? No. This is not about excuses. Like, you're thinking about this from your own ego as a gamer. Nobody cares that you read a text message in a video game or you figured out, like, this is, you have to keep in mind that, like, this is an entertainment product. This isn't a test. It's not a trial. It's not any sort of, like, indicator of intelligence. It's just a video game. And so get all that out of your head and start thinking about this in a little bit more of a reasonable way. If a lot of people are getting confused by these types of things, then there's probably something.
Okay, so my opinion on this is you should at least read.
No, it doesn't. And
you should at least read the information when you are still in the tutorial.
Reads understand the tutorial and cues almost every game.
Just go and read the tutorial. Especially if you're playing a new game.
A million other text messages in general. And also,
now, if
any game developer...
Now, once you're done with the tutorial and you don't want to be bothered reading what the story is, I guess you can do that as well. I do that all the time.
To the player, that makes sense.
There are games where, even though they're not autoplay MMORPGs,
I think that there's some
I just don't read
like that because
a
game system that's confusing.
The story or the quest. I just skip the story and accept the quest. Epic NPC man style.
So
but if you're starting a new game and you don't know how to play the game, at least go through the tutorial once, Just go through the tutorial once.
The tablet or the iPhone is. Apply that logic to video games.
You to climb up the most non-obvious locations in a way that just perfectly shows off how janky everything really is. I guess this is how the game introduces you to your chronotector, which you can use by pressing C.
Yep.
This highlights the bright yellow path that you've been following the entire game, except for this exact
it's the visual migraine activator
moment when it's hidden, and you have to use the chronotector to see it. Now, so far I've had a lot of praise for the cutscenes. They've honestly...
Now, if the tutorial is annoying,
was hilarious.
Open the settings and look at the...
Sore thumb.
I didn't even know this.
Look at the kill list,
having to hold left
or the hotkeys. At least you'll see
if a game doesn't play well in the beta, why would you
what a key does.
well in the release?
You'll know that WSD is for movements and things like that. You can actually open that and view it. You can even change it if you want. Usually I don't change the default settings.
Anyway, after this land is cleared of the threat,
you guys, the people that are arguing about this are coping to a massive degree. I think that this is a generational level of coping.
What are they arguing about?
everything is
Again, guys, if you don't want anyone talking over the video, just go to Asmongold's channel in YouTube. Watch the video there, because I'm not going to stop talking over the video.
Undead pirate took me out in basically one hit, and that's death.
What's that?
Odyssey.
You died.
For me, as it basically teleported me directly where I needed to go.
Convenient.
So the speedrunning
Very Souls-like.
I'm not gonna lie, at this point, I was
there
already
it
getting
is.
pretty much fed up. I really had much higher expectations for Chrono Odyssey. Everything I had witnessed so far was janking, confusing, copied, and contrived.
I'm going to check this out, okay? Is this in
Slop MMO
Is this in Steam?
It's the exact same, but about 5 times worse. As I made my way closer to the first real town, which just looks
I think this is better than Chrono Odyssey. Or sorry, it's better than Throne of Liberty. I think Chrono Odyssey can be good. Like, I'm giving negative and critical feedback.
Well, okay, so Chrono Odyssey is in Steam and
I think that this game can
is available in my region.
but it's
Wow,
just
amazing.
not there. And it's not even remotely
Planned release date to be announced.
Exactly.
So I guess Asmongold got a closed beta or a beta copy, because I saw him. I saw a thumbnail video of him playing the game.
Overcome bad game design, view it as a kind of like a like a trial that's meant to be overcome rather than something that isn't really good. People view overcoming bad game design as the game design being good. And this has been a huge problem that video game discourse has had for a long time. Being able to beat something that's badly designed is an achievement in a way, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the achievement should have existed in the first place. And I think that a big problem is that when people are attached to a game, especially an MMO that they want to dedicate a lot of time into, they're going to go out of their way to defend shortcomings, problems, or issues with it. And when a person is having trouble with the game, instead of looking at why the person is having trouble and looking at the system and deciding whether the system is good and whether it's functioning in a way that makes sense for a player, they immediately retreat back to their own ego. Because I think a lot of people play video games, and not even a lot of people, but like this audience of people play video games for ego, right? They care about being good at the video game. That's what matters to them. And I think that MMOs specifically attract this audience of people because MMOs are kind of like an alternate power world where, the world, real life is pay to win and video games in some way are not.
Okay, so I'm looking at Bitcraft, and I thought this game was free to play. I guess I was wrong.
You're unwilling to accept that another person's viewpoint is valid at all. And this is like a problem in general that like people have with everything. But that's the reason why conversations about video game design are so hard on the internet, is because people view overcoming difficulty that's created through bad game design as an achievement rather than an inconvenience. And because of that, people make excuses for and advocate for, even in some circumstances, bad game design that ends up making video games worse. And I think that's kind of what happens with a lot of MMOs.
And doing that thing where the game is trying to transition you from slightly lower lighting to more. And in between, you have to experience a full-on rave, which you can control by moving your camera in different directions. After that, I was directed to participate in some crafting, and the game sends you to a blacksmith who gives you all the necessary ingredients, and you use the weapon crafter. And you spend 500 gold to make some daggers.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure there's much more to the system, and it's probably a pretty in-depth part to gear progression within the end game. However, the game thinks you've had enough of learning about crafting, and it sends you on your way to continue forward with the main quest anyway. There was also no mention of gathering either, so the blacksmith just gave you all the ingredients to make your weapon without explaining where they actually might have come from.
Like, I'll give you an example. Instead of giving you the armor at the beginning of the game, the blacksmith should have taught you how to make the armor whenever you reach him. So the first step should have been making your armor, and then the second step should have been making your weapons. That way you teach the player 2 different systems at the same time, and you also introduce them to how the systems integrate with their armor. She does.
But the problem there, Asmongold, is how will they find the blacksmith if they don't read?
Watch my playthrough. I don't think that I made myself armor.
See? See, reading is essential when you're playing
known as
a game. Because if you say you don't read,
So then there you go.
and there is,
Yeah, you didn't do this quest.
it shouldn't be
problem, right?
it shouldn't be a requirement in playing a game. Then you say that
And so
the player should find the blacksmith and then have them make their armor. But if they don't read,
they should both
how are they going to find the blacksmith?
first set of gear.
Unless it's an autoplay MMORPG where you can just leave the game playing itself.
How do I get to this cave?
You should at least, in a minimum,
Ways.
read a little.
Marker, but still not
You know?
location.
Because if you absolutely don't read,
However, this starting
how will you know or how will you find anything?
different levels of verticality. You
can see how this is again confusing for players.
You won't even know what your name is because
waterfalls and mountains that are constantly active.
you don't want to read it.
Where you actually need to go. But after a few moments
Shouldn't video game developers afford players agency in regards to discovering mechanics? I think that giving player, and this is always the challenge. How much do you allow players to discover, and how much do you teach players? I think that at the beginning, it's important to, at least with and this is the problem, is like with Chrono Odyssey or like a big MMO like this, you're introducing the player into so many new systems.
For example, Asmongold is a big World of Warcraft player.
Understanding of how those systems work.
How would he know how all the skills and spells work if he did not bother to read any of them?
Beginning of the game, you're only dealing with 1 or 2 spells for the first few hours of playing the game. If you contrast this with Chrono Odyssey, you're automatically dealing with multiple different.
No, I don't want to read. Why would you want me to read? Why are you forcing me to read? Dude, you need to do a little bit of reading.
You're looking at.
You know.
You're looking at
You need,
different spells.
even if you don't read, you're looking at the map.
They're just instantly thrown on you.
How will you know anything?
You're not going to understand all of those things. It's
If
just
you don't read the words on the map.
just because some people do doesn't mean that most people will. And again, I go back to the iPod and the iPhone example.
Even iPads and iPhones,
and clean,
there are words there. And if you don't read
not in their complexity,
anything on screen, how will you move forward?
Understand, and they communicate a complex idea in a way that's easy to understand. Steve Jobs.
Anyway, I'm just you know, exaggerating and making fun of what Asmongold is saying.
running around aimlessly, I did eventually decide to try and...
Ooh, what's a chest? I didn't see that.
Along my way down, I actually found a chest which had some items and some new boots.
Well, I should have got that.
That was cool. And eventually, I made it to the cave where you find something known as a
Wizbit
chrono
says,
For some reason, this loading screen took an
Imagine that character window
in the description.
devoid of
Disclosure. I will get
words and text.
To fight
Thank you.
How would you know your character is actually growing?
Learn the basics in the beginning area. New World did an incredible job. I think the New World beginner player experience,
And even the new world beginner experience, you still
phenomenal job.
it will still require you
Player
to
in a
read
way that is measured.
because the game won't. How is the game going to explain the system
That it teaches the
if you're not going to read what the system is teaching you?
to be spawning in. But then I realized that this wall is actually a giant door.
And this is also another thing too. Like, why is it that you're teleporting in here and there's no indicator that you should go to this door? The player at this point starting to play the game hasn't created enough video game logic inside of this universe to understand that this is a door and they need to walk up to it. I bet a lot of people got confused by this and they didn't know what to do.
Well, back in the day, Asman.
How many people do you think?
Back in the day when I was like, when we were playing,
Probably a lot of them.
and
again,
role-playing games,
example,
we would check all the doors. We would check all the chests.
Sometimes
We
it's
would
the person that's
check all the cabinets. We would
I almost did. Yeah,
check
exactly.
every corner of the map.
Absolutely. And so, like again,
There were no indicators. There were no arrows.
understandable.
There were no question marks. There were nothing.
It is mandatory. And also, like, here's another thing.
And sometimes
Is not really indicated in a way that makes sense.
sometimes there are
This is what I
the
know
map
the game
or
says.
the map.
I don't know that this is true.
They all look the same, or the maps
seems like
all look the same.
colors of
That was
of enemy
insane
text.
back then.
There
That
is
was
a yellow
insane.
text, which means that it's around your level. A purple text, which means that it's a little bit above.
There were no
and a red
purple text. There were no red text. There were no anything.
Is that true? Yeah, there's a few, but yeah, exactly.
So if you get into an encounter and you're not dealing damage to the mob or the enemy,
not really.
guess what? It's much stronger than you, and you'll be one-shotted.
How is that indicated at all? Never. So how would a player know that a purple quest?
Modern games today are filled with, I guess, convenience features.
Confusing, but by my logic, these games. Well, just because you felt that it was intuitive is totally fine, but you can take a step back and look at the fact that certain logic systems in the game not being explained is problematic at a fundamental level, right? So, for example, like there are things like, for example, like the door. I figured the door out.
And also back then, we would get like the Japanese copy or the Japanese versions of Final Fantasy.
And so I just walked up to it.
And obviously we don't read or write or talk Japanese.
Bad game design doesn't.
We were still able to play the game by trial and error.
To be smart.
Oh, okay, so this characters does this. And then we would try, oh, okay, so this character set is the item. This character is the equipment.
Look like this.
This character set is the attack.
Piercer, I managed to do some damage, but yeah. Then I died.
We were just like
I died again.
skipping through all the dialogue, and
if you miss a dodge,
we would try to understand what's happening by, by going through the game itself, because there was no point in reading the dialogue or the conversation because the game was in Japanese. That's why we got like I think more Final Fantasy games.
Not explained to the player.
Because I believe the English versions, they kind of skip a few.
So it's again like so you can come back, right? It's both. I do think that like
for example, Final Fantasy 3 in the West is Final Fantasy 6 to us.
Skill issue. Most of the time, that skill issue often also exists with the developer in communicating the idea in a clear way that makes sense. So it's like Margit and Elden Ring.
Another game that we played back then that were in Japanese was like
and I think with the game
Super Robot Wars.
A lot of Elden Ring is not guided. So there's an open world that you can explore.
It was a fun strategy game.
Pretty much sent from going from 1 to 2.
But
skill issue equals no players. Yes.
We have no idea what was happening.
Well, Elden Ring doesn't hold your hand.
All we know is
differences with that.
We are, getting to play our favorite mech.
I don't think that the difficulty.
Mechas.
In my opinion, I think the boss.
There's
for like average.
Mazinger Z. There's like the Gundams. There's the
I bet if you looked at the player,
the Getter robots.
would have like
all kinds of mechas.
30% drop off of the people that.
And we played it, even though
before and after this.
The game was in Japanese.
I think this quest is like a huge filter, and I think that filters in games are bad. Because
we call
games effectively
for the Gundam we called Amurure Pao because of how his name was written in Japanese.
as a developer, do you want to have a function in
The characters
that
resembles the letters P, A, and O.
that would be ridiculous? You're
But
trying to sell a product and you want
the character's name is Amuro. Amurure, but
this quest is
we
that
called him Pao.
it's not communicated properly to the player, that the quest is not really intended entirely to be taken on immediately. And if that was communicated to the player and it said, you know, like, let's say, like, this is, if I was going to redesign this is the way that I would redesign it. I would have it to where the player goes in and they fight the boss, and if they kill the boss on their first try, like in Elden Ring, whenever you fight the grafted scion at the beginning, and if you kill him, you get a really cool weapon and a shield.
I would really like if Asmongold
PC tell you, wait a minute,
create
you're not ready for that yet.
a game or creates a game. I want him to create a game.
Checklist of things for you to do.
You know, because that way we will
or you can try and do it
find out whether he's just spouting bullshit or if what he's saying is actually like
this is the big problem
possible,
a lot of these games don't have is that the players,
because right now everything that he's saying are
really understand where these problems
I
are
guess
coming from and
you
how
know
to
just
solve them in a
opinions,
way.
you know,
Like the solution to this problem is not
based on his experience playing games.
It's to make the player stronger and to communicate to the player that the indication is that they want to get stronger.
For example, Dr. Respect is a gamer and he has like
any of that?
a lot of
No, Elden
criticisms and opinions regarding games, but the game he made
example in
that was,
Expedition
I guess,
33,
cancelled now,
the Dark Shores,
or was it cancelled or shut down?
swim around with
The
that
game he made,
it will tell you this,
in my
area is
opinion,
high level
is
to be here right now
not that
because
great.
The portal will be red instead of white. So the idea that any sort of thing that you're doing is immediately like, oh, well, because Elden Ring doesn't show this, then it's okay not to show it. There are a lot of games that do communicate these things in ways that are reasonable. Like Black Myth Wukong does the same thing. So I don't think that you should look at the way that Elden Ring does things and say every single way that Elden Ring does things is the way that every game should do things. Like, for example,
Of course not.
Like, I think the menus
Of course not.
and
How are you going to implement Elden Ring combat mechanic if you have a turn-based strategy
I
game?
think Elden Ring's menus are bad. Does that mean Elden Ring's a bad game? No. But it means that there are certain things about the game that are strengths and certain things that are weaknesses. And
It depends on your game, of course. It
instead
depends
trying to
of
take
your
all
game.
of it or nothing. That's a bad way of looking at things.
It depends on the game that you are trying to create.
What I was supposed to be working on.
Yes.
But
You can like
the instance just in case, and I guess it.
you know take some good features from this game and then a few good features from that game that will what matters I think is how those features are you know how those features adapts or matches the game you're trying to create.
Fast travel location. I was told to use the bounce stone to enter the Citadel. I wasn't quite sure where the Citadel was on the map, but then I saw it. Hold R to enter the Citadel. Gotcha. Upon entering the Citadel, you're met with more cutscenes, and Velia tells you to go to the Chrono Gate. I explored a bit around the Citadel, which honestly looks nothing like a Citadel, and basically, it's just
a waste
Chrono
of space.
Odyssey's version of the Magnus from BDO. Okay. Anyway, leaving the Citadel and following my
See, I think I mentioned that earlier.
glowing barrel outside.
The characters in the game looked very similar to Black Desert.
Seems like you can actually aim and throw the barrel and
And I would guess the game itself,
followed by quest marker again, and
you know,
led me back
the game might look similar to Black Desert. I can't tell from this video though.
So, Mrs. I know you advocate for easy games, but all good games you like are hard and have a lot of figure it out stuff. Also, a lot of examples of making games easier hurts them more, like WoW. I'm not advocating for easier games. I'm advocating for better communication. I never said that. So there are certain things that should be easy, and there are certain things that should be hard. Fighting a boss should be hard. understanding when to fight the boss should be easy. Let me think. Like, let's say clearing a castle, or you know, like figuring out how to get into like an area that you're not supposed to be at. That should be hard, but the menus should be easy to navigate. Something being harder doesn't make it good. Something being easier doesn't make it bad. These things exist on separate spectrums. A game's difficulty is not the same as a game's quality.
I even got on the roof and tried to drop in, but no. And there seemed to be tons of other players around who had the same quest marker as me and were similarly confused. Anyway, I picked up the barrel again and I threw it, and did that just kill me and another player?
Sure
did. I just participate in
Somebody did that to
non-consensual
me.
open world PvP in a game that doesn't feature open world PvP, at least not in this area? Wait, we need to go back and see if that's what happened or if it was just a visual bug. Surely.
What about Lost Ark? They tell you which item you should be using before fighting a boss in the Legion raids? Yeah, I mean, that's what Lost Ark does. And Lost Ark also has a deluge of systems. I think a big problem that a lot of MMOs have is that they have too many overt systems. And the overt systems are so confusing to an average player that it's overwhelming. Like there's menus,
okay. I just killed
on
another
top of
player with this
menus,
barrel
on
again.
top of
That's
systems, on top of
amazing.
menus.
Oh boy. Next, I helped some naked man down off the waterfall in Chrono Odyssey's rendition of the waterfall quest from old school RuneScape before he creepily walked away from me and hid in a bush. And that's when I actually realized that my quest marker wasn't telling me to go to that house in the woods. It was directing me back to the Chrono Gate where I had fought that difficult boss.
Yeah.
Because the Chrono Gate was so deep into the mountain from the side of the ravine, it appeared on the minimap as if it was above the mountain. And that's why I got confused. So I went back to the Piercer guy just to have my ass absolutely handed to me again, and that's when I decided enough was enough. I am so mad at myself for getting hyped up about this game. And these aren't just beta testing problems. This game obviously needs a ton of work.
Okay, there you go. They got beta access because I checked in Twitch and
A game is bad.
yeah, it's listed. It has a store page, but it's not yet available.
Look at, like, especially in terms of like base game functionality, that's really worrying.
Again, the game looks
worrying.
looks like an Unreal Engine 5 game.
What do you think happens to
like
a game
other Unreal 5
like that
Engine 5 games?
Player base, or 50% of the player base? Well, then the game dies, and that's the end of the game.
For my short time playing, that it's just another sloppy Korean-made MMO that, despite not being
I wonder if this is going to be
with
free to play.
Don't play this game. Save yourself the time and the money. There's
Damn.
already a fully released version of Chrono Odyssey
Damn.
that's been out for years. It's called Bless Online.
Oh.
Anyway, if you made it to the end of the
don't
video,
play that
I
one
appreciate
either.
you. A like,
Wait.
a comment, a sub,
Wait, did he just say Bless Online?
a channel member. But I'll catch you all in the next one. Later.
Yeah.
This game looks more like BDO.
And the beta is an old version of the game, not where they're at right now. It doesn't matter yet, but yeah. I know I had somebody else tell me that you know, but it was NDA, and so like, you know, like I didn't say that myself, but that's true. This is the Waydot video. I'll link you guys the video and give it a like. And anybody, 33K players, it seems like the filter didn't work so bad. Well, if I pull up and I look at how many people are playing the game, let's take a look and see how people are doing. So the game having a decrease in players from
Wizbit
Friday
says,
to Saturday
Are you thinking
is
of
a
buying
colossal
a game?
failure.
Please use my G2A affiliate link in
This
the
is a
description below.
huge
Wow, look at that, 33,000 people
That's
have beta access
And if you
to Chrono Odyssey.
So every
Because again, I just checked
that
and it wasn't yet available. It has a store. It has a store page, but
look at this, Dune Awakening even today,
it's not yet
multiple
playable.
weeks after its release, is still experiencing an increase in players on the weekend. So if Chrono Odyssey has like almost 20,000 players that are choosing not to come back and play the game literally the next day of the game, this is a huge failure. It's still a playtest. It doesn't matter. Didn't you rage quit, Dune? I didn't rage quit, bro. I depression quit it. I did. I'll link you guys the video. Give it a like. I agree with everything that he's saying in this video, by the way. He's totally fucking right about this. He 100% is right. It's much worse because not even the new guys are picking it up because you're not judging the game in its final state. Yeah, you're right. Of course. Why would I want to play a game if even the beginning of it is bad? Like, every argument that you're going to use is just copium. Literally every single argument.
I would disagree with that because
New World didn't have
there is an
released.
there is an example. It's called No Man's Sky.
Like the problems with New World.
No Man's Sky was bad.
Way later on.
It was way bad.
Way later on in the game.
But
one chance for a first impression.
A year later,
most people don't care about the playtest.
it's one of the best games ever.
Might be cool when it comes out, and then they drop the playtest. Okay, so I'm just thinking of some examples that disprove your point. So we could look at Monster Hunter World, Monster Hunter Wilds. I think that game disproves that point. I think also the Stellar Blade demo disproves the point as well. Arc Raiders disproves the point as another example. And let me think, is there one more that I can disprove the point with besides that? Dune, I don't know if they had a playtest.
Again,
Dune
an example of a bad game
yeah, PoE 2
that became great is No Man's Sky.
And that was a beta as well. So again, like...
And that game was bad in the beginning.
Once people have their hands on the game, if the game is dysfunctional the first time people played...
No Man's Sky was dysfunctional in the beginning.
It's that simple. Deadlock? Yeah, Deadlock is another example. So, like, I can come up with a lot of examples. Like, Baldur's Gate 3 is...
Final Fantasy 14
had a very limited early access.
They had to shut down the game
Content that you could do.
because it was bad in the beginning. But now it's one of the, I guess you can say, best
An indication of the quality.
ongoing
Another example
MMORPG.
of, like, Chrono Odyssey's example, where Concord's playtest immediately went down. I think that you can constantly and you can very regularly track the success of the playtests of a game to its actual release performance. That's it. And so didn't drop it first day? Yeah, exactly. I hate how sluggish it is. So I can come up with like a million examples and like a million ways to disprove these arguments. But at the end of the day, I really think that what I'm saying is genuine. And I'm saying this out of a position...
But I'm not saying that this Chrono Odyssey is gonna be good, though.
And that's why I'm suggesting improvements for the game. I'm not
And
saying this game,
also,
like with Star
it's
Wars
best
Outlaws,
to give it a try first.
piece of shit. I didn't even want to play it.
Just give it a try.
Odyssey, but there's
Because who knows, there might be some parts of the game that you might enjoy.
improve these things to make the game better. The game will not be a success, and it will fail as a commercial product. Whether you think that players deserve to be able to...
For example, I saw this game called
filtered or their skill
Age of Ashes. It looked great. I don't mind playing autoplay MMORPG, a mobile MMORPG that is autoplay.
One or the other. And so your experience...
So I gave it a try and it was dog shit. So, did I waste my time playing, trying out Age of Ashes, Dark Nun? I don't think so, because if I did not give it a try, or if I didn't give it a try, then I wouldn't know it was dog shit. For example, this the Ragnarok, I guess you can say the mobile conversion of the classic old Ragnarok game. I thought it was going to be bad, but I enjoyed playing it. I even spent like 10 hours just playing the game, even though it was just a total grind. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why I enjoyed it. Well, I'm not playing it right now, though. taking a break from the grind. Anyway, guys, that's it for um this is Asmongold, I guess reacting to why people hate Chron Odyssey. And again, if you want to watch the video without anyone talking over it, just go to Asmongold. Just go to Asmongold's channel in YouTube. It's Asmongold TV. Okay, so be right back. And we're back again. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the channel. And if you're watching this wherever, in YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, Kick, D-Live, Party, Nemo, OnlyFans. OnlyFans. I checked out OnlyFans once and I saw that it had or has the same interface as Twitter. I was curious. So I checked it out. I did not create an account because I think it requires you to verify your, I guess, real identity, something like that. I was surprised that it had the same interface as Twitter, so it was like using one of those open source Twitter-like apps.
Ambit says, visit Kabalyero's KO5 page at link.
Anyway, why are we talking about OnlyFans? What we have here, or what do we have here? Okay, so this is another video by Asmongold. I guess this is a reaction video. The title is Witcher 3 Dev made this game, and it didn't say what game it was or it is. Anyway, let's go and find out what this game is that Asmongold was or had reacted to.
I think it'll probably be, my expectation is I think it'll probably be okay. I'm not expecting it to be like crazy super good. I just think it'll be okay. But I could be wrong. It could be crazy super good. I guess we're about to find out. Like, I think this is a game that, like, I would play it for the story. So if the combat's at least a 6, I would take it. That'd be fine. All right, let's see it. Likely mature.
Ever get that feeling that someone is watching you, even if you're like totally alone?
No matter the playstyle you decide on, it's all about immersion.
Yeah, okay, stop here.
There goes. There goes the key word. I guess it's immersion. How immersive is this game?
Wait, that's today. The gameplay reveal event. Okay, this is it. This is right now. It's happening. At this very moment.
Hi everyone and welcome.
Wow, look at the graphics of this game.
Event.
It's so realistic.
Here at Rebel Wolves, and
wait. I don't think that's the game. Okay, I'm sorry.
host for
I got confused.
Thank you
I thought,
so much, Dominique.
I thought it was the game already.
Joining us
I think it's a little bit
live
low. I turned it up a bit.
in the studio once again, and this time on the first day of the astronomical summer.
Astronomical.
Dominique, you guys really do think about these stream dates, don't you?
Yeah, I think
Wait,
it
what?
makes it a bit more fun, you know. We are going to
Is
talk
that
about
some-
magic
that's some
today,
pagan
among
shit,
other
right?
topics. And what's a better occasion than the summer solstice? This is supposed to be the day when our connection to magic is the strongest, and we have all these different rituals and celebrations connected to it, and to the sun and light in general.
That's true. I suppose it fits
I thought the
theme
church
really
sorted
well.
all
It
this
adds
stuff
a
out
little
a
bit
few hundred years
to
ago.
that mystery. And of
They
course,
still bringing this
we
up?
want to thank all of you for joining us live today, whether you're watching a
Asmon, it's for immersion.
wonderful content creators.
They're trying to, I guess, match
Welcome in
their presentation.
Perhaps
Okay, their presentation
related to
the game.
Dominica, how about we catch them up?
Of course, of course.
Just play the
The
trailer.
Blood of Dawnwalker is the first chapter of a brand new role-playing saga created by us here at Rebel Wolves. And it's a dark fantasy, narrative-driven, epic adventure.
I mean, that sounds good.
You know, and it's
Appealing to
full
me.
of twists and it's great.
It's a
It is
good.
going
The
to
game.
be
Just play the
quite
trailer.
The game, and if you didn't see the previous stream, perhaps you can check out the YouTube channel
Yeah.
as well. The Dawnwalker YouTube channel has all of the information from the previous
Yeah.
stream. You will be able to learn more about the world and also like the main concepts of the game as well. But that was last time. Dominica, we
Okay.
know why everybody's here today,
So
right?
they're just going to show. They're going to get right into it.
We have a
I
lot
like
to
that.
show you and a lot to talk about. So why don't we just jump straight into it?
Great.
No. We have
Awesome.
to give them at least a
No.
We are going to show you some games.
No.
Just a tiny bit. Let's give them
That's
an
good.
overview
You're gonna
of what they
stall
can
a little bit.
expect, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So first, straight out of the gate, it is that gameplay.
Great.
Yes, you'll see 20 minutes of
Wow.
gameplay in total. We are going to show you a fragment of a quest, but we will be focusing on the gameplay
Holy
features,
shit.
and not on the story. Not to spoil anything for you.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see 2 examples.
Okay, so this particular game is a single player game. If it's
First from the
focused on the story.
with his sword fighting skills and magic, of course,
And then when he's at night,
during the
he's a
night
vampire?
with some vampiric abilities at his
Oh.
disposal.
Okay.
Looks like you're going to get to see a little bit of everything. And what you're going to see, all of it is taken in engine, right?
Yes, we recorded it on PC on a build from last week, actually.
Okay,
We
so
want
it's
to
actually-
show you what the game looks like right now. And yes, you'll see some glitches and imperfections, but this is not the final product, of course. You know, we'll be entering the beta stage of development.
Remember,
so you can
if it's not good in the beginning, it's not gonna be good
Is the volume
including
low?
next iteration
at release.
of animations, lighting, visuals in general, and optimization, of course.
Of course, but I think it's really refreshing that we're going to get to see
Yeah, I think
where
that should
the
be
game really is right now, rather than where maybe it might be if we weren't using the engine.
Sure,
I think it's
okay.
really good and deserves some props for that. I think that's really, really cool. But of course, we are not just going to give you gameplay and send you off into the night.
What are you
That
gonna do
would
instead?
Be crazy. We have some very, very talented devs here at Rebel Wolves, and what we're going to do is we're going to get some insight from them. They're going to dive deeper into all of this content, all of the footage you're going to see.
We'll probably watch
They're
the
gonna talk
gameplay
more
and then
about
see.
the magic
I
system,
don't know if I'll watch the whole
traversal,
thing.
and of course the combat as well.
Yeah.
But there is more.
What's
it
more?
would not be a Rebel Wolf stream without an extra special performance, right?
It will be super special. I cannot wait for you guys to see it, but that's not all.
True, it just
They're going to do a dance number. That's the moral part. It's either a dance number
Dawnwalker and
or a stage play.
I mean,
as many of those
it'll
questions as we
start when
can
it starts,
throughout the
right?
course of the stream.
Yeah.
We will also have some people checking in on the
Yeah.
live chats, so do get some questions there. You never know; they might just make it through to us.
Yeah. Okay, so without further ado,
Okay.
let's see some gameplay
Let's
of
get
the
it.
Blood of Dawnwalker.
Here we go.
And for those of you wondering,
Y'all
yes,
impatient as
it will
fuck?
be available
Yeah, a lot of people
in
are like that.
4K on YouTube right afterwards.
Okay.
Take it away.
Let's get it. So this is the gameplay.
Whoa, look at that, the wolves.
Oh. Actual gameplay footage. Okay, so it's not like a weird vertical slice tech demo thing. At least that's what they say.
How are we sure? How can we be sure that it's actual in-game footage?
Hello, my name is Daniel Sadowski and I'm the design director at Rebel Wolves. I'd like to welcome you to the Blood of Dawnwalker summer gameplay video.
Sure.
Our game is a story-driven, open-world dark fantasy RPG set in medieval Europe. The game is currently in pre-beta stage, and what we are going to show you is just a part of one of the mid-game quests. It's a really cool story involving legendary swords and a haunted almshouse, but today we'll focus on showcasing our gameplay systems.
All right, let's get
We're
it.
starting on the outskirts of Svartro, the game's largest city and the capital of Wales.
Okay, so
From here, we could head
is this game made in Unreal Engine 5? Because I'm already getting Unreal Engine 5 vibes to it.
It's not just about where or when you go. It's also about how you approach the main quest and shape
Are other people blind?
each playthrough uniquely your own. For now, we're following the road. Cohen is on his way to the city's
Maybe I'm
about
the only one
in its crypts.
that is getting the Unreal Engine 5 feel.
Who camped out by the main road.
Oh, okay, so we're gonna get
Traveling
combat
through
immediately.
Vale Sangora is never boring. The world is dense with quests.
I'm just saying.
and
I'm not saying the game is bad.
lore. This will be a great opportunity to show you our combat system.
I'm just trying to make
The player feel
you know,
master who closely
Wait, how does
observes
this
his
work?
enemies. We'll begin this fight by using
Oh.
acrid dust to stun one of the enemies. Now,
okay, so this is single player. You can't do that
all directions.
if it's an MMORPG because it's in real time. So
Defending, you have to take note
unless it's turn-based.
direction of the attack.
Right,
On the
right,
left
yeah.
side of the screen, just above Cohen's health, you have activation charges that will be filled in with each successful
honor? I
attack,
didn't play
block,
that.
and parry. Once they are full,
The only
you
one I
can
played like
use
that
one
was,
of the active abilities which allow you to take a more tactical approach
Kingdom
to
Come.
fighting.
Wait, he
We
just cut his
started
head
the
off?
fight by throwing some acrid dust. And now
Okay.
let's cast Burning Blood. It's a hex which boils the enemy's blood and burns their
Whoa, witchcraft!
physical damage over time.
So it's a dot.
Isn't that witchcraft?
Damn, he just cut his
Alright,
arm right off.
Time to finish this fight. Let's use the final activation
With
charge
success.
to cast
Artery
an artery
Thinking of
attack,
buying a game?
which
Please use my G2A affiliate
Actually
link in the description below.
decapitated the
Link.
last
Disclosure.
opponent.
I will get
Our
a commission
hero
from your
quickly
purchase.
dispatched the bandit.
That was mean. There was no need to
Behind.
behead or cut off the enemy's head. That was just mean.
First of all, let's replenish our health by eating something.
Mm-hmm.
And then take a closer look at this cool-looking weapon we just picked up.
I thought it was immersive.
Ah, it has better stats than our
1%
current
parry.
weapon
Eating food does not heal.
right now.
Okay, he's got it.
Does not heal you. It won't heal you.
Opportunity to spend the newly acquired skill point in one of Cohen's skill.
It shouldn't heal you.
Traditional.
The skills in the Blood of Dawnwalker.
Eating food should make you feel
Pretty
full,
For human,
not
one for
heal you.
player, and one shared
Again, I'm just
two. We also have an active.
I'm just making fun of it.
We can use it to unlock additional abilities.
It doesn't really matter. It's a game.
Really innovative, it's fine.
Note that
Not
during the
everything
day,
has to
the
be,
health
but
bar
yeah.
is not regenerating. You need to find consumables like the one we've just eaten.
Mhm.
The hexes we've just used also consume some of Cohen's health.
That makes sense.
Be aware
He's
of
using
that.
his blood.
The way our magic system works, there's always a price to pay for manipulating reality. But we can make it sting a bit less. Let's level up the frugal witchcraft skill, so next time we'll cast a hex, it'll consume.
Look at that. I was right. It's witchcraft.
Now that we've wrapped up the encounter with the
It's
bandit,
not magic. It's witchcraft.
get inside the city. Right now, Cohen hasn't done enough to ruffle the vampire lord's feathers, so the gods will just wave us through.
So it's like you can have
But
like
the more
faction kind
damage
of
you
reputation.
cause, the more suspicious and
Christians will hate this game
So when you play the game yourself,
because it has
you have
witchcraft.
to decide whether you want to challenge the vampires
Christians
openly
don't care
or lay low until you're ready to strike and surprise them.
Okay.
because You know why? You know why they don't care? It's a game.
Looks pretty good. Like this isn't like next.
Only a woke communist leftist will care something
This is the rich district of the city.
that is in the game,
It passes the base test, you know.
Neustadt
or will care about something that's in the game,
has its own feel and character.
thinking that it's reality.
The lighting's dull. I think it has that. I think it's supposed to be like that. Like, I mean, this definitely isn't like a high fantasy.
Looming high
type
over
thing,
the city
I don't
is
think.
Brancis's castle, Greifberg. He took it over when he
Damn.
slaughtered the human ruler of the valley, Skander.
Ah, look at the castle. The castle looks big.
January this year.
That was the bald guy.
In order to complete the main quest and save your family, you'll have to storm the castle, alone or with help of friendly NPCs. We could do it right now
So
if
is it
we
like
wanted,
a persona?
but it would be super challenging.
Persona or like metaphor? It has like 22 days left.
Go home.
I wonder if the whole game's gonna be like that or some things.
You made a mess, and it's not that
Like a calendar-based
Let's check
gameplay,
the
right?
map. The cathedral is really close. There's plenty of other places to see and things to do.
That is a big city.
A medic, a blacksmith, and
That is like twice the size of Whiterun.
I mean, every game's like this, okay?
you can see that not only the vampires came out of the shadows.
Oh,
This
shit.
creature on the right is called an Uriash. Look around, especially at night, and you'll learn humans have lots to fear, not just the vampires.
So you got other demons and shit like that? Other bad boys?
Well, Asmon, they have witchcraft.
You can see guards pounding on some poor guy's door.
The sky's the limit. Also, it's high fantasy. If it's high fantasy, the sky's the limit.
Games like Oblivion are that's really the pinnacle of this type of
It's
stuff.
just one of many different community scenes where
Look at this and compare this to the Oblivion remaster.
as they might point you to new quests and hidden
They
treasures.
will look
All signal
almost the same.
Kingdom
They
Come.
will have the same vibe at least. The same vibe. It's the Unreal Engine 5 vibe. That's why if you play Hogwarts Legacy,
I only played Oblivion.
it has the same vibe.
I played Skyrim for 5 minutes and I said, I'm wasting time. I could be playing WoW right now, and I quit. Oh, shit.
Okay.
That's like the Notre
we
Dame
are
Cathedral,
at
right?
the cathedral gates. Again, since
a
Conan
big
isn't wanted by the vampire regime and it's daytime, we can simply
took a
walk
long time.
inside.
Oh, it's a cinematic. They're gonna kill somebody in church. So this is actually in game. This looks decent. They can learn about Jesus.
Baptism of a newborn is a solemn moment.
Time is one of the best games. World of Warcraft sucks. I played World of Warcraft
Our flock
because it has a free trial.
to its parents.
Gave it a try and yeah. I don't think I lasted 30 minutes. It sucks.
Et insanguine
This is why we had those crusades and burn witches. We had to get rid of this. Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah, we took care of this a long time ago.
What is Asmongold saying? Is this an actual Catholic church?
Okay, watching 1080p.
I
That's the highest quality.
Don't I know you from somewhere?
that is not a cross.
Laslia, maybe.
I don't think this church
Sorry, but you must be mistaken.
has anything to do with any real life church.
My memory isn't what it used to.
It may look like something
Seems okay.
similar, but it's not. It's in the game.
Very well. Do it.
Thank you, but I...
Unless, of course, they specifically mention it.
So you deem your...
But I haven't heard anything.
Just killed 3 people. You just...
I wouldn't go that far. But I'm sure you're a busy man, Father.
I thought I just killed
So
3
while
people.
I appreciate the offer, I feel that my soul shouldn't be your priority.
I won't
This
press
feels
the
perfect.
matter.
This is good, yeah.
You are quite correct. I have many other duties to attend to.
He busy.
But please remember that in order to be saved, we all need to repent.
Save from what?
Included.
And who is going to save
We can speak again
you?
soon. Good day to you, Cohen.
How did
He's a witch.
Wait, did you say his name?
What
Oh, wait. It's not a witch. It's a warlock, right? You know? I'm confused.
into a dialogue
If a female is a witch, a male is a warlock.
scenes or showcase interesting bits of lore.
Anyway,
Like this blood,
I'm pretty sure someone will correct me if I was wrong.
isn't it? The core feature of the Blood of Dawnwalker is the dual gameplay loop.
Okay.
Remember, Cohen may be a human during the day,
He turns into a
but
vampire.
he turns into a vampire at night.
I do the same thing.
And has a different set of skills at his disposal.
Yeah.
And this is just one variable that affects our quests. Depending on when you tackle a particular quest,
Wait. So they have a, you know,
you've angered,
they have an actual protagonist.
experience will be very, very different.
Are we able to create our own
With multiple
character?
possible paths leading to the end.
I don't mind that the main character's name is, you know, Cohen or anything.
Secrets may be concealed up there, just beyond Cohen's reach.
Yeah.
What I want to know is,
Climb up the.
It's impossible.
can we create our character?
Come night.
I like creating characters in a role-playing game.
Explain what we mean by taking our current quest as an
Okay.
example. During the day, we got inside the cathedral without any problems, since it's open for
But
all
at
to
night
see
it's
and
probably
Cohen
closed.
doesn't yet stand out from the crowd.
Yeah.
The scaffolds, though, are outside of his reach.
Oh.
But climbing them won't be a problem for the vampire, who has many more exploration abilities at his
So
disposal.
now he's in demon mode.
Bear in mind, Cohen has not completed the quest yet. What's more, there are still a few clues to be found in order to solve this
Oh
story.
shit! There's
It's
two
worth
moons.
mentioning that narrative sandbox also means that we may completely abandon
Okay, so confirmed.
a different path to defeat.
That was not
For today,
the Catholic
focusing
Church.
on the gameplay part. So
It may only look like that.
this particular quest
Maybe it was inspired by the Catholic Church.
right after dusk as a vampire
Because
of Svatro.
we don't have 2 moons
2 days left to complete this goal.
in
This
real life.
is always displayed and you will be warned each time it's pushed forward.
That would make sense.
So you have to be aware of the time, and it's more of a resource you'll be spending than a racing clock.
We'll see. Yeah, I didn't like that in metaphor.
As a vampire, you'll see and experience
Look,
the
I could be
world from
wrong.
a different perspective. You can travel quickly and easily access places beyond the reach of regular humans. Let
Same.
us show you what we mean. This
It was pretty
is
tightly.
Shadows,
It was tightly
a
organized,
unique
right?
vampiric ability, allowing
Shadows,
Cohen to
okay.
jump to almost any place
So
within his
teleport.
reach. Now, let's take a good look around using the focus mode.
So what's this? Oh, you can see the
This
blood.
ability highlights objects of
shit.
interest and loot.
That's a dead guy.
And there is something right here.
Loot him.
This time it's just some items to grab, but on other occasions,
Okay, that was a fail.
come across a hidden quest.
Wow.
Looks like our
One of the features that I really like with the Elder Scrolls series that
your health
is the looting feature.
start each night.
If you loot a dead
Remember, you have to
character or if you loot a corpse
make full use of your vampire
and you take off the corpse shirt,
your monstrous
the shirt
NPC.
disappears
Otherwise, you may
because you took it.
someone important, which may lead to unpredictable.
That is very, very immersive.
Better feed then.
You took off someone's shirt, it actually disappears from that someone.
Like a homeless person.
You took off that someone's pants and it actually disappears and it goes to your inventory.
Ability.
Okay.
Unless you lose control due to hunger, you get to decide how much blood to drink.
Oh.
You can drink.
But then again, this is not the Elder Scrolls. It's a different game.
You're adamant you don't want to hurt innocent humans. You can drink from animals and some other creatures.
Damn.
I already
Finally,
I already can say that
but it seems to be closed for the night.
That's cool.
And the entrance.
I wouldn't like this game. I don't like playing anything else as besides a human. In Skyrim,
I mean, would they be
the only reason why
up to the church or
I let my character become a werewolf is because it's part of the quest. And even then, it's curable.
You're gonna learn during your playthrough.
Okay.
Conan can also use plane shift to.
I was doing this playthrough once, and
so
I didn't realize that
people ran away.
my character was infected by vampirism. And well, if you got infected, you have like 3 days before you turn into a vampire. And
yeah, this is way better.
I wasn't really paying attention. I was just playing the game, and my character eventually became a vampire, and
just go kill him.
What is she doing?
I just restarted my playthrough.
A ritual for the blood gods?
Oh. Get on the chandelier.
They're covering up the old paintings. Why?
They don't want Jesus to see it.
It's not the Catholic Church. I'm pretty sure Jesus does not exist in this game. What are you talking about, Asmongold?
The entrance to the crypt could be anywhere.
So far, this looks good.
I'm just standing around.
What do you guys think?
This was a scene investigation, a mechanic we used to zoom in on and showcase key clues.
Yeah, this is good.
This time we had a chance to learn more about the vampire's plans. Looks like they're keen to cover up the old frescoes, so that's something we could take a look at. This way we could learn more about the cathedral's past.
That's dope. Yeah, this is good.
Looks like we aren't alone here. Underneath us, there's a group of blood guards. Soldiers hooked up on vampire blood, which makes them stronger.
Oh shit.
And one of Brances's vampire allies. It's Xanthi, the oldest vampire in Vale Sangora.
Should we kill her?
And quite a powerful
Just
lady.
go down there and kill her.
Let's descend and check what's going on.
Wait, we just gonna...
Okay, so,
Wait, he just walks in?
the church is, or the cathedral is the vampires' headquarters.
She better be hot.
Don't think
God damn it.
Are they, not,
Damn.
it's a Western game. It's a Western game, so you wouldn't see any hot female characters in a Western game.
interfering with my task. Who are you?
Wisbit says.
It doesn't
Are
matter.
you thinking of buying a game?
It doesn't
Please
matter.
use my G2A
Very
affiliate
well.
link in the description below.
I don't have time
Link,
for
disclosure.
interruptions.
I will
She's
get a
telling-
commission
Let us
from your
dispose of
purchase.
Oh
Thank you.
shit.
Cohen is using his claws to attack when in vampire form.
Oh
Blood
damn,
guards are
Wolverine.
dual-wielding opponents. Their attacks are pretty strong. Of course, even when fighting with claws, combat is still directional. Don't worry, Cohen can still use his sword as a vampire.
This has the recovering health has like a Bloodborne type mechanic of like the rally mechanic. When he
Only
takes
after
damage, you'll see.
defeating all three of the blood guards, Xanthi deems Cohen worthy of a challenge, and she descends to face him.
The game looks good.
Her blood control powers to cut
Even if the story is good,
like her blood whips that hit Cohen.
this game is not for me.
It's not doing any damage.
Xanthi is protected by a
but she's got
powerful
a shield.
vampire ability.
Yeah.
Once
I have all 3 Witcher games, and I haven't played anyone. I haven't played any of it yet.
Xanthi is quick to counterattack, and she will also try to restore her blood.
Oh.
Meanwhile, look at the indicator
You have to
just
kill
below
that.
her health and stamina. It's a timer for the boiling blood skill that you've seen in the CGI trailer. So, if we don't hurry, the timer goes down to 0, and Cohen will eventually explode. And we're dead. Remember, we were only mid-game here, and Xanthi is one of the game's most punishing enemies. Defeating her right here and right now is very much possible, but it would be hellishly difficult, a fun challenge for hardcore players.
Damn. You have to like one-shot her.
We are back, and I hope you enjoyed that as much
What'd you
as
guys
I
think?
did. Now, I have been lucky enough to see this footage
That was
quite a
pretty
few
good.
times now, and
It has what I think it has that
Super dark.
Unreal Engine 5 vibe to it.
After the stream, aren't you?
okay, you know me too well.
The game may be good, but it's a game that is not
so far
targeted for me.
The day and
Yeah.
I feel like the gameplay is basically Witcher
the same
3, but maybe a
quest
little bit
can
better.
Feel so different if I complete in the day. I could be walking into the cathedral.
Yeah.
No problem. I meet suspicious priest man.
Florence.
That's it, suspicious priest man.
Needs more
But
fluidity
by
in
night,
combat.
I can't walk through the doors. I have to jump through the rafters.
I'll turn this down a little bit.
Well, Florin is nowhere.
They're just yapping right now, but it's a little bit improved Witcher 3 combat. Yeah, I mean, Witcher 3 just came. I mean, it came out 10 years ago, right? And so, like, you'd expect to see a little bit of an improvement, but overall, I mean, like, if I saw this and the game came out, would I play this game? I think I would still play the game because I think that the story is interesting. So I would probably try it out for that reason. It just seems like I feel like they're doing a couple of things that I feel like if you're willing to do this, you're probably kind of good at telling stories, kind of how they basically perverted a number of Catholic fucking what's it called I guess like traditions and like turned them into like vampire things, which I thought was kind of interesting and cool. So I could assume like maybe this would be good, right? And
Okay, so
like that seems kind of interesting. And so
why is it always the Catholic Church? Why is it always the Christians?
ideals.
Seriously.
Yeah, exactly. It looks really dark.
Why not have
on your cameras.
a mosque?
Yeah, no.
And have
I mean, I think that's the case.
Muslims
If the game goes
turn
hard,
into vampires?
I'm worried about the 22 days left thing.
Why not have that?
In games like Persona,
That would be new.
second hand.
Okay, that would be new and that would be interesting.
The calendars are not.
Just saying.
If they
I'm just
have a
saying.
little bit of leeway to them, right? But the issue is that like sometimes calendar events and like calendar games,
Game developers should be fair.
and plan
If
out
you're willing to
every
do that
every moment
to
of,
one religion,
and I think whenever
why
you
not
have to do that,
do the same
frustrating.
to other religions?
play.
Why is it always the Catholic Church or the
we really
Christian Church?
But that's kind of the way that I see it. Is that I-
That is very unfair to the other religions. Very, very unfair
Let's see. You need
to the other religions. The other religions
4 days, right?
needs to be represented as well.
Overall, I
You
mean,
know?
it, needs to be it can be stressful. Yeah, and it also has to. It'll force you into like gameplay. Like it's one of the things I never really liked about Majora's Mask. Is that like I didn't like that it forced you into gameplay with Majora's Mask. So do it early, you got no problem afterwards? Well, no, because like then that could advance some other part of the story, or then there could be another activity that has some sort of calendar lockdown for it. But overall, I mean, will romance be optional? Yeah, I mean, we can go back and look at like all this other stuff, but I basically just wanted to watch the gameplay reveal. It looked good. I think that it looks promising.
Oh
for
my
sure.
gosh!
So
Did you
we're
hear
gonna have
that?
to wait and see kind of what happens, right? I was about to say Majora's Mask. Yeah, exactly. Just finished my first playthrough of Metaphor in 90 hours. Only missed 2 quests halfway through the Coliseum. Didn't miss much. Yeah. And what's this here? Like I said,
Oh
6
my
out of 10
gosh!
best.
Did
I
you
think
hear that?
This game will have
Oh,
6 to 7 out of 10 combat, 8 to 9 narrative, probably 7 to 8 graphics, and I would say probably like an 8 to 9 overall. Like this game does look like it'll be an 8 to 9 level overall game, but I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see. But that's generally the way that I feel about it. The gameplay trailer looks pretty good. They're probably gonna go through a bunch of questionnaires, and based off of like the way they were talking about it, it's gonna go. This is gonna go on for like forever, right? And so I don't want to look at everything right now, but yeah, that's about it. And 22 days seems like a lot of time, though. Well, I mean, I played Metaphor, and like you would have like 40 days sometimes, but like things would take like 3 days just for you to get to like one location. So you would think that it's
So that was it.
but it's actually
That
not
was the gameplay feature. Anyway, that was Asmongold reacting to this game. Okay, I forgot the name of the game. Did they mention the name of the game? It doesn't matter. I'm not. I'm not the target audience for the game anyway. So there you go, guys. Again, if you guys want to watch a video without anyone talking over it, just go to Asmongold's YouTube channel and watch it there. Be right back. Okay, so guys, we're back. Welcome back to the channel. This time we have another Asmongold video, but this is just a clip. So this is from Asmongold Clips. So Asmongold has a few YouTube channels. I'm not sure if he is the one who owns them, but it says here, this is Asmongold's official Clips channel. Okay, so the title is She Just Nuked Her Own Case. I wonder what's this about? Is this about the Ethan Klein lawsuit? Let's find out.
Because Ethan Klein's too much of a sue me.
Okay, I was right.
How's the lawsuit going? Nowhere, because Ethan Klein's too much of a sue me.
So basically, he called out Ethan Klein for not actually suing her,
After he paraded on the internet about how
only to find out she got sued
still no lawsuit.
eventually.
Oh my god, he's so bitch made. I'm actually pretty certain that his lawyer told him to stop going after me. His lawyer most likely said, dude, you need to stop. You actually need to stop. Whatever, you think I'm...
No wonder.
That's fine. Go read the lawsuit.
They call her
Go respect a judge.
the queen of self-owning.
Can someone remind me why Ethan Klein is suing Denims but not XQC? How can so many people...
And look at that, Mutahar had to explain why.
Didn't somebody comment on this? This is Legal Mindset commenting on this.
Lonesome Poet says, just got here and wondering if what Ethan did is considered entrapment. Sorry, and once again, I want to explain this stuff. I'm just laughing in general. So, and that's not a thing. You're probably thinking about like police entrapment or something else different. This is not criminal. This is copyright infringement. So no.
So I guess she's getting owned by Legal Mindset.
Right. And I use the example.
And I watched this, or I reacted to this video by Legal Mindset.
Operation to stealing from Ethan Klein.
You check your bank account and like Chase accidentally refunded you an extra $50.
Okay.
If some old lady on the street is like, hey, do you have change for a $10 bill? And she hands you a $50 bill and you keep the 50. See how one of those feels morally worse? One of those feels like you're stealing from someone who does need it, or you're stealing from, I don't know, not a corporation.
Well, it's a good thing the way that you feel about something isn't the way the law is. Well, I feel differently about this.
You can't actually justify theft.
Legality. It's theft regardless. We're talking about...
It's theft regardless. That is exactly what you did.
You can tell she doesn't have a lawyer.
It's theft regardless.
It's theft.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, so that was great for Ethan Klein, by the way. That was great. I'm pretty sure Ethan Klein's lawyers already has a copy of that particular recording, because they can obviously use that in court. Again, there's a reason why when you are arrested, you are read the Miranda rights. You are told not to say anything because it could be used against you in court. And that particular clip, it's theft regardless. She knows what she did was copyright infringement, but it doesn't matter. She will do it anyway. Oh my goodness. I want the lawsuit to go to trial because it's going to be super interesting. Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. Even now, it hasn't gone to trial. It's already super interesting. Anyway, that was I guess Asmongold's reaction to that. And again, if you don't want to watch, or if you want to watch the video without anyone talking over it, you can go to Asmongold's Clips channel in YouTube and watch it there. Okay, so going to end the stream here. Hope you guys enjoyed the over 8 hours of live stream. I'm just going to take a break and go back right at it. Again, please, if you can, follow the channels wherever you're watching this, in Twitch, YouTube, Kick, DLive, wherever. X, I'm not live streaming this on X. I was before. I was doing live streams on X, but X found out that my account wasn't premium and disabled my live streaming privilege. But I was able to live stream in Twitch maybe for a month, a couple of months before they found out that, hey, this guy is able to live stream and he doesn't have a premium account. Why is this happening? Obviously, that was a bug or a glitch in the system. So guys, that's it. Thank you for watching and see you in the next one. Don't forget to follow, subscribe, and all that jazz. Bye-bye for now.